Chapter 2251. What do you mean I've become complacent, old man? Caesar pointed directly at his father with obvious dissatisfaction. What I'm doing in my sector is 100 times harder than what that reckless bull is doing. He just charges forward and smashes whatever stands in front of him, while I'm forced to manage an entire sector full of competing interests, alliances, ambitions, and powers that constantly test boundaries. Then he pointed toward mid-sector 100. The Cradle Empire over there has become the most respected and dignified force in the region, and it has attained a status that surpasses the other millennia-old empire in prestige, influence, and public perception. Whenever there's a dispute between the surrounding empires, they come to me and ask me to resolve it for them. Trade conflicts, border disputes, military disagreements, resource claims, succession issues, all of it eventually ends up on my desk. Then he began listing examples. We have the fewest army casualties even though my army are mostly humans needing elixirs, the fewest equipment losses, the lowest civilian casualty rates among the locals, the highest rate of complete subjugation, the highest salaries, and the highest stability rating among all surrounding empires, including the Grave Empire. The entire Human Powers Union joined us with all of its affiliated human forces, and it sends daily offers to every small neighboring power based purely on the reputation I've built, and they actually accept. I now directly or indirectly control more planets than the Grave Empire, even after they absorbed the millennia-old vast ice wing as one of their wings. Caesar was clearly on the verge of losing his mind. For years he had been carefully building influence, establishing systems, improving governance, and ensuring that every newly acquired world integrated smoothly into the larger structure. Yet somehow all of that was reduced to a single accusation of complacency. In truth, even Peon, who followed him everywhere, participated in most of those projects, and already knew all of this, let out a low whistle when he heard the entire list spoken aloud, one achievement after another. That's not the point. Robin waved his left hand dismissively, as though none of those accomplishments carried much weight in the current discussion. What matters is actual control. How many enemies inside the sector will appear to oppose something we want to do? How many enemies do you still have to take into consideration before making a decision? And how many enemies refuse to submit, causing everyone else to resist because of their defiance and giving others the courage to delay their own surrender? And what exactly are you planning to do with the sector that makes you think about things like that? Caesar frowned. Arrow keeps smashing his head against everyone around him because he's following your orders. He wants to completely stabilize the playing field in preparation for hosting the siege. He sacrificed reputation, political capital, and an enormous number of soldiers in exchange for unification. As for me, why should I rush? Caesar continued in a calmer tone after forcing down some of his frustration. I really did slow down and change my methods after learning that the seed's promotion location had changed, but that's not complacency. It's adapting to reality and adjusting priorities according to the situation. We don't need that kind of destruction and death in mid-sector 100, where there won't be a behemoth anytime soon, and therefore we don't need to unify it anytime soon either. And who told you it won't have a behemoth soon? Robin chuckled. Caesar's eyes widened with hostility almost instantly. What are you planning this time, old man? I'm not going to tell you how to run your affairs, but I will tell you this: pick up the pace. Robin looked forward again. We don't have time to negotiate with this one and calculate that one's reaction, or spend decades waiting for everyone to become comfortable with our presence. Destroy them. Caesar slowly lowered his gaze to the floor while frowning, then nodded. I'll see what I can do. He immediately began reconsidering all of his existing strategies, mentally rearranging decades of plans and projections. Ask about Robin's plans? Ask what behemoth he intended to place there, or what exactly he had planned for mid-sector 100. He was far too smart to waste his energy asking questions like that. That person never explained himself. Even when he occasionally answered questions, the answers only created more questions. He had once lost his only disciple, Jabba, because the fool had asked what he intended to do with Nihari. But, destroy them? Destroy 5 millennia-old empires? He was only dealing with one of them, the Seven Thrones Empire, and even now he still couldn't destroy their capital or eliminate their ruler despite years of pressure and encirclement. He had repeatedly sent people to communicate, negotiate, and mediate in hopes of forcing their submission without unnecessary losses, but it had all been pointless. Their ruler possessed an absurd amount of pride and stubbornness that bordered on irrationality. If that person weren't terrified of Hedrick and the reach of the forces under Lord Robin, he would have already emerged personally and begun smashing apart the strongholds of the Cradle Empire the way Silas had done before him, launching raids in devastating worlds simply to prove a point. But he had seen what happened to Silas and ultimately chose to retreat into his capital and refused to move. The war with them was already over. The war that had lasted for centuries and consumed countless resources, soldiers, fleets, and opportunities. At present, all of his forces were compressed onto a single planet, his capital world, and every remaining fleet was stationed around that planet in dense defensive formations. Surrounding them were fleets of the Note family, watching them and keeping them under constant siege and surveillance, ensuring that not even a significant transport vessel could leave without being noticed. But that was all. There was nothing either side could do in that situation. The two camps had reached a complete stalemate, a suffocating deadlock where neither side possessed the strength to truly finish the other off, yet neither side was willing to retreat, surrender, or admit defeat after investing centuries of effort and countless resources into the conflict. And he was supposed to repeat all of this with 4 more empires. Robin noticed Caesar's expression almost immediately. How are Renara and the Heat Path doing? I sent her everything I had on it, along with the entire Kilmagi family and the bloodline of a Kilmagi Foxlaw dominator more than half a century ago. Caesar was not the type to ask for outside help. If he could not accomplish something himself, then one of his subordinates would do it. If he lacked capable subordinates, then he simply would not do it at all and would instead continue searching for another solution until one appeared. The matter was that simple in his eyes, and he had lived by that principle for so long that it had become part of his identity. As for speaking to an outside party and requesting assistance, that was something far removed from his nature and temperament. He considered himself a failure if he ever had to do such a thing, and he felt it diminished the empire he led, reduced the value of the people beneath him, and exposed weakness that should never exist in the first place, even if refusing help meant progress would come to a complete halt for years. Robin could not complain too much about this attitude. Part of the problem was his own fault. Back when Caesar was still growing up, Robin would send him alone into difficult missions while he was still little more than a child. He would refuse to help him, tell him to remain outside for 2 or 3 years if necessary, survive by himself, adapt by himself, and make it clear that returning before completing the mission perfectly was not an option. Failure was unacceptable, excuses were meaningless, and dependence on others was discouraged from the very beginning. The last time I sent someone to contact her, she said she's having difficulty linking all of her minor laws to heat. If she chooses to break through using minor frost, she'll advance immediately, but she'll need much longer if she wants to break through with major heat. Caesar sighed heavily. They had invested an enormous amount of money, resources, manpower, time, and expectations into Renara. It would be unfortunate if she advanced through a minor law alone after all of that effort, but it would be even more unfortunate if she never advanced at all and remained trapped at the threshold despite possessing the talent and foundation to move forward. It was truly a frustrating dilemma, the sort of situation where every option felt wasteful in one way or another. She's a genius when it comes to her 9 laws. She'll find a solution. Robin waved his hand dismissively, showing far more confidence in Renara than either of them seemed to possess. Apply the 6th path technique to all Special Forces Corps and free them from the limitations of the 3rd path. Then continue with what we agreed upon. If you need assistance, ask Theo and only Theo, he'll handle the rest. I'll see what I can do, Caesar repeated, and it was obvious from both his expression and tone that he had no intention of requesting anything, no matter how difficult the situation became. As you wish. Robin returned his attention to the battle and the sky above it, as though the matter had already been settled in his mind. You may leave now and attend to your duties. You have a great deal to accomplish over the next few decades, more than you realize at the moment. Just send Pisu to me before you go. I need a proper meal after spending all that time asleep. Understood. Robin's grandchildren cast one last glance toward him before retreating. Part of them felt reluctant to leave after finally spending time beside him again, while another part was still trying to process everything they had experienced today, everything they had heard, and everything they had learned about forces, enemies, and ambitions that existed far beyond what they had previously imagined. They were trying to comprehend the world that had been hidden from them all this time, the world that revolved around their grandfather and uncles, where millennia-old empires rose and fell like pieces on a board and where even behemoths could become subjects of casual discussion. Payan grabbed Caesar with one hand and Zara with the other and pulled them along as they departed together. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts, digesting different parts of the conversation and rearranging different priorities inside their minds. Even Payan was considering the fact that his special forces would be removed from active service for a long period of time in order to implement the 6th path, and he was already calculating the disruption that would cause throughout several ongoing operations. Theo. Robin raised his voice just before Theo could leave to search for Pisu. Yes, father. Theo stopped immediately, his expression becoming serious as he turned back. Robin remained silent for several moments, watching the distant battlefield and seemingly organizing his thoughts before finally speaking. Help Arrow finish his mission. Understood. Chapter 2252. 3 weeks later, mid-sector 98, Spell Galaxy. Things have been quiet since Marshal Arrow's last attack on the galaxy, and ever since then we haven't had to deal with any major assaults or large-scale military operations. It's true that we still encounter isolated attacks across the sector from time to time, and occasionally lose patrols, scouts, or transport groups to sudden strikes, but they aren't anything like before, when every day felt like the beginning of another disaster. One of the people inside the throne hall spoke calmly. That doesn't mean Arrow is actually dead like you're claiming. Maybe this is simply the calm before the storm, the kind of silence that appears right before everything collapses, another replied with knitted brows. We haven't managed to injure Arrow in any way whatsoever despite all our efforts. In fact, I can still hear the sound of his laughter from the last attack ringing in my ears even today. Every time I remember it, I feel like that monster could appear outside this hall at any moment. Believe me, he's dead. He's still just a martial emperor and doesn't possess much soul force, so how could he possibly endure that amount of negative karma? Especially after the curses we planted throughout the galaxy to intensify the effects of the karma aura and ensure that every action he took would come back to haunt him. For all we know, he might have choked on a grain of rice while running away. Have we truly fallen so low that we're gambling on whether a martial emperor is dead or alive? One of the men raised his voice in anger and embarrassment. Does any one of you have actual information that we can work with instead of guesses, hopes, and fantasies? The individual raids carried out by Royal Soulmasters and Nexus State cultivators have completely stopped during the past 2 weeks for some reason, and that hasn't happened in a very long time. Usually, even during periods of relative peace, there are still probing attacks and assassination attempts. The forces of the Time Sands galaxy are still stationed along the borders of Mid-Sector 98 even after destroying our reinforcements and killing our brothers. They haven't attempted to reclaim control over Sector 97 any faster either, despite having every opportunity to do so. They're simply standing there. In fact, they've spread out even more heavily along the border, and no vessel will pass through and enter Sector 97 without colliding with them or being detected by their surveillance network. And who even wants to go there in the first place? I wanted to send some reinforcements there. If we could shift the battlefield into the neighboring sector, we'd reduce the pressure on what's happening here and force our enemies to divide their attention. Young Sector 98 is also in a massive crisis. The forces belonging to the True Beginning Empire attacked our strongholds there, and afterward the forces of the Time Sands galaxy entered as well. If not for that group withdrawing when they did, we would have lost everything there without exception. We already lost everything in the Young Sector. The resource and troop supply chains have been severed, and we've been surrounded from below by a massive number of fleets. From there, they can attack us easily whenever they choose. In another month or two you'll see all those vessels roaming freely through Mid-Sector 98, moving through our territory without resistance and establishing forward positions wherever they please, our sector. No, they haven't done that. Even here there's stagnation, a state of silence, a state of waiting. Everyone seems to be preparing for something, yet no one is making the first move. The supreme sword of the Shadow Swords, Theo, appeared in the Grand Space Gate region exactly 2 weeks ago. The atmosphere inside the throne hall instantly became heavier. Several people exchanged glances, others lowered their heads. No one laughed, no one dismissed the information, because everyone present understood exactly what that name represented. Theo rarely appeared personally without purpose, and if he appeared, it usually meant that someone else's plans were already in motion. How in the hell did things reach this point? Beside that group of men and women, in a deeper voice, a voice dripping with disappointment, frustration, and the exhaustion of someone forced to listen to the same arguments over and over again, a set of words was heard. My, what a joy you all are. Everyone lowered their heads and turned their bodies toward a certain direction without hesitation. There, 3 identical thrones stood side by side upon an elevated platform that overlooked the entire hall. The owner of the voice sat upon the throne to the left. In front of our honored guests, this is how you choose to behave, he said, his voice growing heavier with every word. I asked you to gather information regarding our condition in the war, and this is what you brought me. An argument between children, complaints, speculation, and pointless bickering while the sector burns around us. Father, our situation can only be described as deep shit. One of the people standing beneath the throne platform spoke without any attempt to soften his words. Even if we set aside everything that has been said so far, we have confirmed information that the Grave Empire is currently gathering an enormous force that includes all of its wings, and is conducting a military display involving an overwhelming show of strength intended to intimidate its enemies and remind everyone of the gap that now exists between them and the rest of US, and who are those enemies if not us and the continuous Chaos Empire? Then the man knitted his brows more deeply. A terrifying military force appeared during that display. We can even set aside the terrifying note fleets for a moment, because the wings fleets and armies alone are enough to concern any power, no matter how strong it is or how secure it believes itself to be. Thousands of fleets, countless soldiers, and a level of coordination that should not be possible between former enemies. Whoever came up with this wings system is a devil. A devil. Twitch, twitch. The veins upon the forehead of the man seated on the left throne, upon the forehead of Zargul the sorcerer, began throbbing violently. Even he did not know whether he was this angry because of the current situation and the steadily worsening state of the war, or because of his son, who possessed absolutely no talent for making things sound better and somehow always managed to describe reality in the most infuriating way possible. There is no need to be angry, brother Zargul. Our situations are similar, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. The man seated upon the throne to the right spoke with a measure of calm, though even he seemed tired beneath the surface. May a curse fall upon the cosmic elder who afflicted us with that filthy gang and turned the balance of the entire region upside down. The man wore black clothing and possessed a powerful build. He appeared to be in his 40s, with long black hair, a clean-shaven face, pale skin, and eyes that inspired little confidence or comfort. There was something unsettling about the way he sat there, as though he were constantly suppressing irritation. Brother Darvian, it is a conspiracy. A conspiracy prepared by the Cosmic Elder, and he clearly intends to use it to bring down everyone beneath his authority, though by indirect means, while that friend of his carries it out on his behalf. Zargul ground his teeth together so hard that several people in the hall could hear it. It just so happened that we were the first two standing in the path of the Cosmic Elder's descent onto the path of evil, the first obstacles he encountered while expanding his influence, but we shall be the final obstacle as well. Well said, both of you. The man seated in the center clapped once loudly, the sound echoing throughout the hall before he straightened himself upon his throne once more and looked down upon everyone with satisfaction. The Archon was not mistaken when he chose to teach you the truth and support you so that you could stand in the path of tyranny and evil. Few remain willing to oppose corruption once it becomes powerful, yet the two of you continue to stand firm. Ah, of course he was not mistaken, and we shall undoubtedly cut off the path before him and his equally obvious partner. Zargul revealed a flattering smile that he had not used since the days when he had been an ordinary royal soulmaster struggling for opportunities and favor. But we are in need of some support if we are to continue carrying this burden on behalf of everyone else. Master Marlik the Butcher. And support, he replied, leaning slightly forward upon his throne as the corners of his lips rose into a peculiar smile, is exactly what you shall receive. Chapter 2253. And support is exactly what you shall receive. Marlik spoke with a strange smile that never seemed to leave his face, a smile so relaxed and natural that it felt almost out of place within a conversation concerning wars, empires, and the movement of countless fleets across entire sectors of the universe. Beside him, both Zargal and Darvian exchanged glances for a moment, silently communicating thoughts neither of them cared to voice aloud before returning their attention to that terrifying face once more, as though afraid that looking away for too long might cause them to miss something hidden beneath that calm expression. Marlik the Butcher. He was a modified human with a type of giant sea snail blood flowing through his veins, an exotic bloodline that had long ago become part of his body and existence. Even so, the effects of that blood only manifested in his thick, braided pink hair, whose unusual color stood out immediately against his otherwise ordinary appearance. Other than that, he looked like a human in his 30s. Slim, dressed in loose white trousers and open sandals, he had a white and red coat draped over his shoulders that looked as though it had been picked up randomly from a battlefield after being stained by countless campaigns and then worn without a care. The coat hung open, exposing his body beneath it, with rough-cut abdominal muscles visible along with scattered wounds covered by bandages, old scars crossing fresh scars in a chaotic pattern that suggested a lifetime spent surrounded by violence and bloodshed. Aside from that, Marlik was casually playing with a long sword, twirling it with absent-minded familiarity as though it were nothing more than a decorative trinket. Another sword hung from his trousers, while several more swords lay scattered beneath his feet, their positions so random that it seemed he had simply dropped them wherever he happened to be standing or sitting at the time. Even the way he sat upon the throne was strange and lacking any trace of dignity expected from a ruler. One foot touched the ground while the other rested atop the throne itself. One arm leaned against the throne, while the other rested on his raised leg, loosely embracing one of the swords as if it were a pillow rather than a weapon capable of taking lives by the billions. Yet what was truly terrifying was not any of those details, nor the scars, the weapons, the bloodline, or even the countless rumors attached to his name. It was the smile on his face. A small, comfortable smile accompanied by the sleepy expression of two weary eyes that appeared perpetually tired and uninterested in the world around them. Anyone who did not know him would assume he was some carefree bachelor uncle who loved surfing, traveling, and wasting entire afternoons doing absolutely nothing. Anyone who did not know him could never imagine the atrocities this man had committed, nor the oceans of blood that had flowed because of decisions casually made by the very person sitting before them. Everything the cursed Darvian had done throughout his life, every sacrifice of innocents and children in pursuit of power, every horrific experiment and every crime committed to advance his own interests, was child's play compared to the man who ruled the criminal underworld of the entire universe, a man whose influence stretched across sectors, empires, organizations, and black markets beyond counting. And that was the frightening part. That man looked unbelievably at ease. It was said that he slept like a baby every single night, never troubled by nightmares, regrets, guilt, or the countless dead left behind in his wake. That man looked as though the mysterious law of karma had never even learned the path to his doorstep, as though all the invisible debts accumulated by ordinary beings simply vanished before they could ever reach him. After a brief pause, Marlik continued, running a hand through his smooth hair in an unhurried motion, seemingly unconcerned by the shock his words were about to cause. There are 5,000 fleets currently on their way to Mid-Sector 98, and another 5,000 heading toward Mid-Sector 102 to officially join your forces. Every fleet is filled with soldiers and admirals, experienced officers and veteran commanders who have survived countless campaigns, and everyone aboard will follow your commands. Then he looked to his right and left with that same smile, as though discussing something entirely ordinary rather than the movement of a military force large enough to reshape the balance of power between entire sectors. Those commands will, of course, consist solely of plans to wage war against the Cradle Empire and the Grave Empire, with absolutely no side missions, no hidden objectives, and no distractions unrelated to the conflict. Ah, of course. Zargal leaned forward in his chair until he was nearly sitting on its edge, unable to conceal his excitement despite his attempts to remain composed. But, 5,000 fleets? All of them are really coming to participate in the war. Zargal repeated the butcher's words in the form of a question, still trying to confirm what he had just heard and wondering whether he had misunderstood some crucial detail, because the scale of what had been casually offered exceeded even his expectations. 5,000 fleets was the standard number possessed by the tyrants. Some had slightly fewer, while others possessed slightly more depending on their territory, resources, and history, but the total always hovered around that figure and rarely deviated by any significant margin, because, quite simply, that was the ideal number required to maintain control over an entire sector. Any less than that, and a tyrant would be unable to station subordinate forces throughout every corner of the starfields under their control, leaving remote regions vulnerable to rebellion, invasion, smuggling networks, and countless problems that inevitably emerged whenever authority failed to maintain a visible presence. Any more than that, and a significant portion of those vessels would simply become redundant burdens consuming resources, manpower, maintenance costs, and logistical support without providing meaningful benefits proportional to their expense. After all, according to the laws established by the Cosmic Elder and enforced throughout the universe for countless generations, they could not invade another sector anyway, meaning that accumulating excessive military power beyond what was required for defense and governance rarely produced practical advantages. Therefore, when someone claimed that reinforcements equivalent to the full military strength of a tyrant would be dispatched, enough warships to rival the forces of one of the universe's supreme rulers, something was clearly wrong. And not only that, but each of them would receive such support. In other words, the reinforcements amounted to 10,000 fleets. 10,000 fleets just like that. Of course they're all coming to participate in the war. Marlik laughed, looking thoroughly amused by Zargal's reaction. But if I were you, I'd start preparing plans for how to use them. Those fleets were assembled rather randomly from forces that failed to pay what they owed, and collecting them was far easier than organizing them. Zargal and Darvian fell silent before nodding slowly. That meant it was a patchwork army with no standardized formations, no unified command structures, and little experience working together under a single banner. Some of those vessels would be ancient relics nearing the end of their operational lifespans, ships that had survived countless battles and repairs, while others would be cutting-edge warships fresh from the shipyards and equipped with modern systems completely different from those used by older fleets. It was still an enormous force by any reasonable standard, powerful enough to overwhelm most enemies through sheer numbers alone, but they would have to invest considerable effort if they wanted to make proper use of it and transform it into something capable of fighting efficiently on a large scale. With that support, I'll be able to wipe out Mid-Sector 101 with ease, then Mid-Sector 100, and if necessary, Mid-Sector 99 as well. Darvian clasped his hands together gratefully, unable to conceal the relief that surfaced within his eyes. His own forces had been utterly devastated during the war. Entire fleets had vanished, countless commanders had died, and the military foundation he had spent centuries building had been torn apart piece by piece. All he had left were 200 or 300 fleets hidden within his galaxy, fleets he did not dare deploy because losing them would leave him completely exposed. That limitation had effectively shackled both his hands and feet during the conflict against the 6 great powers and their fragile alliance. Meanwhile, his descendants continued causing chaos throughout those territories, launching raids and stirring unrest wherever opportunities appeared, but their actions alone would never grant them meaningful control over the ground they occupied or allow them to establish stable authority over entire sectors. Those fleets had arrived at exactly the right time. No. Zargal slammed a hand against the armrest of his seat with enough force to make it tremble. Mid-Sector 99 belongs to me. I'll turn every inhabitant there into raw materials for my spells. They'll become fuel for my arrays. Then he looked toward a certain direction, his eyes blazing with anger and obsession. We must free the children of the universe from the tyranny and oppression of the Cosmic Elder and his followers. Heh. Marlik let out a small chuckle at the sheer hypocrisy of what he had just heard, finding it difficult not to laugh when someone discussing the conversion of entire populations into magical fuel spoke so passionately about liberation and justice. With such substantial support, I'll be expecting a great deal from both of you. Then his expression became slightly more serious, though traces of that lazy smile still lingered around the corners of his mouth. The Archon expects a great deal from both of you as well. A front is gathering strength and momentum, a front led by the Knower himself. Beneath him stand Robin and Zillan, and beneath them stand Kyles and Arkyle. That front is expanding rapidly and unexpectedly, growing far faster than anyone anticipated. In only a few centuries, their influence has spread across dozens of sectors. They have already reached the territories of the Tyrant of Relativity and the Tyrant of Oppression to the east and west, establishing contact and influence across an increasingly vast portion of the universe, and they would have continued advancing even farther had the Archon not decided to intervene. Zargal swallowed hard, while Darvian's brows tightened sharply. The Knower, or all-seeing god, was a legendary existence who had supported countless geniuses in missions intended to destroy the universe itself. Throughout history, many of the most dangerous figures ever recorded had been linked to him in one way or another. The Archon had once been one of those individuals, yet according to the stories, he had escaped the all-seeing god's control and chosen to live peacefully instead, abandoning the path that had once made him feared throughout existence. Naturally, many questioned whether the words Archon and peace could even belong in the same sentence. The mere mention of his name was enough to make entire generations remember catastrophes and disasters recorded within ancient histories. Yet compared to the things the all-seeing god was attempting to accomplish and the scale of the forces gathering beneath his banner, the Archon's continued existence inside whatever hidden refuge he occupied, wherever that place might be, was practically the very definition of peace. If he ever emerged, abandoned whatever self-imposed isolation currently restrained him, and chose to involve himself directly in the affairs of the universe once more, he would wipe them all out. Chapter 2254. When the Archon was still merely a fourth-stage causality user, disasters followed wherever he went, as though calamity itself had become attached to his shadow. Entire star regions would descend into chaos shortly after his arrival, and every force that crossed paths with him inevitably paid a heavy price. No matter how hard the behemoths tried to surround him, hunt him down, and kill him for being one of the most savage candidates nurtured by the Knower, or whatever name that existence happened to be using at the time, he only caused more catastrophes, more destruction, and more horrors with every attempt made against him, often leaving behind consequences that continued to spread long after he had already moved on. Then one day, after years of conflict and pursuit, he broke through to the 5th stage. He fought 3 behemoths and defeated them after an extremely difficult battle that pushed all sides to their limits, a battle spoken of for ages afterward because of the devastation it caused and the sheer impossibility of the outcome. Yet despite his victory, he did not kill them. Instead, he announced that he would abandon his former activities, that he would no longer continue down the same path he had walked for so long, and that he would isolate himself to contemplate the world and seek his own answers. Before departing, he left behind a number of disciples and followers to manage his affairs peacefully in his absence, claiming that he no longer wished to involve himself directly in the endless struggles consuming the universe. And naturally, those very disciples and followers were the ones who eventually established what was known today as the Syndicate, the most despicable organization ever to appear in the history of the universe, an organization whose influence seeped into every major civilization and whose reach extended far beyond what most people could even imagine, though even that organization remained preferable to the Archon personally returning to action. Naturally, that was from the Behemoth's point of view. Because of that, no one attempted to block the Syndicate's expansion as it spread throughout the universe. On the contrary, many actively assisted it, opened doors for it, exchanged favors with it, and quietly tolerated its growth, hoping to earn favor and goodwill with the rapidly growing organization before it became too large to ignore. Did they regret that decision today, now that the Syndicate had become so vast and powerful, with influence stretching across sectors and generations? Most of them did, but it was far too late. Even without the Archon making a single move, even without any confirmation regarding where he was or what he was doing, the Syndicate by itself had become a monster that could not be negotiated with, pressured, threatened, manipulated, or controlled by conventional means. The Archon's decision to intervene saved the universe from falling under the control of the all-seeing God and his followers, and gave us the opportunity to continue fighting so that our rule would remain in our own hands. Marlik tilted his head slightly, and it was obvious he was reciting words he had memorized rather than speaking from the heart, as though repeating an official statement distributed from above. However, he has no desire to fight directly. All of you know his history with the all-seeing God and the reason he has not appeared for millions of years. That is no secret to anyone, nor is it something anyone within our circles can pretend not to understand. Of course, we appreciate that greatly. Zargal leaned even farther forward in his seat, his previous excitement gradually giving way to seriousness. That existence is taking increasingly obvious and drastic actions now. I never imagined the Cosmic Elder would choose his side as well. Then he revealed a tense smile. But where exactly is our front? We'll fight evil and all that, certainly, but 10,000 fleets may not be enough against that strange creature and all of its followers, especially if the rumors regarding their recent expansion are even partially true. You haven't even begun your war yet, and you're already trying to extort additional benefits. Marlik laughed and turned his head slightly, looking at him with a narrow, gleaming eye whose lazy appearance vanished for a brief moment. And of all targets, you chose the Syndicate as the organization you wanted to extort? That takes a certain level of courage. The blood in Zargal's veins seemed to freeze instantly, and the smile on his face stiffened as he suddenly realized how his words might have sounded from another perspective. My brother didn't mean it that way. Darvian stepped in quickly before the situation could deteriorate. He's merely asking whether we have additional allies or further plans. After all, understanding the overall situation is important before committing resources on this scale. Marlik turned his gaze forward once more, appearing unconcerned by the exchange as though he had already lost interest in the matter. And if he's asking about reinforcements, then that's fine. There is indeed more to come. We'll provide you with a number of Nexus state experts and world cataclysms to operate alongside your armies, as well as several ancient weapons and ancient arrays recovered from old eras. The Archon has no intention of leaving the outcome of this war to chance, nor does he intend to watch from afar while others gamble with the future. Then a small smile appeared on his face. Not after the two of you were already defeated so thoroughly. Darvian and Zargal fell silent. From a military and strategic standpoint, they had unquestionably lost. Had it not been for the overwhelming personal power possessed by them and their descendants, had it not been for the fact that their individual strength remained sufficient to alter battlefields on its own, they would have already been completely eliminated from the board and reduced to historical footnotes. But based on everything that had become clear so far, this was not truly a failure on their part. They were fighting a front that included both the Cosmic Elder and the All-Seeing God, two existences whose mere involvement transformed any conflict into something entirely abnormal. Then Marlik continued. As for allies within our front, Marlik emphasized the word before continuing with a smile that returned to his face once again. We are currently speaking with a number of behemoths surrounding your territories in an effort to bring them into the war officially, and several discussions have already progressed farther than expected. Speaking with them. Darvian immediately noticed the wording, his expression shifting slightly. They didn't simply agree to your orders directly. The Archon has instructed us to proceed cautiously in this matter. Marlik nodded slowly, his expression remaining as relaxed as ever despite the seriousness of the topic being discussed. Our opponents are the All-Seeing God and the Cosmic Elder, after all. Their front remains attractive enough to draw additional supporters, especially among those who only see the surface of the situation and not the dangers hidden beneath it, and we do not wish to pressure the other behemoths into joining them out of foolishness, fear, or political necessity, unaware of the schemes being orchestrated by that evil existence and the consequences that may follow once they have committed themselves. Then he continued. Our negotiations with the Behemoth of Relativity are progressing well, and the Behemoth of Gravity is moving steadily in the right direction as well. He raised an eyebrow toward Zargal. If the Behemoth of Gravity joins us, it will be an enormous advantage for you in particular. Zargal nodded vigorously, the seriousness in his face easing slightly. With the Behemoth of Gravity positioned opposite the Behemoth of Time, Archyle, he would be capable of harassing him continuously, disrupting many of his movements and strategic options while simultaneously relieving the pressure placed upon Zargal's forces. It would be tremendous assistance, perhaps enough to alter the balance of an entire battlefield and create opportunities that currently did not exist. After that, Marlik continued. As for Savage Zavaros, he remains stubborn as ever. He refuses to open proper paths for negotiation, yet he doesn't close them either. It's as though he's waiting for something, observing from the sidelines and refusing to reveal his intentions. Marlik rubbed his forehead lightly. As for the behemoth of oppression, he stated that he has no intention of involving himself in this mess, regardless of who wins or loses. What about Helmer? Zargel's brows knitted tightly together. What did he say regarding the two fronts? Surely he didn't remain silent as well. Marlik laughed and remained silent. That silence alone was enough to make both behemoths exchange glances. Why is that bastard Zavaros still playing games in a situation like this? Darvian raised his voice, frustration becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. After everything we've been through together, after all the battles, alliances, and risks we shared, he still can't decide on something this simple. Then he pointed in a certain direction. He left the war we started together to burn on its own while he went off to play around with Helmer, while Darvian suddenly stopped speaking. His expression darkened almost immediately as he noticed something hidden within the conversation, something that had escaped him until now. What exactly is going on here? Heh. Marlik laughed and turned toward the sorcerer. We helped you gather everything that remained of your forces in Young Sector 98 some time ago and secretly moved them toward Young Sector 99. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Zargel's reaction. What happened to them? They'll arrive within a few days. Zargel revealed a sinister smile that seemed full of confidence. And based on the orders they've been given, the winds of this war will undoubtedly change even before your massive reinforcements arrive. Some people are about to learn painful lessons. It would be best if that were true. Marlik nodded twice without showing much emotion. Robin Burton is proud to the point of stupidity. After your last message to him, he sent almost all of his armies in Young Sector 99 to fight in Young Sector 98. Every one of their wars over there has come to a halt as a result. Every planet under their control, as well as every hostile planet within their sphere of influence, has been emptied of soldiers and warships belonging to the true beginning empire because everything was redirected toward the larger conflict. Outside the safe zone, the only forces still functioning on their worlds are those planetary police units, and such forces are useful for maintaining order, not stopping invasions. Then he smiled. The safe zone itself, which contains the Nihiri galaxy, is nothing more than a paper tiger now. It still appears intimidating from a distance because of its reputation, its history, and the names associated with it, but appearances do not always reflect reality. Once the defensive forces amounting to little more than 30 fleets are broken through, once the outer layers are pierced and the illusion of security collapses, your troops will find themselves standing directly within the heart of Nihiri. Then he chuckled. At that point, it will truly be checkmate, at least as far as his presence within the Young Belt is concerned, hee. Even if he wins elsewhere, losing the foundation beneath his feet will be a devastating blow. Then he grasped the armrest of his throne and rose to his feet in one smooth motion. Immediately, every one of Zargel the sorcerer's descendants bowed deeply, their reactions almost instinctive as they lowered their heads without the slightest hesitation. As for Darvian and Zargel themselves, they hurriedly stood as well, their movements noticeably faster than before. Where are you going, Lord Marlik? Your presence continues to honor us, and there are still many matters we could discuss. Continue planning your coming wars. Marlik ran a hand through his smooth hair, speaking casually as though discussing something entirely ordinary. As for me, I'll be paying a visit to your future colleague. Chapter 2255. Mid-Sector 99, capital of the Millennial Empire of Continuous Chaos. The throne hall was dimly lit as usual, majestic as usual, filled with towering pillars and ancient decorations that had witnessed countless generations of rulers. Yet it felt gloomy, burdened by an unusually heavy atmosphere that seemed to linger between the walls themselves and press silently upon anyone present. The two guardians, Omis and Omara, sat in silence, watching something with unusual concentration. A three-dimensional projection moved through the enormous throne hall, depicting a vast number of warships spread across a simulated battlefield. Massive vessels occupied the center of the formation while being surrounded by smaller, more numerous craft that moved continuously around them in organized patterns. The ships were not of a single type. The Destruction Note family occupied the center of the formation, but it was far from alone. Around it were other clusters, each consisting of dozens of fleets sharing the same model and color scheme, arranged in a manner that made it obvious they belonged to different military traditions and different origins. Ordinarily, such a gathering would result in confusion, accidents, conflicting command structures, and poor coordination. Yet the scene before them demonstrated the exact opposite. A note squadron advanced proudly through the center while everyone else followed in obedient formation, moving with an order that seemed almost unnatural considering the backgrounds of the forces involved. During the recorded exercises, whenever a simulated target appeared that required engagement, a fleet would separate from the note formation, move toward one of the nearby squadrons, and insert itself directly into its center with remarkable precision. Supremacy Note 4 remained at the core while the 10 Destruction Note 4 vessels spread themselves throughout the formation with extraordinary precision, forming what resembled joints within a living body and connecting otherwise independent sections into a unified whole. Meanwhile, the flood notes dispersed throughout the entire structure, creating something akin to blood vessels and muscles, weaving themselves between the other fleets in such a way that the entire formation gradually began to resemble a living organism rather than a collection of ships. The only fleet belonging to the Note family would enter another formation like a soul entering a body and restoring it to life. It was a strange deployment pattern and an even stranger tactical doctrine, yet once the recorded combat exercises began, something even more unusual occurred. The efficiency of that formation would rise to abnormal levels. Maneuvers became smoother, reactions faster, and coordination noticeably sharper. When 2, 3, or even 4 formations fought using the same structure, their cooperation became exceptionally high, while problems involving rivalry, selfish interests, personal grudges, political competition, and all the usual weaknesses of military alliances simply disappeared as though they had never existed. Those were the very same problems that had destroyed the alliance of the 6 great powers in neighboring Mid-Sector 101 after they had gathered 11,000 fleets together in a single front. The same problems that had turned them into scattered foam upon the tide, stripped away their advantages one after another, and caused them to fall apart at the first major setback despite their overwhelming numbers. Yet those problems did not exist in what they were seeing now. Each of those formations, Omis frowned while studying the projection carefully, contains dozens of admirals and countless officers and soldiers. Every formation belongs to a wing that was once an independent empire and possessed long-standing hostility toward many of the others participating in that demonstration. Some of those grudges should be older than entire civilizations. Omara added, how did they manage to fuse them into a single system like this? Especially considering that every wing retains its own admirals, marshals, officers, and soldiers. They didn't merely take the ships and redistribute them. Did Lord Robin invent something to control human nature itself? His Majesty truly did something, a voice came from the side at that moment. I've experienced it personally before. Oh. The two brothers looked in a certain direction. So there really is a secret. One of them continued, leaning forward slightly. What is it? What makes those wings submit in such a manner? What makes so many people willingly abandon instincts that have existed for countless years? It's a trap. In that corner sat a figure upon a small chair in the darkness as though he were being punished and deliberately isolated from the rest of the hall. His voice was harsh, as though he had spent his entire life swallowing sand. Soft green scales resembling those of a serpent covered portions of his skin, while his yellow slit pupilled eyes appeared both cold and unsettling even under the weak lighting. It's the honey trap that ensnares everyone who deals with His Majesty for the first time. What honey trap? Omis raised an eyebrow slightly. As the name suggests. The figure in the shadows leaned forward and rested his elbows upon his knees, revealing Servan, the 7th prince of the Great Serpent Empire, wearing a smile that seemed both amused and helpless. His Majesty places an enormous jar of honey in front of you, overflowing with benefits, innovations, opportunities, wealth, advantages, and solutions to problems you may have struggled with for centuries. And like an obedient little fly, you'll assume he's a fool and jump into it willingly, convinced that you've discovered an opportunity too good to ignore. Only later do you realize it was a trap all along, a very cruel trap. And you come to understand that His Majesty was never foolish, nor excessively generous, nor unaware of what he was doing. What kind of trap? Does he hide something inside those techniques? Omara straightened in his seat, his attention becoming noticeably sharper. Yes, he put something incredibly insidious inside them. Servan lowered his gaze, the amusement on his face fading slightly as though he were remembering something that had happened to him personally. If it happened and he started negotiating with you, he fills them with power you've never seen before, craftsmanship you've never heard of, and horizons you've never dreamed existed. Everything he gives you makes you stronger, wealthier, more capable, and more difficult to replace. It allows you to glimpse a world you never believed you would see with your own eyes, a level of possibility that seemed reserved for legends. And that plants something inside you. It plants an addiction to more. It plants dependence. It makes you grow accustomed to progress arriving faster than it should and opportunities appearing where none should exist. It makes you ask yourself, if I'm merely a distant partner and he gave me all of this, then what is he keeping for himself? If simply joining him for a specific deal earned me this much, then what would I receive if I truly satisfied him? If he was able to make me this powerful, then what would happen if I angered him? And once those questions appear, they never truly leave your mind again. They linger there, growing larger every year. Then he let out a weak laugh. I spent my time in the Young Belt searching for stories about His Majesty's past and following his footsteps so I could learn from him. How could someone born into such a trivial family reach heights like these? How could someone begin from almost nothing and eventually stand at the center of so many events? And that trap was one of the things that astonished me the most because it kept appearing over and over again no matter which part of his history I examined. Do you know how many times people laughed at His Majesty because of it? They said he had been scammed. They said he didn't know how to negotiate. They said he failed to understand the value of what he possessed. They called him a fool and claimed he should keep such things for himself rather than handing them to others so freely. From his negotiations with the late Galen Bradley over some 6th grade talismans all the way to his recent negotiations with Lord Ranter and the Wings, they always said the same thing. Every single time, he appeared to lose. Every single time, observers walked away convinced the other side had taken advantage of him. But nobody noticed. Servan's smile widened slightly. That everyone who defeats him in those negotiations eventually becomes one of his greatest supporters and closest servants afterward, without even entertaining a moment of rebellion or seriously considering the possibility of walking away. Through the honey trap, through the trap of generosity, extravagance, apparent foolishness, and endless opportunities, Lord Robin built his unbound empires and tied people to him more effectively than chains ever could. And you came here to get us to fall in this honey trap. Omis frowned deeply, clearly unconvinced. Do you really believe we need what your master possesses? Do you think we'll become servants to him just like you? And do you think you're worthy of becoming servants to him like me? Servan raised his voice slightly, genuine indignation flashing across his face. Secondly, yes, you need what His Majesty possesses. Everyone needs it. Every empire, every organization, every behemoth, every ambitious genius in the universe eventually finds themselves wanting something that only he can provide. As for him, he needs no one. Haha, remarkable. It seems serving as a servant for years truly does damage the mind. Omara laughed before casually waving a hand. Very well then, repeat your offers and pour out more of this honey. Perhaps we'll decide to taste some of it. No, the time for honey has passed. Now it's time to chew salt. Servan chuckled maliciously, though there was a trace of nervousness hidden beneath the laughter. Keeping me here was a poor move. I warned you repeatedly. Supreme General Harrows was trying to suppress the matter because, from his perspective, he didn't want to create major problems for His Majesty. But now that those maneuvers have begun, it means news of my detention has already reached him, and once information reaches him, things rarely remain simple. Oh, so news that a servant was detained has reached His Majesty. Omis laughed, leaning back against his throne. How terrifying. Servan lowered his gaze once more, his expression fearful and noticeably more serious than before. You simply don't know, you don't know. Images returned to his mind of Robin standing before Helen during the coronation ceremony, the atmosphere that had surrounded him then, the pressure in the air, and the terrifying certainty with which he had acted. Yes, terrifying. Terrifying when someone attempted to trample on his dignity, disregard his authority, or force him to lower his head. The twins frowned heavily. For the first time since Servan had begun speaking, neither of them laughed immediately. Knock, knock. Your Majesties, Lord Glathian, ruler of the vast Icewing, has arrived and requests an audience. He is accompanied by an attendant. Chapter 2256. Creak. The doors of the hall opened slowly, and two figures entered beneath the gazes of everyone present. Step, step. One of them was short, or rather, he possessed the height of an ordinary human, making him appear somewhat insignificant compared to many of the powerful beings who frequented halls such as this. He wore a black robe that covered him from his shoulders all the way to the ground, concealing most of his body beneath layers of dark fabric. His skin shifted subtly between shades of white and blue, while the air surrounding him was exceptionally cold, causing faint wisps of frost to form and vanish around him with every step. His face was smooth and handsome, appearing to belong to a man in his 30s. As for his aura, it clearly indicated that he was no weaker than the two individuals seated upon the thrones before him, and perhaps that was the only reason nobody dared underestimate him based solely upon appearances. Beside him stood a much larger figure clad in black armor laced with blue patterns. A broad smile covered his face as he looked around at the swirling phenomena and strange distortions filling the hall. Unlike Glathian, who appeared somewhat irritated from the moment he entered, his companion looked genuinely fascinated by the countless wonders decorating the surroundings. Lord Glathian, welcome. At that moment, Omis chose to speak, though he did not rise from his seat or offer any additional courtesy. I didn't expect that the person who would visit us during these pleasant little demonstrations would be you. It was obvious that the military demonstrations were merely a cover for assembling an army and intimidating the empire of continuous chaos. The message behind them was hardly subtle. After all, there was no one else left in the sector who posed a truly significant threat capable of forcing such preparations, and Glathian's decision to arrive on this particular day carried only one possible meaning. He had come on behalf of the Grave Empire. Yet Glathian did not speak. Instead, a faint trace of annoyance appeared on his face, as though he had already anticipated how the conversation would unfold and found the prospect exhausting. What sort of offer did they send you with, Glathian, that it has left you speechless? Omara revealed a smile. Don't tell me they've come to demand unconditional surrender or declare war on us, hee. Heh. Glathian let out a sigh. The choice the two of you made is an extremely strange one, that much is certain. All you had to do was publicly join them and demand greater benefits, or reject them outright and prepare for whatever consequences followed. Why did the two of you decide to kidnap the messenger? Haha, kidnap is a rather dramatic word. Omis pointed toward one corner of the hall. He's sitting over there. Sleeping, eating, training, listening, and living like royalty after personally admitting that he's nothing more than a servant. So where exactly is our reward for providing him with such an experience? If anything, we're the ones doing him favors. I don't understand the two of you. Glathian frowned. I know the syndicate visited you just as they visited me. I know they threatened, promised, pressured, and made every other problem seem insignificant by comparison. But you aren't children, at least not to the extent you're pretending to be. You had plenty of time to weigh the consequences and benefits before choosing a side, and both of you possess more than enough intelligence to understand the position you're currently placing yourselves in. Then his frown deepened. So what exactly is happening here? On the twin thrones before him sat two young men with smooth skin and curly black hair. Both had already begun looking at him with visible anger. Clearly, neither of them appreciated those words, nor did they appreciate being spoken to as though they had made some obvious mistake. So after weighing the consequences and benefits and thinking carefully, you decided to become a subordinate and swear an oath, Glathian. Omis looked downward with apparent pity. That was the conclusion you arrived at after all those years. The great Glathian who carved out a place for himself beside us and refused pressure from Zargal or any outside power for millions of years. Omara shook his head. Was sent here to conduct negotiations on behalf of a power that hasn't even existed for 1,000 years. If someone had told me that story a few centuries ago, I would have killed him for blasphemy. Glathian sighed as he watched the twins grow increasingly agitated, then shook his head slowly. I didn't come here to conduct any negotiations. Then what? Omis displayed a strange smile. Did you come as a messenger of love and peace? Are you here because you care about our well-being? Should we be grateful for your concern? What we received from the syndicate was nothing compared to what we witnessed ourselves, Glathian. Omara rose from his seat. Your surrender in such a humiliating manner placed tremendous pressure upon us. One could even say that you're responsible for the situation we find ourselves in now. The moment someone of your standing bent the knee, every eye in the universe immediately turned toward the rest of us. Then he pointed toward the military demonstration. A demonstration involving nearly 4,000 fleets belonging to the wings of the Grave Empire, moving together with a level of discipline and coordination that should not have existed between so many former rivals. The two guardians were not fools, nor had they been born yesterday. The empire of continuous chaos could not gather more than 1,000 fleets even if it exhausted every reserve it possessed and stripped defenses from its outer territories, which meant they were already losing in that regard before any battle had even begun. Equipment and manpower? Losing. The amount of pearls available to each side and the ability to utilize the space gates to strike deep behind enemy lines, reinforce distant fronts, or even firing the cannons. Losing. Intelligence networks and special operations forces capable of infiltrating sectors and manipulating events from the shadows? Losing. Top-tier powerhouses? The Grave Empire could call upon Glathian and Hedrick, and it maintained ties with the 6 great powers of Sector 101, meaning they were losing there as well, perhaps more decisively than anywhere else. They had never needed Servan to tell them any of this, nor had they needed Glathian to stand before them now and look at them with pity, as though observing two people stubbornly walking toward a cliff they could already see. The Grave Empire, backed by Lord Robin, who had now been revealed to possess the support of the Cosmic Elder himself, a revelation that had shaken countless powers throughout multiple sectors, had become a force that could no longer be opposed through ordinary means, nor treated as just another rising empire. Yet the syndicate wanted them to oppose it. The Grave Empire might surpass them in nearly every category imaginable, but not to the extent that the syndicate surpassed everyone else. The syndicate's power was terrifying. Its upper echelon was impossible to measure, impossible to properly evaluate, and perhaps impossible to fully understand even for those standing inside it. Marlik the Butcher alone could harvest the heads of every guardian participating in this chaos from both sides, even if all of them joined forces and fought together, and there was no guarantee that doing so would even slow him down significantly. And the information they possessed. Omis rose to his feet as well and shouted, "Damn you, Glathian, damn you. You chose the easy road and lowered your head. If you had remained free, these demonstrations and all this pressure would never have appeared in the first place, and we could have supported one another instead of being cornered like this and forced to choose between monsters. It's a matter of priorities." Glathian raised his shoulders slightly, his voice remaining calm despite the anger directed toward him. "I built my empire so I could eventually enjoy peace, resources, stability, and quiet. I chose the path most likely to preserve those priorities. If the two of you wish to remain trapped in this struggle and throw yourselves into the abyss created by the Cosmic Elder in that person, then you have all my respect and admiration. I simply do not intend to follow you." Omis clenched his teeth hard enough that the muscles in his jaw visibly tightened. "Did you come here today simply to anger us further, Glathian?" Omara pointed directly at him. "Then say what you actually came to say. Stop circling around it and speak plainly." "I already have." Glathian shook his head. "I didn't come here to conduct negotiations of any kind. They paid me 500 million pearls simply to come here as an escort, nothing more and nothing less." "An escort to whom?" Omis frowned deeply, immediately sensing that something about that answer was wrong. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the side of the hall, sending dense clouds of dust, shattered stone, and fragments of reinforced materials flying in every direction with enough force to shake portions of the enormous structure. "What in the hell is happening now?" Omis covered his nose with one hand while waving the other through the air in irritation. The dust vanished instantly, and what appeared behind it was astonishing. The wall beside Servan no longer existed. An entire section of it had simply disappeared. In its place stretched the open sky, endless purple clouds, and fantastical moons hanging across the horizon like decorations from another reality. Fresh air poured into the throne hall through the enormous opening, carrying distant scents and the sound of wind. Servan himself had retreated into his chair so deeply that he looked as though he wanted to merge with it, staring at Halat with visible terror and disbelief. Under the bewildered and questioning gazes of everyone present, including Glathian himself, Halat turned toward Omis and Omara with an expression so calm that it seemed entirely disconnected from the destruction behind him, as though nothing unusual had occurred at all. Then he pointed over his shoulder and said, "The place needed better ventilation." Chapter 2257. The place needs some ventilation. After that utterly nonsensical sentence descended upon everyone's minds like a bolt from the heavens, striking without warning and carrying a level of absurdity that none of them had been prepared for, silence continued to dominate the hall for a full 5 seconds. Not a single soul spoke, as though their thoughts had collectively frozen in place while they struggled to process what they had just witnessed. "What?" Ohm slowly raised a finger and pointed toward Halak with a deeply stunned expression, his eyes narrowing and widening repeatedly as though he suspected he might have misinterpreted reality itself. "What did that creature just do?" "You're still asking." Omara extended his hand and began gathering energy around it, streams of violent power twisting together and condensing into a dangerous concentration. It was abundantly obvious that Halak's life was the intended target. "How is that even a question?" "Hold on." Glacian vanished from his position and appeared in front of Halak. "It's just a wall. We don't want to ruin the atmosphere over a pile of rocks, do we? Today's meeting will have far-reaching consequences that could affect a sector, and a lot of people will die because of any reckless action taken here." Then he furrowed his brows slightly while maintaining his calm tone. It's true that I made a personal decision without consulting either of you and chose a side, but I don't want either of you getting hurt over a mere wall, especially not before we've even discussed the reason we're here. What do you mean by a mere wall, Glacian? Do I need to teach you how to be an independent ruler from the beginning? Omara withdrew his hand and shouted, his patience visibly evaporating. Everything here represents the ruler's dignity and authority. Every decoration, every stone, every symbol and structure inside this palace exists to embody status and power, so since when can some random vagrant walk into a throne hall and destroy whatever he pleases without consequences? Omara wanted to scream that the materials used in the wall were extraordinarily valuable and had required immense effort and resources to obtain, but he did not want to appear stingy in front of everyone present, especially during a discussion centered around power and authority rather than wealth. You. Halak raised a hand toward Omara and began shaking it silently, his eyes opened as wide as they could possibly go while his other hand rested over his heart as though he had suffered a profound emotional wound. You insulted me. And what if I did? Omara waved dismissively. And who exactly are you? Halak's expression immediately relaxed, and he turned toward Glacian with the speed of someone who had just secured irrefutable evidence. He admitted it. He insulted me. He insulted the Imperial Guard commander of his great, honored, and exalted Majesty Lord Robin Burton. Witness it yourself and remember every word. Then he spun around, leapt to the other side of the throne hall in a single bound that covered an enormous distance, and threw a punch. Bang! A large portion of the second wall vanished as though it had never existed, and the merged quake law vibrations embedded within the attack spread through the structure in an instant, shattering everything they touched into fragments so small that they were reduced into particles finer than ordinary dust. Swoosh! Glacian moved at high speed and positioned himself in front of Halak once more, closely observing the stunned brother's movements while occasionally throwing quick glances at the utterly illogical giant he had been ordered to accompany, protect, and somehow keep alive despite his apparent determination to provoke everyone around him at every available opportunity. Ohms drew a weapon resembling a short spear and silently advanced toward Halak, his footsteps measured and steady while his gaze remained locked onto the giant. There was no longer anything left to say, and it seemed that words had already exhausted whatever usefulness they possessed. Hold on. Glacian waved a hand, and an icy scepter appeared in his right hand, releasing waves of freezing energy that spread through the surrounding air. We haven't even started talking yet, so let's not start exchanging blows before negotiations have begun. And did we start talking so you could begin destroying my hall right in front of my eyes, Glacian? Holmes's eyes blazed with fury, and every word seemed forced through clenched teeth. Because from where I'm standing, that's exactly what's happening. I didn't destroy anything. Direct your complaints to Halak. He is Lord Robin's personal envoy, and he alone knows his intentions. I'm only here for protection. Glacian shifted the responsibility onto the giant behind him without the slightest hesitation, then returned his gaze to Ohms with a warning look that carried unmistakable seriousness. Whatever Halak does or says, and whatever you do or say to him, understand that he is here as the official representative of the very peak of the hierarchy. You won't be killing him. You'll be killing what he represents, and once that line is crossed, the consequences will extend far beyond this hall. Ohms turned to look at Halak again, disgust and anger mingling across his face as he examined the giant from head to toe, seemingly searching for some hidden explanation behind his behavior and finding absolutely nothing that improved the situation. You are supposedly here to negotiate? Couldn't Lord Robin find anyone other than a brain-dead fool to negotiate on his behalf? Halak showed an annoyed expression, then scratched his head with a long sigh, as though he had suddenly become burdened by a responsibility far heavier than it should have been. Since you showed a bit of respect and said Lord Robin, I'll postpone demolishing the rest of the walls for the time being. Consider it a gesture of goodwill and restraint on my part. The boss is displeased, Lord comes. His heart aches. Halak shook his head repeatedly, his expression carrying a peculiar mixture of disappointment and sympathy. Displeased because you treated an official envoy of the Grave Empire like this despite the circumstances and despite the importance of the visit. Even if he hasn't officially declared himself Emperor of the Grave Empire and placed the title upon his own head before the entire universe, it's practically public knowledge these days. Anyone with functioning eyes, ears, and a little awareness of current events knows exactly who stands at the center of that empire. One of the brothers furrowed his brows, momentarily distracted from the larger argument. Comes. Your Honor, esteemed jury. Halak spread his arms wide and began pacing slowly with a serious expression, carrying himself as though he were presenting a carefully prepared case. After a kind, cute negotiator with full authority and complete permission to discuss matters on behalf of his side was sent here on an official visit, he was ignored, detained, and seated in the naughty corner so he could be displayed in the throne hall before everyone entering and leaving, almost like some decorative exhibit meant to amuse passers-by. How can that possibly be explained in a rational manner? What sequence of logical thoughts leads to that conclusion? Then he pointed toward Ohms with a stern expression. Did your delusions make you think this would intimidate the boss? Did your stupidity make you think he'd send someone more understanding with better offers and a softer attitude after witnessing this treatment? Did you think the boss, who is on his way to unifying the universe and gathering countless forces beneath his foot, would stand before you helpless and incapable, unable to respond to something like this? Or are drugs involved in this? Because damn, I'm trying very hard to understand the decision-making process here. Drugs. Omara shouted at Glacian, his voice rising in disbelief and irritation. Are you hearing this nonsense? Glacian raised a shoulder and looked away, refusing to meet anyone's eyes for a moment. This was unbelievably embarrassing, and the fact that he had been assigned to accompany Halak through an important diplomatic mission was beginning to feel more and more like a punishment rather than a duty. Supreme Guardian. Even Surfan, who had been subtly threatening Ohms and Omara only moments ago and trying to pressure them from the shadows with carefully chosen words, began shaking his head at Halak like a madman in an attempt to silence him before he made the situation even worse. But Halak ignored him completely, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued strolling slowly across the hall as though he owned the place and had all the time in the world. His Majesty, the honored and exalted boss, sent me here carrying two things. First, he told me to bring along the old negotiator. Then he looked toward Surfan and gestured for him to come closer with a small motion of his fingers. Pust. Surfan pointed at himself for a moment, uncertain whether Halak was truly addressing him in such a manner, then rose to his feet, cast a glance toward the two brothers, and began walking toward Halak. Before long, he quickened his pace until he came to a stop behind him. The brothers watched everything happen from beginning to end, but neither said a word. Surfan's task had already ended, and there was no longer any reason to keep him where he was. Letting him move freely made little difference now, especially compared to the larger issues rapidly unfolding inside the hall. When Surfan reached his side, Halak nodded with satisfaction and continued. The second thing was to deliver a message. He said. Then he stopped and stared directly into the eyes of the nearer brother, Ohms, with utmost seriousness, his previously casual demeanor fading away as though he were suddenly speaking on behalf of someone whose words could not be altered or softened. It seems that certain heads have ripened, and the time has come to harvest them. Either kneel before my great guardian, or he will come to you with an army of black hornets, its vanguard at your doorstep while its rear still stands beside me. Chapter 2258. Everyone in the hall fell into a horrifying silence, the kind of silence that seemed to physically weigh upon the room, and then eyes slowly began widening as though they were watching the world itself crumble before them piece by piece. For several moments, nobody moved, nobody spoke, and even the flow of energy within the hall appeared to have become strangely subdued as each person attempted to process what had just been said. The only person wearing a different expression was Surfan, who suddenly burst into manic laughter as though he had just witnessed the most predictable event in existence finally unfold before his eyes. Kayo. The laughter continued for several seconds, echoing throughout the hall and only further inflaming the already volatile situation while making the atmosphere even more unbearable for everyone present. But his laughter quickly died down, and that happened the moment he realized something that made the amusement drain from his mind almost instantly. Halak's words had left no room for reconciliation, no hidden path through which both sides could step back and pretend the conversation had gone differently. They had left no room for negotiation, no opening through which compromises could be proposed or misunderstandings clarified. In fact, there was nothing left to negotiate in the first place. In what world, and in what dream, would two guardians kneel before someone like Halak? Even the suggestion itself bordered on insanity. Those words were a declaration of war. And if war was now inevitable, if the situation had already crossed the point where reason could restore it, didn't that mean he was about to die right here and now, caught between forces far beyond his ability to influence? Ohms finally raised his head slightly after several moments of silence. What a disappointment. I thought Robin Burton possessed at least a grain of reason somewhere beneath all his achievements and growing reputation, but it appears he surpasses all of his enemies in arrogance and foolishness. Then he began advancing once more, the short spear still in his hand as his killing intent rose higher and higher with every step he took, causing the surrounding air to grow increasingly oppressive. Then let your head serve as the message accepting this war. Tisk. A fool who doesn't know when to stop, Halak replied proudly, showing not the slightest trace of concern despite the murderous aura directed at him, then tilted his head toward Glathian as though the matter was already settled. Go on. Protect me. Glathian snapped out of his shock as though someone had struck him and shouted, Wait, Ohms, wait. What exactly am I waiting for? The Guardian replied without slowing his advance in the slightest, his eyes locked onto Halak from beginning to end. Are we negotiating the proper method of kneeling? Or should I convince him that my head hasn't finished ripening yet? Just wait. Glathian thrust a hand forward before quickly turning around, desperate to seize the tiny opportunity he had just noticed. Halak, did Lord Robin actually say what you just said? Everyone immediately turned toward Halak in confusion, because an enormous amount now depended on his answer. If those words truly came from Robin himself, then the meaning behind the entire visit would be completely different. It was the general meaning. Halak shrugged casually as though the distinction carried little importance. What do you mean, the general meaning? Glathian nearly choked on the words. Did he say it or not? Glathian was on the verge of losing his mind. He had been told that his mission consisted of protecting a negotiator, escorting an official envoy, and ensuring that discussions proceeded without unnecessary bloodshed, not standing here and witnessing a declaration of war delivered in the most offensive, reckless, and tactless manner imaginable while being expected to somehow repair the damage afterward. He didn't say it directly, and not really indirectly either, to be honest. Halak scratched his head while thinking back. He just told me to come here and negotiate. Then he pointed toward Ohms with complete seriousness. But listen, you and your other self over there. Since the Lord chose me, that means he wanted to say those exact words, letter for letter. Please stop talking for a moment. Glathian waved his hand forcefully as though trying to physically suppress the conversation itself before turning back toward the brothers with a smile, visibly relieved to have found what appeared to be a narrow escape route through the disaster. As you can see, Lord Robin simply chose the wrong person. That's all. Ohms finally stopped, but his expression did not improve in the slightest. If anything, the pause only seemed to deepen the coldness in his eyes as he looked toward Halak and then toward Glathian. No, It's obvious he chose exactly the right person. Lord Robin is saying that he is prepared for war, and that he has no intention of negotiating beyond what you've already heard from Surfon. That's all. Blathian spoke calmly, deliberately suppressing the irritation building within him and forcing the discussion back toward reason. Honestly, were you expecting a different outcome? Considering everything that has happened over the past years and everything both sides already know about one another, was there ever truly a possibility that this meeting would end with some miraculous compromise? And we're prepared for war as well. Omara waved a hand from behind, his voice carrying the pride and confidence of someone unwilling to yield ground regardless of the circumstances. No, you're not prepared for anything. Blathian turned toward the second brother without hesitation. Lord Bloken's travels over the past 2 weeks have not gone unnoticed by anyone with even a modest intelligence network. During that time, he visited 3 or 4 guardians or behemoths from behemoth-controlled galaxies, and every single one of them agreed to become heads of the new cosmic academies that have been established over the past years. The visits are still ongoing, and every few days new information appears confirming that the recruitment effort continues to expand. Are you threatening us with the cosmic academies, Blathian? Omara furrowed his brows deeply, clearly dissatisfied with the direction of the conversation. Should I remind you of the Elder Cosmic's announcement when they were founded? Or how he declared that they would not participate in Lord Robin's personal conflicts? Was all of that nonsense at the time? Were those promises meaningless? Did I say anything that sounded like a threat? Blathian pointed at himself before continuing, his tone remaining measured despite the increasingly tense atmosphere. I'm pointing out something. Lord Bloken receives complete funding from Lord Robin. The agenda he follows, the organization he supports, and everything he possesses ultimately comes from Lord Robin. Tell me, why and how was Lord Bloken able to convince all of these people to join the cosmic academies without a single documented refusal from anyone he visited? Not one disagreement. Not one rejection. Not even a hesitation for a few days. Then he continued while shaking his head slowly. Those visits are tracked through monitoring the movement of the Grand Spacegate, and they cannot be falsified, just like the publicly known fact that Lord Darvian is currently in mid-sector 98. These are not rumors passed around taverns or fabricated reports produced by incompetent spies. These are movements that have been observed, recorded, and discussed across multiple information networks. Then he stared directly into Ohm's eyes. What does Lord Bloken possess that allows him to recruit all of these people so quickly and without resistance? What exactly is he offering that makes figures of that level accept so readily? Ohms furrowed his brows heavily, his expression darkening as the implications behind the question began settling into place. But Omara answered first. Money. His hands had already clenched into fists, and the word emerged with absolute certainty. No one knew Robin Burton's true strength. No one knew how he had become a friend of the Elder Cosmic. No one knew what cards he still held hidden from the rest of the universe. They only knew that he was extraordinarily wealthy and exceptionally well hidden. With that level of wealth, combined with the Elder Cosmic's protection and influence, he could do whatever he wanted, reach wherever he wanted, and by whoever he wanted if the price was high enough. It's not wealth alone. Blathian shook his head immediately. Everyone knows about the poor relationship between Lord Robin and the Syndicate. What's happening around sectors 99 and 100 is visible to everyone, and what's happening to the Shadow Swords in particular is perhaps the greatest proof of all. He is their enemy. Then he continued. Even if someone handed you all the treasures in existence, why would you leap onto a sinking ship alongside a man supposedly condemned to die? Why would experienced individuals with countless years of survival behind them willingly attach themselves to a doomed cause, unless you were confident you would survive? Unless you knew something the rest of US didn't? Unless you had reason to believe that the ship everyone calls doomed isn't sinking at all? Omara furrowed his brows. What are you getting at, Blathian? I'm saying that while the two of you are here trying to make a life or death decision, while a single wrong word or movement could throw you into disaster and determine the future of everything under your control, Blathian pointed into the distance as though indicating events unfolding far beyond the walls of the throne hall. Lord Robin is over there sending Lord Bloken out with terrifying information and terrifying wealth to recruit more followers for reasons nobody understands. He sent his personal guardian here at random, without any negotiation strategy whatsoever, because he apparently didn't even care enough to give him one. Then he raised his voice slightly, making sure every person in the hall could hear him clearly. While I'm trying to save your lives, and while the two of you are hesitating between choosing the side of Lord Robin and the Elder Cosmic or the side of the Syndicate and the Archon, Lord Robin has most likely already forgotten that he sent his personal guardian here to negotiate with you and has moved on to planning matters that affect cosmic affairs themselves, matters so large that this entire meeting may not even occupy a meaningful place in his attention anymore. Chapter 2259. Faced with Glacian's cutting words, Ohms stared at him with an expression devoid of emotion, neither anger nor agreement visible upon his face, as though he were weighing every word he had just heard and measuring its value before deciding whether it deserved a response at all. Then he turned away and returned to stand before his throne. Then, with a soft motion that seemed strangely synchronized, both he and Omara sat down upon their thrones at the same time, their movements carrying the quiet confidence of rulers who had occupied those seats for countless years. Omara was the first to speak. We are not as insignificant as you portray us, Glacian. We are guardians of the minor disturbance law, a branch of the fundamental chaos path. Either one of us is capable of turning an entire sector upside down alone, and together, fighting shoulder to shoulder as we always have, even Lord Bloken, the very person whose name you keep invoking, could not defeat us easily. Glacian furrowed his brows slightly, then waved a hand dismissively as though the argument itself had already exhausted him. Forget it. I've done everything I could. and the message has been delivered. Whether you understand it or not is no longer my concern. Do whatever you want. Then he began to turn, intending to take halak and leave before the conversation could circle back into threats and pride once more. Glacian. But Omara's voice made him stop before he could take another step. Did you truly view yourself so poorly when you agreed to submit to the Grave Empire? When you humiliated yourself before the entire universe and broke your promise to the sorcerer Behemoth? When everyone believed you were terrified and trembling in fear of Lord Hedrick, and that was why you raised the white flag? When countless people mocked you behind closed doors and openly questioned your courage? Glacian stopped and turned back toward Omara with slightly furrowed brows. Before delivering a harsh response, however, he studied the man's expression first. Omara was not looking at him with arrogance, nor did he seem to be intentionally mocking him or attempting to provoke him for amusement. His expression was calm, and his eyes were focused and sincere, carrying a seriousness that made the question feel genuine rather than insulting. It appeared that he genuinely wanted an answer. Even so, those words were exceedingly harsh. Glacian sighed softly, the sound carrying a faint trace of weariness. Perhaps I'm not as strong as the two of you. Perhaps I'm not as wealthy as the sorcerer Behemoth, nor as sharp-minded as the behemoth of oppression. Perhaps there are countless things I lack compared to the monsters who stand at the peak of the universe. But if there's one thing I can praise myself for, it's reading the situation. Then he continued, his voice becoming quieter and more deliberate. Back during the period when the conflict between the sorcerer Behemoth and the Grave Empire intensified, when the Grave Empire began securing its internal fronts through alliances and promises while preparing for the storms everyone could see approaching, they came to me just as they came to you. All they wanted was a non-aggression oath for a certain period of time. In exchange, they offered commercial alliances, preferential treatment, and all of those pleasant little benefits that rulers enjoy hearing about. Ohms and Omara listened attentively without interruption. After all, Arrow had approached them as well with similar threats and offers, and they understood better than most how those negotiations tended to unfold. I was on the verge of accepting those offers. Glacian shook his head slightly. What was happening had nothing to do with me, and I had no desire to create problems with Lord Robin, who was already known to be supporting them at that time, and whose relationship with the Elder Cosmic was already well known across numerous information networks. Remaining neutral seemed like the obvious decision. It seemed like the safest decision, but there was something that changed my mind and made me choose to become a wing, something they never even offered me in the first place. What was it? Omara asked immediately, unable to hide his curiosity. The Soul Inheritance Array, Glacian answered without the slightest hesitation. Ohms furrowed his brows, clearly uncertain where Glacian was heading with the subject. The array that converts ambient soul units into emeralds? It became enormously popular at the time and remains one of the greatest inventions of the modern era. There are entire farms dedicated to using it nowadays, industries built around it, and countless organizations that depend upon its output. But what about it? The timing of its release was peculiar, Glacian replied without hesitation. It appeared during a period when the Shadow Swords were being persecuted, when Mid-Sector 101 was being dismantled piece by piece, when the Council of Thrones struck at the Cosmic Academy project, and when the behemoths of relativity, gravity, and destruction began unofficially opposing Lord Robin's interests openly. Yes, the two brothers asked simultaneously, both still failing to see the connection. That's it. Glacian smiled faintly. Lord Robin sent the method for creating the Soul Legacy formation to the Soul Society and allowed them to manufacture it, and from that moment onward everything changed. Then he continued, the numbers of the Shadow Swords increased. Martial Arrow struck Behemoth Zargal in the heart of his own territory. The 6 Guardians of Mid-Sector 101 were completely healed and began carrying out special missions together, reviving the resistance. Meanwhile, an enormous number of cosmic academies were established from nothing, without requiring the support of the old powers, and suddenly a situation that had seemed hopeless from every angle began reversing itself. You're saying he sold the Soul Inheritance Array to solve his problems? Omara asked in surprise, still unconvinced. That alone was enough to make you believe in him? You still don't understand. Glacian shook his head slowly. All of those problems had been piling up on top of one another for years. Every one of them was large enough to demand the full attention of major powers, and yet they all appeared simultaneously. Then suddenly he emerged, handed the blueprint of a legendary array to another competing power like the Soul Society, and everything was resolved. Don't you see what I see? Glacian took a step forward, his voice becoming more animated. That person was most likely secluded somewhere. Then he emerged, learned what was happening, selected something random from his collection of projects, handed it to the Soul Society, and went straight back to his research while telling his followers to handle the rest. Then he raised his voice slightly. You don't understand. Everyone who chose the Syndicate's side is a fool, an idiot, a blind imbecile incapable of seeing what's right in front of them. Then he waved his hand sharply. Lord Robin doesn't hide himself because he's afraid. He doesn't appear because he isn't interested in what's happening. Every crisis that an appearance from him could solve can be resolved simply by throwing out some random array before returning to his research. That person cares about nothing except research and development. His voice rose even further until both brothers visibly trembled beneath the intensity behind his words. Have all living creatures stopped using their brains? He shouted. The Elder Cosmic came out publicly and declared that Lord Robin was responsible for saving his life. Who exactly can save the life of the Elder Cosmic, the very person who shaped everything we know and established the system we all live under? The same existence that countless generations relied upon without even understanding the scale of his contribution to the universe? Does someone like that need help? Do you think he needed a friend to chat with? The same Elder Cosmic lived through 3 great truth chosen before Lord Robin and was a personal friend of Azramad himself, yet none of them managed to do anything for him. Then he pointed directly at Ohms, his expression filled with genuine frustration. Open your minds, you damn cattle. Anyone capable of saving the Elder Cosmic is either someone possessing power on the same level as his, or someone whose research achievements have reached a height nobody in history has ever touched before. Someone whose knowledge is sufficient to push the universe a billion years forward. A true genius whose existence strips the word genius of its value when it is applied to anyone else, because every comparison becomes meaningless the moment he enters the conversation. Fools, fools and idiots. Glacian shook his head repeatedly, as though he could scarcely believe the conclusions reached by so many influential people. You say I was afraid of Lord Hedrick and surrendered because of him. Then he raised his voice once more, louder than before. Lord Hedrick himself surrendered and went off as a mercenary into another sector solely to kill someone who was annoying Lord Robin. Who was Lord Hedrick afraid of then? You cattle incapable of understanding the simplest facts. Chapter 2260. You cattle incapable of understanding the simplest facts. After Glacian's final outburst, his expression suddenly shifted from outrage to shock, as though he had only just realized what had come out of his mouth and to whom he had said it. Then he took a step backward, and a faint smile returned to his face, carrying a hint of awkwardness. My apologies. You both know that I'm not exactly a social person. It seems I've lost my sense of how a proper conversation is supposed to be conducted. Ohms and Omara stared at Glacian in disbelief. If the two of them joined forces against him, they could undoubtedly defeat him and inflict severe injuries upon him. Yet neither of their gazes contained killing intent or anger. Instead, there was only a profound shock that left thoughts scattered in words difficult to find. The conversation had strayed so far from where either of them expected it to go that even responding had become strangely difficult. Omara completely ignored the fact that he had just been insulted multiple times. Those thoughts, did they actually pass through your head one day, and you simply decided to contact the Grave Empire and surrender? Glacian calmed down somewhat after sensing that the danger of the situation escalating had passed. Not surrender. There wasn't even a war between us for me to surrender in the first place. Then he continued with a small nod. But yes, I contacted them and offered to become a wing. To avoid suspicion, I told them I wanted new fleets, stabilizers for my descendants, and so on, things worth around 5 billion in total. They agreed. Then he continued, I don't mind if they think I'm greedy. In fact, it was probably easier for everyone if they did. The important thing is that I got my opportunity and entered the procession. Perhaps I entered late, after the wars had already begun to ignite across the sectors and after many major decisions had already been made, but I entered on my own terms and without fighting a war. That's enough for me. His brows furrowed slightly as he recalled that period. A quiet person, unsociable, someone who dislikes problems, that's how you've always been, Ohms said while observing him carefully. Yet you decided to join someone's procession because he's a genius? Why not join someone else? There are many geniuses in this universe. Many brilliant rulers, researchers, commanders, and law users have existed throughout your long years of life. Glacian immediately understood what he was implying. I understand your point, Ohms. The syndicate approached me before I joined as a wing and encouraged me to attack them. Then they came again after I joined, bringing threats without beginning or end. In fairness, they even carried out some of those threats. Lord Robin and the Archon share certain similarities. They're both geniuses. They're both playing an enormous game whose full shape is invisible to people like us. Neither of them cares much about small fish like you and me, but the Archon possesses the advantages of experience, stability, the syndicate, and overwhelming individual strength. Superficially speaking, the choice between them seems obvious, and if one only looked at the current balance of power, most people would probably arrive at the same conclusion. Then he continued, but there was one factor that decided my choice of side, age. He furrowed his brows slightly. Let's not forget the reports claiming that Lord Robin hasn't even reached 10,000 years of age yet. Some of the more exaggerated reports even claim he hasn't reached 3,000. At such a ridiculously young age, he managed to cure and befriend the Elder Cosmic, establish the Cosmic Academies, ignite wars across roughly 20 sectors, and challenge both the Behemoths and the Syndicate simultaneously without being crushed beneath either one. Then a small smile appeared on his face. What happens if you give him another 10,000 years? You're saying that despite seeing the present clearly before you, you chose to bet on a distant future? Ohms asked, his tone thoughtful rather than mocking. Omara followed immediately. And who can guarantee that he'll even live another 10,000 years? Plenty of monsters throughout history died before fulfilling their potential. I'll do everything within my power to make sure he lives, Glacian replied seriously, without even pausing to consider the answer. Second, even if he doesn't, what happens to me? I die. Then he shook his head. Who says I won't die if I choose the Syndicate's side instead? Since when did any faction start offering immortality to its supporters? Then he gestured toward the two brothers with his head. If the two of you choose the Syndicate's side while remaining in Mid-Sector 99, the very stronghold of the Grave Empire, what do you think will happen? Lord Robin will do everything in his power to eliminate you first. He won't leave an unpredictable variable inside his personal sector. He won't allow two independent guardians to remain behind his lines while a larger conflict unfolds. Silas should have taught you that lesson already. If you choose the Syndicate's side today, then exactly what you fear might happen to me if Lord Robin dies will happen to you instead. Perhaps I may lose my wager in the future, but you will lose yours today. The Syndicate, which already treats both Lord Robin and the Elder Cosmic with caution and calculates every move it makes around them with extreme care, is not suddenly going to change its methods and send its guardians rushing to save you. Instead, it will use the two of you as tools to reduce the Grave Empire's strength and harass Lord Robin within the heart of his own territory, squeezing value out of your existence before discarding the consequences afterward. If we were in another sector, we could have ignored all of this and remained spectators, Glacian continued, his tone growing calmer now that he had committed himself to explaining everything. But we found ourselves standing in the middle of the storm, and now we have to live with that reality whether we like it or not. He pointed toward himself. I chose a side that gives me at least a 10% chance of victory. Meanwhile, the choice the two of you are preparing to make would leave your chances of survival at 1%. And honestly, that's already being generous. That chance only exists if you abandon the endless Chaos Empire altogether, leave behind everything you've built, and somehow manage to escape with your own lives before the situation collapses around you. Who? Glacian let out a long sigh before forcing a smile onto his face, though it carried more exhaustion than amusement. Sorry about my approach. I got carried away, not because I dislike either of you. I have no personal issue with you. It's because I've grown accustomed to your presence over the years, and I've always respected how reasonable you've been when it came to avoiding interference in the affairs of other powers. I don't want the two of you ending up dead as some side note in a larger conflict, the sort of footnote people mention briefly before moving on to discuss the truly important events. Conflicts that, forgive me for saying so, are far larger than either of you. I've said what I needed to say, and my conscience is clear now. The decision is yours. Whether you drift with the current as I did, or bow to the Syndicate's threats, which I know very well are difficult to ignore and even more difficult to reject, the choice belongs to you. Forget everything I've said if you want. Then he took another step backward, both hands behind his back, while his spiritual sense remained fixed on his ring, ready to draw his weapon and extract Halak at a moment's notice if the situation turned violent, exactly as his mission required and exactly as he had prepared himself to do from the beginning. Ohms and Omara continued staring at Glacian for a long time. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them moved. Then, slowly, they turned to look at one another. There were no spiritual fluctuations, no energy transmissions, no hidden techniques operating between them. The only communication between them was through their eyes. Their gazes were unsettled, their pupils moving rapidly and in a strangely coordinated manner as years of mutual understanding allowed them to exchange thoughts without speaking a word. Questions, doubts, calculations, fears, possibilities, and conclusions seemed to pass silently between them while the throne hall remained completely still. The exchange continued for more than 10 minutes. No one interrupted them. Even Surfon remained silent. Then, at last, both of them sighed and turned forward again, not toward Glacian, but toward someone standing farther behind him. Ohms raised a hand and pointed. Your name is Surfon, correct? Come and present your offer again. We'll listen this time. Surfon's eyes widened to their limits, and delight immediately appeared across his face. Ha ha ha. You won't regret it, Your Excellencies. I have got an extraordinary offer, one worthy of your status, and if you join as wings, ah ha ha ha. Glacian's expression relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He had never fought for the Empire before, and he had no desire to fight for it afterward. Such matters belonged to those who cared about them, and he had no intention of dying over political struggles that were never truly his concern. But if he could help in this way, if he could prevent a pointless conflict and steer events toward a more stable outcome through nothing more than a conversation, that was enough. Then he finally turned around. It was time to take Halak and leave. His mission here was over. Whatever happened between Surfon and the two brothers no longer concerned him. He had escorted Halak, delivered the message, spoken his piece, and carried out his responsibilities. As long as Halak returned safely, his role in this affair would be finished, and whatever agreements followed afterward would belong to other people. Glacian suddenly stopped, his expression becoming one of confusion and surprise. At that moment, Halak was glaring down at him with pure fury. His face twisted with pain, his teeth grinding together from sheer frustration, and the veins along his neck seemed ready to burst. He looked directly into Glacian's eyes and spoke in a tone that sounded less like words and more like a curse dragged straight out of the depths of hell itself. If they accept the lizard's conditions, I'll never forgive you for wasting this opportunity for the Imperial Guard. Chapter 2261. One more week later, planet Donera. Enjoying the profound silence that seemed to seep into the very marrow of his bones and wash through every corner of his mind without obstruction, Robin lifted his head toward the vast sky above, his eyes closed and his features calm, untouched by any expression or emotional fluctuation, as though he had become a natural part of the world around him. Then, after an unknown amount of time that could have been minutes or hours for all an observer knew, he slowly lowered his head. Extending the hand that held a high-level epic pen recently brought to him by the Shadow Swords after considerable effort, he began drawing something upon a sheet of white trayant bark laid neatly across the table before him. His grip on the pen was flawless, steady, and precise to a degree that seemed practiced over countless years. Although his arm was still somewhat thin after only a month had passed since his awakening, with traces of his recent weakness still visible beneath his sleeve, his fingers held the pen so firmly that their tips had turned pale, and every line he produced seemed like a cosmic truth that could not be challenged, altered, or denied once it had been written into existence. Very slowly, Robin continued drawing, his movements measured and deliberate, never hurried and never pausing unnecessarily, as though every stroke had already existed somewhere within his mind long before the pen ever touched the bark. After many long hours passed beneath the shifting light of the day, some distant outlines finally began to emerge from the seemingly random collection of lines. It was not an especially complicated drawing, not like the golden truth patterns that blinded those who gazed upon them and overwhelmed weaker minds with impossible information, nor like the difficult-to-comprehend balance patterns that changed every time one looked from a different angle, presenting entirely new meanings and relationships depending on the observer's perspective. It was something that resembled overlapping circles. More specifically, 5 irregular circles, one of them noticeably larger than the other 4 and occupying the central position of the drawing in a way that naturally drew the eye toward it. Each circle contained a number of strange yet visible inscriptions, symbols that appeared ancient and meaningful despite their unfamiliarity. Every circle intersected with the others in a different way, creating an intricate web of connections and relationships, and at every intersection there was an incredibly tiny symbol, almost impossible to notice without careful examination, appearing as though it belonged to both circles at once while simultaneously possessing an identity entirely its own. BZZZT. At that moment, an instant spatial gate opened not far from Robin with a brief fluctuation of spatial energy, and a familiar shadow sword stepped out from within the distortion before the portal quietly collapsed behind him. It was Harper, the shadow sword who had dealt with Robin during his stay at Dawnlight Stellar Academy and who had remained one of the more familiar faces among the organization even after so much time had passed. With a slight sweep of his distant senses, Harper noticed Robin sitting at his usual table in front of his glass house, his right hand resting steadily upon the board without the slightest tremor. He also noticed Pisu sitting some distance away, watching His Majesty with eyes opened as wide as possible for some reason while maintaining an unusual degree of stillness. There seemed to be nothing unusual at first glance, nor any visible disturbance in the surrounding area that would explain such behavior. Thus, Harper advanced with steady steps until he entered Robin's line of sight, then knelt respectfully and lowered his head. "I greet your Majesty. His Highness Theo and the other numbered swords are occupied carrying out your Majesty's orders across several different locations, so I was assigned the task of delivering the news as a familiar face. I ask that your Majesty grant me this precious opportunity and hear me out." The response took a very long time, so long that Harper gradually became aware of the wind passing through the nearby trees and the faint sounds of distant life elsewhere upon the mountain. Harper raised his head only slightly and lifted his eyes, wondering whether His Majesty was looking at him with anger, disdain, a smile, or perhaps simply ignoring him while occupied with something more important. Yet he found that Robin was still staring at the board. His right hand held the pen motionless above it without moving even a fraction of an inch, and his expression displayed an extraordinarily high level of concentration, as though his thoughts had traveled somewhere far beyond the physical world before him. And his eyes. His eyes radiated an intensely brilliant golden light, brighter than any Harper remembered seeing before, as though each contained a planet overflowing with treasures, endless mysteries, and immeasurable knowledge. The golden radiance seemed to flow endlessly within them like vast rivers of information, as though we could see both the past and the future simultaneously while observing countless hidden connections that ordinary beings could never perceive. Those eyes. Poof. Harper suddenly felt someone clamp a hand over both his mouth and eyes before dragging him backward with a force from which he could not escape no matter how he instinctively tried to resist, his feet barely maintaining contact with the ground as he was pulled away. Only after reaching the edge of the cliff did he feel the grip loosen. He immediately spun around aggressively, his energy stirring instinctively as he glared toward the culprit. "What the hell are you doing, Lord Pisu?" Of course, Harper quickly understood part of what was happening as soon as he recognized who had grabbed him. Pisu was a Nexus state, and it was said that he had recently advanced into the mid-Nexus state after following His Majesty for some time and receiving opportunities that ordinary cultivators could only dream of. He was undoubtedly an object of envy among countless people, whether they admitted it openly or not. "Shush." Pisu placed a hand over his mouth again, then pointed toward Robin and spoke in an extremely low voice, as though even slightly raising his volume might disturb something important. "In that state, no talking, just meditate in silence, and wait." Harper turned back toward Robin, his confusion only growing as he tried once more to determine what exactly was happening. Meditate what exactly? His Majesty's eyes were mesmerizing, capable of drawing one's very soul toward them as though they concealed endless depths that could never be fully explored, and the serious, handsome features on his face were enough to make even the hearts of men beat with confidence, admiration, and an instinctive sense of trust, but not to the point of contemplation and complete spiritual immersion to such an absurd degree that someone would willingly sit motionless for an entire day simply watching him. Breathe and move a pen. Harper finally noticed something after staring for several more moments. His hand is moving. Yes. Pisu nodded without taking his eyes off Robin for even a fraction of a second, as though doing so would cost him an irreplaceable opportunity. He's been drawing for hours. He doesn't normally draw by hand, and when he does, it never takes this long, nor does he focus like this. Usually, whatever he wishes to create is finished quickly, as though the answer already exists in his mind before he begins. Something is going to happen. What is going to happen? Harper asked in confusion, glancing between Robin and the unfinished drawing while trying to understand what Pisu had seen that he had somehow missed. "Titch." Pisu shoved Harper away with obvious annoyance. "Go away and come back tomorrow if you intend to keep chattering. Some things aren't meant to be interrupted every few seconds by pointless questions." Fine, I'll watch and stay quiet." Harper straightened his clothes, brushed the dust from his sleeves, and sat cross-legged beside Pisu, deciding that remaining here cost him nothing while leaving might cause him to miss something important. Thus, he settled down and observed as well. He didn't know exactly what he was watching, nor could he identify anything special within the incomprehensible collection of circles and symbols being slowly formed beneath Robin's pen. Nor did he know exactly what he was waiting for, or even whether there was truly something worth waiting for in the first place. But remaining here on the mountaintop beside Lord Robin was certainly better than going outside, where those things existed, where death wandered openly across the battlefield and where even experienced Imperial guards could vanish between one breath and the next. An entire day passed. Harper began yawning repeatedly, stretching his jaw so often that it started to ache. His Majesty was still moving at the same slow pace, working on a drawing that looked as though it would never reach completion no matter how long one waited. The pen continued to move little by little across the white Treyant bark, adding tiny details so gradually that Harper sometimes questioned whether any progress was being made at all. Whenever Harper glanced to the side, he saw Pisu staring at the scene with eyes stretched wide open and breath held in his chest. He would take a single inhale every couple of minutes, then release it several minutes later, afraid that even the sound of breathing too loudly might disturb His Majesty. His eyes had become red because he was terrified of blinking and missing something important, and the muscles around them occasionally twitched from strain, yet he stubbornly continued enduring the discomfort without complaint. The sight was so strange that Harper tried several times to wave his hand in front of Pisu's face, convinced that the man had fallen asleep with his eyes open and was merely pretending to be profound, but every single attempt earned him a strike to the back of the head powerful enough to leave him rubbing the sore spot for several minutes afterward, so eventually he stopped trying and accepted that Pisu had somehow become serious beyond reason. Feeling a crushing level of boredom that even cultivation could not completely suppress, Harper turned his head away and began watching the battle against the space beasts, hoping that endless slaughter would somehow prove more entertaining than observing a man draw circles for a full day. Around the mountain, a horrific battlefield still raged without pause or sign of exhaustion. Nearly 1,000 space beasts fought against roughly 10,000 Imperial guards in a terrifyingly bloody spectacle, with explosions, roars, flashes of laws, and collapsing bodies constantly appearing across every visible section of the battlefield. The sky above them still trembled and twisted into massive vortices formed by colliding energies and unstable spatial currents, while the ground had been churned into a muddy paste by endless quantities of blood, flesh, shattered armor, and pulverized stone. The sea itself had transformed into a substance that resembled falsehood made tangible, its waters stained and distorted by so much power that it no longer looked like a natural body of water. The smell of the battlefield was unbearable, thick with blood, death, and burning flesh. Its aura was impossible to withstand for ordinary cultivators, its dangers beyond calculation, and its very existence something that felt unforgivable to witness for too long without losing a part of one's sanity. It was a true hell, a hell where the finest warriors of the universe were forged through suffering, desperation, and bloodshed, where weaknesses were burned away and survivors emerged stronger than before, and where they also perished just as easily when luck finally abandoned them. Only yesterday, 3 newly recruited guards had been killed after surviving countless earlier engagements. As for today, according to appearances, it seemed that, Harper felt an aura erupt behind him, an aura so immense that it seemed as though the heavens themselves had suddenly collapsed onto his chest. His heartbeat faltered for an instant, his thoughts froze, and every instinct in his body screamed at him to turn around immediately. Although he was still facing the battlefield, he could already see the golden light of that thing reflected across the world around him. The radiance covered the entire mountain, swallowed the shadows between the trees and rocks, and then descended farther, illuminating the battlefield below like a second sun that had risen directly from the earth. Slowly and fearfully, Harper began turning around to see what was happening. During that motion, he noticed Pisu staring straight ahead in terror, his lips trembling and his eyes wet with longing, emotion, and a reverence so intense that it bordered on worship. Then Harper continued turning his head with great difficulty, like an infant struggling against the grip of an adult holding him firmly by the neck, until at last he saw it with his own eyes and understood why Pisu had been waiting so desperately all this time. There was a gigantic golden scale. Chapter 2262. Woman. The golden scale emerged from the vortex that was devouring the sky over half the planet and descended with a terrifying calmness and dignity, as though it was not traversing the distance between heaven and earth at all, but rather imposing its existence upon reality itself step by step. An immense pressure settled upon the hearts and minds of every being present, whether human or beast, until even the air seemed to have become too heavy to breathe, and even the act of drawing breath felt like an effort against an invisible mountain pressing down upon the world. Everything stopped. The beasts stopped roaring. The humans stopped breathing. Even the distant sounds of battle seemed to extinguish themselves all at once, as though the entire battlefield had been forcibly muted by a higher authority that tolerated no distractions. There was no hostile intent directed at them, nor was there any force deliberately pressing down upon them with threats or malice, yet that thing affected their souls directly in a manner none of them could resist. It bypassed flesh and thought alike and reached the very foundation of their existence, causing their minds to fail beneath overwhelming awe and leaving them unable to form complete thoughts. The scale descended calmly before everyone until it was revealed in its entirety. It was golden. 2 identical pans hung from above by chains, while its main frame contained 2 large rings positioned beneath one another, one slightly larger than the other. Every part of it appeared remarkably simple, free from excessive decoration or complexity, yet it carried a feeling that made merely looking at it difficult, as though the eyes instinctively understood that they were observing something far beyond their station. This. From the distance, Wade managed to open his mouth and mutter with a lost expression, his gaze completely fixed upon the descending symbol. It was said that this symbol had hovered around His Majesty during his battle against the ancestor of the space beasts. If the scattered stories were true, then this was the symbol and manifestation of the master law of balance. Holy! Harper wanted to shout something, but he remembered how close he was to His Majesty, so he immediately raised a hand and slapped it over his own mouth. His eyes were opened as wide as possible, and his heartbeat had become noticeably faster. Someone of his status within the Shadow Swords undoubtedly understood what was happening. Lord Robin had most likely achieved a breakthrough in the Master Law of Balance, and judging by the rings upon the frame, this was the second stage. This is beautiful, Pisu muttered, tears streaming from his relaxed eyes as though he had just witnessed a beloved dead relative return to life before him, his face displaying a mixture of gratitude, relief, admiration, and reverence that was difficult to describe. Didn't you tell me to stay quiet? Why are you talking? Harper pulled his hand away from his mouth and asked in a low, irritated voice. The sight of Pisu crying like this was incredibly embarrassing, especially considering that they were both veteran cultivators who had survived countless battles. I wanted you to stay quiet because I wanted to meditate in peace. Pisu gestured toward Robin without removing his eyes from him. As for His Majesty, even if the arrays vanished and the sounds of beasts and death echoed everywhere, it wouldn't affect him. Once he enters that state, even if the planet explodes, he'll remain seated exactly where he is. He's not human. He can't possibly be like you and me, at least from my perspective. Harper looked back toward Robin with slightly furrowed brows, finding it difficult to dismiss Pisu's words entirely after everything he had witnessed today. His Majesty had briefly raised his hand when the scale descended, but afterward he lowered it again and continued his slow drawing with the same steady rhythm as before, neither speeding up nor slowing down. Even after the scale descended and produced a phenomenon that terrified the fiercest battlefield in the universe, he neither looked upward nor stopped drawing, as though the appearance of a master law symbol was no more worthy of attention than a passing breeze. It was obvious that Pisu had not been exaggerating. At that moment, Harper almost turned around to observe the scale's effects on the battlefield so he could write his reports later and properly document this unprecedented event, but he noticed something instead. His Majesty had lowered his hand to a different area of the drawing, to a location where two other circles connected, and at this exact moment, he was connecting the final 2 points together. What the? Harper was bewildered. A mere drawn point had captured his entire attention. Those focused eyes and that precise movement made him feel as though he had entered a narrow temporal fissure where nothing moved except that pen, where the flow of time itself had slowed to accommodate that single insignificant-looking action. His Majesty spent nearly 10 minutes drawing that single point, yet Harper never felt the passage of time. It was as though the entire world had begun revolving around the tip of that pen alone, as though every sound, every breath, every movement, every thought within the surrounding world had gradually lost significance while that final connection was being completed. As though, DOOOM. Harper lost control of his body and dropped to his knees. The radiance of the golden scale suddenly intensified, and the immense pressure striking his soul multiplied several-fold, spreading through his consciousness like an invisible tide and making even the act of thinking feel sluggish and difficult. With tremendous difficulty, Harper raised his head upward, lifting it as though someone were standing upon it and forcing it toward the ground with overwhelming strength. Every inch of movement felt unnatural, as though his neck no longer belonged to him. There, he saw something that struck the very core of his being like a hammer and left his mind momentarily blank. It was a gigantic golden serpent, one with 3 eyes. The serpent lowered its head from within the vortex as though it had finally discovered the lair of its prey after an impossibly long search, then continued descending with overwhelming dignity until its colossal length was fully revealed. Its body stretched across the heavens as though it were part of the horizon itself, an ancient and eternal existence that had always belonged there and had merely chosen this moment to reveal itself. Golden scales covered its endless body, each one radiating a faint brilliance of its own. Then it suddenly curved inward, seized its own tail with its 3 fangs, and began slowly swallowing it. The newly recruited Imperial guards collapsed to the ground. Many of them could no longer maintain consciousness properly. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably while their minds struggled to process what stood before them. Meanwhile, the royal soulmasters scattered throughout the battlefield hurried away from the sky in alarm, abandoning their previous positions without hesitation. After all, no beast still dared to flee upward anymore. They were all on the ground, all of them kneeling, all of them trembling in fear. Every one of them had lost the instinct to kill and charge toward the planet's core to destroy it. The beasts looked like nothing more than chicks staring at a real serpent that had come to devour them, and only their survival instincts prevented them from losing consciousness entirely. Their wings folded, their claws dug into the earth, and even the most ferocious among them no longer displayed the slightest trace of aggression. Good heavens! Harper was literally shaking. His voice emerged hoarse and uneven. Is that the Ouroboros? The symbol of the master law of creation from the legends? Then he stared with trembling eyes at the face of the great serpent, forcing himself to continue looking despite every instinct urging him to lower his gaze. 3 eyes, 3 fangs. 3rd stage. Poof. Harper turned toward the sound beside him after hearing something hit the ground. Pisu was lying flat on his stomach, both arms stretched forward as though prostrating himself before a sacred existence, muttering repeatedly in a voice filled with awe and emotion. "Oh great one! Oh great one!" Harper was stunned for a moment, but no words came to mind. After all, he himself was kneeling against his will. His own condition was hardly any more dignified. Then he turned his head back with great effort and directed his gaze toward Robin. Still sitting, still moving his hand, still completely focused, as though everything occurring around him had nothing to do with him whatsoever. The golden scale had descended. The Ouroboros had appeared. The entire battlefield had fallen into terror. Yet the movement of his pen remained unchanged. Was this their lord? A person who had achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs in master laws spoken of only in myths and legends, all while casually sitting there suffering from injuries, drawing on a wooden board as though he were completely detached from the upheaval shaking the world around him? Was this their lord? A thin layer of tears began gathering within Harper's eyes, blurring his vision and forcing him to blink repeatedly. The same kind of tears he had looked upon Pisu with contempt for shedding only moments ago. Yet now he understood. Perhaps this was not shameful at all. Perhaps there were moments when words simply became too small for what a person felt. Yes, this was their lord. The man who had carried them through disasters, impossible wars, and battles against enemies who should never have been defeated. The man who continued advancing forward while everyone else struggled merely to keep up. The man sitting before them now as though miracles were the most ordinary thing in the universe. The golden radiance intensified once again. Chapter 2263. Lord Glacian advanced through a long corridor that cut across an open area between several connected structures. His posture was steady, his back straight, and his footsteps measured with the precision of someone accustomed to remaining vigilant at all times, but his expression was not clear. A faint trace of hesitation lingered behind his eyes despite the calmness on his face. I am still not sure about this. Lord Glacian, there is no need to think so much about it. Surfon quickly moved to his side, matching his pace with ease. We have achieved a tremendous accomplishment by bringing the continuous chaos wing under the authority of the Grave Empire, and we did it through many obstacles. It is an achievement worth celebrating, and one that very few people could have made possible. What does that have to do with making a personal visit to Lord Robin? Glacian asked hesitantly, his brows knitting slightly. The Shadow Swords have probably already informed him. They usually know everything before the rest of us. They informed him, yes. Surfon displayed a broad grin. But do not you want to be there while I tell him the details? Do not you want His Majesty to praise you, even a little? Come on, there is no need to be shy. I saw the way you talked about him that day. Surfon, his smile stretched from ear to ear. A full week. That was how long it had taken him to reach an extremely comprehensive and precise agreement with the two brothers and establish an oath that was neither harsh nor overly lenient, despite countless arguments, revisions, and last-minute demands. Not as harsh as the one accepted by most wing leaders, yet not as open as the one Glacian had received. In the end, they had provoked the Empire into mobilizing its forces and diverting attention and resources toward them. That was their punishment. Glacian, his steps slowed for a moment. He wanted to tell Surfon that he did not care and did not want to go, but it was indeed an opportunity. Meeting Lord Robin after having contributed significantly was far better than seeing him for the first time because of a summons, a failure, or a problem that required solving. Still, he did not forget to glance sideways. Why are you coming with me? To receive my share of affection, of course. Hee. Surfon laughed without the slightest embarrassment. Was not I the one who finalized the agreement despite all the obstacles? It is a chance to remind His Majesty that I exist. A simple well done will be enough. It will raise my standing. This is nothing to be ashamed of. By this point they had already reached the portal. Surfon stepped forward and began discussing coordinates with the guards, arranging for the closest gate leading to His Majesty's location while casually exchanging greetings with several familiar faces stationed there. Do not listen to him. It will be obvious you are going there just to hear a kind word like that fool. Preserve your dignity and return to where you came from. Donera is not a place you can visit simply because you feel like it. Glacian sharply turned around. It was Halak. The man was walking behind them like a small mountain. Many of the obstacles Surfon had mentioned were coming from Halak and no one else. Instead of leaving with Glacian, he had refused and remained behind, continuously attempting to create problems, introduce complications, and force Surfon to reject proposals that otherwise might have been accepted. He was the reason the negotiations had stretched to 7 entire days. At the same time, he was also the reason the two brothers lost many privileges and were forced into a more difficult oath. Had Surfon been alone with them, he would never have secured such a demanding agreement. His overbearing attitude and relentless attempts to sabotage the negotiations had placed enormous pressure on the brothers and convinced them to settle for less. That thing wanted war like a starving man who had not seen meat in years. As for what exactly was being prepared for them, they had no desire to learn the answer. Haha, Lord Halak is joking. Surfon stepped between them before either side could continue. Donera is an extremely important planet, but anyone who has sworn an oath upon His Majesty's tablets may visit it. I took one, as the commander of the 3rd Army in the Young Belt, and Lord Glacian took one when he first joined. So naturally, we are allowed to go. I am not surprised by this arrogance and carelessness. I have already seen you use both with Lord Ohms and Lord Omara. Glacian began looking Halak up and down with a critical gaze. But from what I can see, you are merely a martial emperor in body and energy. So I am curious, where exactly did you get this completely inappropriate attitude? Halak's brows knitted tightly. It comes from the absolute truth that I would knock an entire row of teeth out of your mouth with one punch if we were at the same level. BZZZT. If. How adorable. Glacian smiled faintly, then turned and walked toward the gate without slowing his pace. You have encouraged me to go. Now I want to see what that planet Donera actually contains, and what kind of place could make people speak about it with such expressions. By the end of that sentence, Glacian vanished into the formation, his figure dissolving into spatial light before disappearing completely. Do not upset yourself, Lord Halak. This is all beneficial to the Empire, and Lord Glacian meeting His Majesty will only help the cause. Surfon clasped his hands together and began sweating slightly. He could already feel the irritation radiating from Halak and knew from experience that remaining within kicking distance was becoming increasingly dangerous. Save the flattery until we reach the boss, and get lost. Halak lifted a leg and kicked Surfan toward the portal with enough force to launch him several meters through the air. Way A, BZZZT. For a brief moment, Halak found himself alone. He released a long breath and closed his eyes, trying to settle his thoughts and suppress the lingering frustration that had been building for days. After the loss of confidence he had suffered during the battle against the executioner, he wanted to prove to the boss that he was still useful, that the title of personal guard had not become completely empty, and that he was still capable of standing where he belonged. And what better way to demonstrate that than by destroying an ancient millennial empire like this one and delivering a victory worthy of remembrance? But that damned ice cube and that damn scaled snake. Every time he thought he had found an opportunity, one of them appeared to complicate matters. Arg. Halak took 2 more steps and disappeared into the portal. BZZZT. Distortion. My consciousness is awake? That is not supposed to happen during travel through a spatial gate. ARGHHH. Distortion. Halak felt his body compressing and stretching. He felt overwhelming pressure assaulting him from every direction. He felt his tough internal organs twisting and nearly tearing apart. His bones creaked. His muscles spasmed. Even his vision became unstable for a moment as spatial energy surged around him in violent waves. Then, just as he felt his end was inevitable, BZZZT, poof. Damn it. Halak felt solid ground beneath his feet. He immediately pushed himself upright and began inspecting his body from head to toe. What happened? Shush. Who are you shushing, you son of a... Halak wanted to scream at whoever had made that sound, but when he raised his head to search for the source, he saw a strange sight. There were bizarre golden suns illuminating the heavens. More than that, they had turned the color of everything into gold. The mountains were gold. The clouds were gold. Even the air seemed tinted by a faint golden brilliance. One sun was shaped like a scale. Another resembled a serpent devouring its own tail, and another took the form of a gear with a broken tooth. That gear bore 3 rings engraved upon its frame, while the inner region at its center contained a triangular shape that slowly revolved, emitting an ancient and profound feeling that was difficult to describe. Chapter 2264. Shush. Glacian ordered Halak to be quiet, then looked upward with his mouth slightly open and eyes filled with disbelief at what they were witnessing, his expression becoming increasingly rigid with every passing second. He too had experienced the strange spatial disturbance that accompanied their transit, the kind of disturbance that should never occur after the near-perfect state the gates had achieved under Interaza's guidance and countless generations of refinement. For a brief and unpleasant moment, he had even suspected that some conspiracy had been arranged to assassinate him through that very method, that the gate had been deliberately tampered with to send him to his death somewhere within the endless currents of distorted space. But after the gate spat him out and he sensed what was happening around him, the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. The laws around and within that planet were extraordinarily disturbed. Everything was operating outside its familiar natural order. Even the general sensation of the world itself felt distorted in a way that was difficult to describe with words, as though an enormous number of opposing forces were being forcibly made to coexist within the same space despite having every reason to reject one another. There was even a law vortex overhead, and that vortex was moving in a bizarre fashion, shifting back and forth, occasionally stopping altogether as though it were incapable of making a decision or uncertain of what it was supposed to do, before resuming its movement again with equal uncertainty. He knew that vortex very well. It was the breakthrough vortex of the Dominator realm. Yet this was the first time he had ever seen it behave in such an irrational manner, as though it had forgotten every rule governing its existence and every instinct that should have guided its movements. And also, a scale, a serpent devouring its own tail, a gear, 3 recognizable symbols belonging to 3 master laws, symbols that nobody possessing even the most basic knowledge could possibly mistake, much less someone of Glacian's standing. By the heavens, what is happening here? Glacian muttered. The tremendous pressure weighing upon his soul did not prevent him from speaking, even though it felt as though entire mountain ranges had been piled atop his existence and were slowly sinking deeper with every breath. Tisk tisk, that person always loves showing off. From behind Glacian came Halak's voice, sounding as though he had finally understood part of what was unfolding before them and had reached a conclusion far simpler than the countless possibilities racing through Glacian's mind. That person. Glacian quickly turned around, immediately catching the wording. Do you know what's happening? Glacian noticed Surfan lying on the ground. The man had suffered internal injuries from the gate incident and was continuously coughing up blood. However, Glacian did not spare him another glance. Surfan was already activating healing talismans and would be fine within a short period of time. What truly mattered were those 3 symbols. I don't know exactly what's happening, but it's definitely the boss. Halak looked upward confidently. Those symbols were hovering around him during his battle against the space beast ancestor. Hovering around him? Isn't Lord Robin a truth chosen? What is he doing with balance, causality, and creation? Just what in the... Glacian suddenly stopped. Then his eyes widened to their limits, as though his mind had been slow to process the final part of the sentence and only now managed to grasp it. You said his battle against who? He. Halak found an opportunity to laugh and refused to let it go. Didn't the Shadow Swords tell you what happened 4 months ago? Tisk tisk, looks like you're such a low-level follower that informing you or not informing you wasn't important. Then he confidently began walking forward, passing Glacian as though he were taking an ordinary stroll rather than moving through a place crushed beneath such horrifying pressure. Now excuse me. You stay here and admire the boss's greatness. I have gotten used to it. I'm going to see what my mighty men are doing. Halak could feel tremendous pressure weighing upon his existence. Every step required genuine effort. His muscles tightened. His bones protested. Even breathing required concentration. Yet his irritation toward the scene before him was far stronger and pushed him onward with little difficulty. They had emerged from a gate located on the edge of the battlefield. A gate used for transporting maintenance personnel, corpse fragments, and waste generated by the fighting. And what he saw before him was roughly 1,200 space beasts standing motionless and frightened in a manner that was almost pitiful. The enormous gate continued spewing out more beasts without interruption. Every newcomer entered, became shocked by what it saw, and froze in place like a statue. Then another beast behind it would shove it forward and enter as well, only to suffer the exact same shock. Then another, and another, and another. As a result, the area surrounding the gate had become an extremely crowded mass of confused bodies, tangled limbs, folded wings, tails, claws, and terrified eyes, while the numbers continued increasing without pause. So many sheep standing there waiting to be slaughtered. At the same time, he could see all of his subordinates standing silently and watching the spectacle just like everyone else, staring at what was happening without moving in the way he had come to expect from them after years of warfare. Normally they would already be charging forward. Normally they would already be carving through the enemy ranks. Normally the battlefield would be covered in blood and screams. Instead, they stood there staring upward like pilgrims witnessing a miracle. How could he not be angry? Hey! Halak began lengthening his strides with force, his voice already carrying across the battlefield before he had even finished speaking. Wade, Malik, Latania, Drake, Nancy. Then he started running at full speed while raising his voice until it echoed across the battlefield and bounced between mountains, cliffs, and formations alike. And the rest of you useless hatchlings of the guard. Then, boom! His legs smashed into the ground, producing a tremendous explosion that sent cracks spreading outward beneath his feet and blasted dust and fragments of stone into the air. The sound became the only noise within hundreds of miles besides breathing and the faint whisper of the wind. Even the beasts nearest the gate visibly flinched. Immediately, the 5 squad leaders and even the rest of the Imperial Guards turned toward Halak. He was descending from above toward the gate like a meteor. The same pressure affecting them weighed upon him. He suffered beneath the exact same burden. Yet he moved freely and powerfully as though nothing had happened. His movements were not graceful. They were not elegant. They were simply unstoppable. Some of them immediately began standing and moving. The passion and fire within their chests finally stirred at the sight. Their commander was once again proving why he was the commander. Why he remained at the front despite everything. Why nobody had ever succeeded in taking his place. Vroom! Halak landed beside the gate, where the battlefield was at its most crowded, and unleashed the strongest punch in his arsenal. One of the giant beast's heads exploded instantly. Then the terrifying force continued beyond it, piercing through the abdomen of another beast and tearing a tunnel straight through its massive body. The momentum kept advancing until it struck the ground, releasing a shockwave that violently threw 5 additional beasts aside while the effects of the merged quake law spread in every direction like an invisible storm, shattering bones, rupturing organs, and causing countless fractures throughout the tightly packed formation. Only after landing did Halak stand there drenched in black blood, fragments of flesh scattered across his body and armor, and roar toward the guards. Come help, you cowards, strengthen your hearts, or your next training period will be on the other side of that gate. Why yes, sir. Their excitement and confidence disappeared instantly and were replaced by fear. Every single one of them knew that Halak was fully capable of carrying out such a mad promise without hesitation or mercy. They had all seen his training methods. They had all heard stories. Some had survived them personally. Immediately, every guard began moving toward the nearest space beast available, even if they had to crawl to reach it, as though they feared a future worse than the battlefield itself. Their attacks were weak and disorganized. Their techniques emerged hesitant and slow compared to their true level. Their formations lacked precision. Their timing was imperfect. Yet it was enough. The beasts remained trapped in shock. They had neither moved nor fully processed what was happening around them. Most were still staring toward the sky. Others were staring toward the mountain. Several seemed incapable of deciding where to look at all. Glacian was greatly astonished by the sight of Halak. He knew perfectly well the magnitude of the pressure weighing upon him. He understood how much strength was required merely to speak or move. So how could someone in the martial emperor realm behave like this and move with such absurd ease? And not only him. The guards moved and fought after only a little encouragement? And furthermore, their sluggish movements and hesitant techniques had exposed what they normally used against the space beasts. Time, space, gravity. Is that the fundamental major body law? And that one seems related to frequency waves. Glacian's eyes gradually widened with every new discovery. Every passing moment revealed something new. Every glance uncovered another secret. Every exchange of attacks exposed abilities that should have belonged only to elites raised through immense investment. That formation over there was capable of crushing the endless Chaos Empire by themselves without requiring any assistance. Halak had not been exaggerating when he said he would bring an army of Black Hornets. If anything, Glacian now suspected that statement had been understated. And also, before anything else, why were there so many space beasts here in the first place? And why were the Black Hornets fighting them? The scale of the battlefield alone made no sense. The quality of the combatants made even less sense. Then he looked upward again toward the symbols for several moments. The scale, the Ouroboros, the gear, their golden radiance still dominated the heavens. Eventually, he lowered his gaze slightly toward the center beneath them, toward the peak of the mountain. There, he could see a figure with shining golden eyes seated in dignified stillness amid all the surrounding chaos and upheaval. Countless beasts were dying. Thousands of soldiers were fighting. Master Law symbols illuminated the sky. And yet that figure appeared completely composed. Lord Robin Burton. Glacian muttered quietly. What exactly are you hiding here? Then he turned around and grabbed Surfon by the back of his clothes. Come, it would be improper for me to meet Lord Robin for the first time alone. Chapter 2265. Whoosh. Glacian reached the edge of the cliff. Only a few steps separated him from Pisu, sleeping on his stomach, and Harper, kneeling nearby in complete silence, yet he could go no farther no matter how casually he appeared to be standing there. He could sense several layers of barriers and arrays overlapping one another, each woven with an astonishing degree of precision and stability, all of which could only be bypassed with a specific key. It might be a badge, a ring, or some other form of identification that he could not immediately identify, but the result was the same regardless of the method used. Only certain people were allowed to enter, while everyone else, even beings of considerable power, would remain outside. So he stopped there without attempting to force his way through and stared directly at Lord Robin. The distance between them was roughly 30 meters. Robin sat there, still writing something, slowly and steadily, with complete focus and unwavering concentration, as though the entire world and everything happening within it were not worth lifting his head for. The world was falling apart around him. A strange guardian like Glacian stood directly before him, and a massive vortex of laws towered overhead, flooding the heavens with overwhelming fluctuations and immense pressure, yet he paid attention to none of it. So this is Lord Robin, the next great truth chosen. Then he slowly looked around, his eyes moving between the symbols and the turbulent torrents of laws, studying each fluctuation and each disturbance as though trying to uncover a hidden pattern concealed beneath the chaos. Or perhaps I should say the chosen of the master laws. Ugh. Surfon raised his head with difficulty and looked toward Robin as well. Standing beside Glacian slightly eased the fluctuations of the laws around him and reduced some of the unbearable pressure weighing down on his body. Yes, that's him, but he looks like what? Glacian quickly turned his head downward. Any new piece of information could become another fragment of the final picture he was trying to assemble within his mind, and he had long since learned that the smallest details often carried the greatest value. He looks injured, Surfon said with difficulty as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Even after the disaster of the coronation day, he looked better than this. I'll never forget how he looked that day. Injured. Glacian turned back toward Robin, his brows tightly furrowed and his gaze becoming considerably sharper. He had never seen Robin before, so he did not know what his best condition looked like. Outwardly, there seemed to be no wounds or injuries on him, no obvious signs of battle, and no visible scars that would explain such a statement. But nothing on this planet was logical anyway. If the truth of his injury were combined with all these space beasts, Halak's words about fighting a space beast ancestor, and this phenomenon involving the master laws that continued to dominate the sky above them, Glacian's heart pounded violently. Lord Robin used the master laws to stop an invasion by a space beast ancestor, and survived. Then he looked around like a madman once more, his eyes darting from one impossible sight to another. Dozens of royal soul masters, thousands of black wasps, numerous note swarms circling the planet in organized formations, creation at the third level, causality at the third level, balance at the second level, and, of course, truth at the fourth level as he is still a martial emperor. Were these things truly enough to fight a space beast ancestor? The ancestor that had driven Athena away, shattered countless expectations, and turned the elder cosmic into an old man? No, there had to be another me. Boom. The golden light suddenly intensified. If the surroundings had previously been golden as though the planet were near three suns and bathed beneath their combined radiance, now it felt as though they were standing upon the surface of the sun itself, engulfed by a brilliance so overwhelming that even space seemed unable to contain it. Glacian held his breath and opened his eyes as wide as they could go, not daring to raise his head quickly to see what was happening. For the first time in millions of years, he felt fear. At this moment, Glacian felt like a tiny insect standing beneath a vast and incomprehensible existence, while above him loomed a colossal being that was about to step on him with a shoe without even noticing he existed in the first place, the difference between them so absurdly great that resistance itself felt meaningless. Without moving his body, he cast a sideways glance toward the battlefield where Halak was leading the fight against the space beasts, a battlefield that had moments ago been filled with roars, explosions, and violent clashes of power. The battlefield had suddenly fallen silent. Their situation at that moment was no better than his, as expected. All the enthusiasm Halak had ignited within them through force of will and sheer presence, all the fear he had used to push them into action despite their instincts, and all their attempts to regain control over themselves and preserve a shred of composure became completely meaningless in that instant. Every single one of them returned to their knees as though an invisible hand had pushed them down from above, while some lost consciousness entirely, their minds and spirits unable to endure the overwhelming pressure descending upon the planet and flooding every corner of the surrounding space. Halak was the only one who remained standing. He stood there clenching his fists so tightly that the muscles in his arms trembled and grinding his teeth in anger, most likely because of his helplessness and the crushing sense of weakness he felt in the face of what was happening, a feeling that someone of his status and temperament undoubtedly despised more than anything else. Then he turned only his head toward Robin, looking up the mountain with a strange gaze filled with respect and reproach at the same time, as though he admired what stood before him while simultaneously resenting the impossible distance separating him from it. Glacian was startled by Halak's reaction. So he gathered every bit of courage, experience, discipline, and willpower he possessed to fight against the instinct buried deep within his being that was screaming at him to remain still and not move, an instinct older than reason itself that warned him that drawing attention to himself beneath such a presence could only end badly. And he looked up, slowly, as if afraid to break his neck. It was a cube. A cube moving slowly through the heavens with an almost indifferent majesty, covered with uneven longitudinal and horizontal bands that crossed one another in patterns that seemed random at first glance yet somehow carried an indescribable sense of order. No matter which angle one observed it from, a different shape appeared, a different arrangement of lines revealed itself, and a different structure emerged from the same object, as though its form were constantly changing without actually changing at all, refusing to settle into a single definition that the eye could comfortably accept. That cube pressed down upon them with terrifying force. It pressed upon the entire planet, upon the mountains, the skies, the oceans, and every living creature beneath it, as though a volcanic sphere had been placed atop a tiny piece of ice that it wished to destroy and crush through its mere existence alone, and yet it remained high above, moving with extreme slowness, silently observing everything beneath it without displaying the slightest urgency or aggression. A lattice-like cube, with 5 different geometric figures drawn upon each of its faces, figures that the human mind could neither fully comprehend nor completely follow in all their details no matter how carefully one stared at them. Their lines seemed to connect and disconnect simultaneously, their angles appeared both fixed and fluid, and their structure resembled a challenge issued directly to logic itself, as though their very existence were a direct challenge to anyone who attempted to understand them. Glacian's mind was struck like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that what he was seeing right now was 5th grade spacetime? The 5th grade. When the ruler of chaos possessed 5th grade primordial chaos, she truly stood against every behemoth of her era without exception. She snapped necks whenever she wished and trampled heads whenever she pleased, and no matter how many enemies united against her, no matter how elaborate their plans became or how many traps they prepared, they could never eliminate her. At the 5th grade, Athena taught the universe the meaning of true tyranny. At the 5th grade, the Elder Cosmic fought the space beasts of the first wave, slew adult space beasts that entire civilizations feared to face, united an entire front against them despite the endless conflicts dividing the powers of the era, and led a number of behemoths in the defense of humanity. At the 5th grade, Zillan managed to convince the powers of the universe to fight beneath his banner, gathering forces that should never have been capable of standing together and transforming scattered interests into a single overwhelming will. At the 5th grade, the Archon fought 3 behemoths and emerged victorious with the 5th grade of causality, then declared an end to the hunt and war that had never ceased for a single day in pursuit of his head, after which he began laying the true foundations of the Syndicate, foundations that would eventually spread throughout countless regions of the universe. At the 5th grade, Sevar seized the universe by the throat through a colossal criminal organization whose influence reached farther than most empires could dream of, and no one was able to force him to loosen his grip no matter how much they hated his existence. The true beginning of the legend of the 3 and the start of their genuine rise all began at the 5th grade, and because they became nearly invincible upon reaching it, possessing a level of security and personal power that very few beings in history could ever hope to attain, they were able to live long enough to advance to the 6th grade and continue their ascent beyond the limits that trapped ordinary geniuses, and even if they had never reached the 6th, they still would have remained at the summit, towering above the countless figures who came and went throughout the ages. Glacian stared into Robin's golden eyes with a trembling body, an unfocused gaze, and a mind struggling to reconcile everything it was witnessing with everything it believed it knew about the universe. He had witnessed the birth of the 4th. Chapter 2266. How? Glacian muttered with difficulty as he watched the spacetime cube rotate slowly and majestically, its edges glimmering with a profound and ancient radiance that seemed capable of bending perception itself, making every second feel longer than it truly was. Although he had never witnessed a phenomenon related to the master laws before, that thing was definitely 5th grade. Only the 5th grade could make a guardian feel as though he might die simply by moving, as though even the smallest action might place him in direct opposition to an irresistible cosmic force. But how? Glacian turned back toward Lord Robin, his mouth slightly open, his gaze moving repeatedly between the cube above and the figure standing below it as if his mind refused to connect the two. He was unquestionably a martial emperor, and he still had not placed a stabilizer within his body. Glacian did not need to examine him with soul perception or any other method to realize this fact. If a stabilizer were present, the aura surrounding his body would have changed dramatically, becoming deeper, heavier, and unmistakably different from what he was sensing now. Didn't that mean he still possessed only the 4th grade of truth? How could it be possible for him to possess 5th grade spacetime? Perhaps his talent in spacetime was simply far greater? A mutation, an affinity, or something along those lines that had allowed him to advance in one direction far beyond what should have been possible according to common sense and the established understanding of cultivation. But did he possess a mutation or affinity with the other master laws as well? Glacian swallowed hard and continued staring at Robin while secretly wishing the phenomenon would end as quickly as possible, because every additional moment spent beneath it seemed to place greater strain on his thoughts and emotions even if the pressure itself remained unchanged. The phenomenon that had caused even the vortex of laws to behave strangely, pausing briefly before moving again as though uncertain of its own nature. The phenomenon that had forced the infamous black wasps to the ground like dead locusts, stripping them of all resistance and reducing them to pitiful creatures incapable of even struggling properly. A monster. 2nd grade balance, 3rd grade causality and creation, 4th grade truth, and 5th grade spacetime. Was he merely the 4th of the cosmic foundations, or was that title itself already insufficient to describe what he had become? At the summit, he was still below the Chaos Ruler, the Elder Cosmic, and the Archon, at least according to conventional standards of power and status, but in terms of quantity, talent, and terrifying potential, the 3 of them combined were scarcely worthy of carrying his shoes, and the more Glacian thought about it, the more absurd that comparison seemed despite feeling completely accurate. Glacian noticed something, then his eyes widened to their limits as a realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. No. Robin's physical age was less than 1,000 years. Glacian remained standing there, unable to tell how much time had passed, because his thoughts had become tangled together and every new discovery seemed to erase the certainty of the one before it. Until this moment, he had believed that Lord Robin had healed the Elder Cosmic through either extremely advanced knowledge or comparable power, because only one of those explanations had seemed necessary to account for such a feat. But it had never crossed his mind that he possessed both. The light above intensified once more, spreading outward in brilliant waves that illuminated everything within sight and caused the surrounding space to tremble faintly under its influence. Yet it did not increase the pressure upon body and soul as the previous symbols had done. On the contrary, it eased the burden slightly, allowing his chest to expand enough for him to breathe comfortably, and for the first time since the phenomenon had begun he felt as though air was truly reaching his lungs. However, his very existence as a living creature, his natural instincts refined through countless years of survival and cultivation, were telling him that he should still kneel, while his pride consumed every last shred of strength he possessed to prevent that from happening, creating an invisible struggle that left even his muscles trembling faintly. Even so, the expression on Glacian's face shifted from astonishment to horrified shock. His eyebrows drew closer together, the muscles around his eyes tightening involuntarily as the expression on his face gradually lost all composure, the corners of his lips lowered, his heart began beating rapidly with such force that he could almost hear the pounding within his own ears, and his breathing grew increasingly hurried despite his efforts to maintain control over himself. He looked like a child who had shattered a window and could hear his father's footsteps approaching, except that the fear filling his chest now was infinitely deeper than any childish panic, carrying with it a primitive instinct that seemed to originate from the deepest layers of his existence. Then, with difficulty, and through the will he had forged over the course of his long life, through countless battles, life and death struggles, and centuries spent standing above ordinary cultivators, Glacian slowly raised his gaze upward. A fifth symbol had appeared at the center. It was an eye. An eye with 5 inner circles, an eye larger than all the other symbols, so large that it naturally dominated the entire phenomenon without needing to exert any visible pressure, gazing downward as though judging all living beings with impatience, as though the existence of countless creatures beneath it was merely a minor inconvenience. The vortex of laws froze in place, its endless motion abruptly halted as if something had seized its very essence, then hastily dispersed as if frightened, as though it no longer wished to remain, fleeing in every direction with a haste that seemed almost humiliating for something that represented the laws themselves. And what replaced it was a canopy of pure gold that concealed the horizon. It was not merely a color or a layer of clouds, but rather the sky itself appeared to have been replaced by a vast pool of pristine golden water that could never be disturbed, a boundless expanse whose surface remained perfectly smooth regardless of the tremendous energies gathering beneath it. The enormous pupil within that eye moved slowly, looking toward the scales once, toward the Ouroboros once, toward the cube once, and finally toward the gear again, as though calmly inspecting each symbol one after another and confirming something only it could understand. Those 4 colossal symbols moved with majesty and slowness until they formed a square beneath the eye, after which strands emerged from them and connected them to 4 thick lashes along the eye's lower eyelid, making the entire formation appear less like a collection of separate phenomena and more like a single complete existence whose components had finally assembled themselves into their proper places. Glacian's knees gave out, not because his body had become weak, nor because an overwhelming force had crushed his joints, but because every instinct within him suddenly agreed that resisting any longer was meaningless. Poof! Glacian found himself kneeling upon the air, his arms stretched at his sides, while his face remained fixed upon the sky, his posture rigid and motionless as though he had become part of the phenomenon's audience against his own will. It was a strange feeling. His body was still overflowing with energy, proven by the fact that he could kneel upon the air as though it were solid ground, and yet he possessed no strength with which to stand, as though the energy remained present within him but no longer truly belonged to him, refusing to answer the simplest command. So this is power. Glacian muttered in a voice audible only to himself, his words carrying a trace of disbelief and relief that he had not noticed before. So this is talent. His eyes trembled, not from physical weakness but from the collapse of assumptions he had carried for most of his life. Everything else is insignificant beside it. The corners of his lips lowered even further as countless memories flashed through his mind, memories of geniuses, rulers, monsters, legends, and beings who had once seemed unattainable to him. Everything else is fleeting. Chapter 2267. Within a strange domain, Aldera sat there in silence, completely naked. Her body was not a physical one, that much was obvious. Rather, it was something akin to the manifestation of a law or a spiritual embodiment, a radiant form that naturally drew the eye and overflowed with an aura that words could scarcely describe, as though every inch of her existence had been refined into a pure conceptual state that no longer required flesh and blood to sustain itself. Her face shone with light as well, yet her original features could still be seen clearly behind that glow, preserving the familiar beauty and gentleness that had always belonged to her despite the overwhelming radiance surrounding her. Her eyes were open, and her lips were curved upward in a broad, satisfied smile as she observed everything around her with eyes filled with curiosity and tranquility, showing neither impatience nor concern as she quietly enjoyed the rare opportunity to witness such a magnificent scene. She was in a place that appeared to be the very source of all the world's colors. An infinite number of threads descended from the sky without ever becoming tangled, and each one possessed its own distinct color and unique shade unlike any other, no matter how similar 2 colors might appear, making the entire domain seem like an endless archive containing every variation of color that had ever existed or could ever exist. The color red alone continued with hundreds of thousands of threads featuring hundreds of thousands of different shades, both remarkably close and vastly distant from one another at the same time, ranging from hues that resembled fresh blood to tones that seemed capable of igniting the soul merely by being observed. Those breathtaking threads swayed gently as though caressed by an invisible breeze, creating a scene of extraordinary beauty and artistry, so magnificent that merely looking at it inspired a strange sense of grandeur and awe, while their endless movement produced a silent rhythm that somehow made the entire domain feel alive. Every few minutes, the lower end of one of the threads would move and touch Aldera's luminous forehead, injecting something invisible into her before the thread itself became thicker and coarser. Afterward, it would pull itself away, making room for another to advance and take its turn, as though a vast queue had been organized long ago and every thread knew precisely when its moment would arrive. At that moment, a thread moved forward and gently pierced her forehead. Ploof! Aldera closed her eyes, yet maintained her satisfied smile, welcoming the familiar sensation without resistance and allowing the process to continue naturally. After nearly a minute, the thread, now noticeably thicker than before, withdrew itself, and Aldera opened her eyes and muttered, "That was the minor compass law, hee. I've completed nearly 10%. In truth, Aldera had come to this place before, which was why she remembered the sequence and the nature of what occurred here, even if some details had become slightly blurred by the passage of time. It had happened when she first broke through into the Law Dominator realm. Her primordial soul had been drawn into this strange region, and the threads had begun appearing one after another, each representing her personal connection to one of the heavenly laws. Then they had started touching her forehead in the exact same manner and nearly the exact same order, steadily guiding her through a transformation she had barely understood at the time. Through those threads serving as intermediaries, the laws preserved Aldera within their memory. They granted her a form of protection and preference, acknowledging her existence and recognizing her right to walk this path, while subtly recording her presence among the countless beings who sought to advance beneath the heavens. Back then, when the final thread finished, the breakthrough ended alongside it, and she became a low-level monarch. Now the same process was repeating itself, but this time a connection with the laws already existed. As a result, the process was easier and far smoother, and today that connection was simply becoming stronger. It was this strengthening bond between Aldera and the heavenly laws that would grant her the title of mid-level law dominator. Her body would not change, and her energy center would not change, but her strikes would become stronger, her endurance greater, and her control over the laws more precise and stable, allowing her to draw upon their power with significantly less waste and hesitation than before. The situation was similar to two people performing the same task with the same tools under nearly identical circumstances, except one possessed 5 years of experience while the other possessed 10. Everything else would be equal, yet the more experienced person would prevail in the end because they knew how to draw from those tools and circumstances things the other could not, achieving results that appeared impossible despite using the exact same resources. And this bond represented that experience. It represented the universe's acknowledgement that she deserved to wield greater power, deserved greater assistance, and deserved access to doors wider than those previously open to her, allowing her to walk farther down a path that most beings could only dream of approaching. When her understanding rose again and she became a high-level monarch, she would return here once more, and those threads would similarly touch her forehead and gradually grow thicker until each one became as thick as the mooring ropes used to anchor enormous ships, carrying vastly greater amounts of power through their connections. But at that point, once the breakthrough into a high-level law dominator was completed, the ends of the ropes would be tied into knots and pulled upward, declaring the highest level of power possible and announcing that the laws could no longer provide greater support than that. That knot represented the pinnacle of power within the universe, and only a very small number of individuals had ever seen that knot since the dawn of history, their names preserved in legends so ancient that most people no longer knew whether they were real. Disturbance. Aldera frowned in surprise as the domain around her suddenly trembled, and the thread extending toward her forehead paused for a moment before advancing once more after a clear hesitation, as though something had interrupted its certainty. Strange. I don't remember ever reading about something like this. Several hours passed. Disturbance. The domain was struck forcefully once again, and this time the threads began moving violently and fearfully. They started withdrawing upward slightly, as though they wished to distance themselves from something they did not dare confront, their previously graceful motions becoming erratic and uncertain. No. Aldera rose to her feet and used her willpower and her already existing connection with those threads to reassure them and keep them in place, but this time it took several minutes before the next thread finally resumed its movement toward her, and even then it advanced with visible reluctance. What exactly is happening? Aldera began looking around suspiciously. Has an enemy attacked my body? No, the heavenly laws themselves are trembling. What could possibly affect the heavenly laws themselves? Disturbance. Disturbance. Silence. What is? Terror filled Aldera as she immediately stood and slowly began backing away, because for the first time since arriving in this domain, she sensed something that did not belong within her understanding of the heavenly laws at all. The breathtaking, ever-moving domain suddenly became still, as though an invisible hand had pressed down upon the entire world and forced every trace of movement into submission. Such a thing had never been recorded in any account Aldera had ever read or heard of, and throughout all the knowledge she had accumulated regarding breakthroughs, heavenly laws, and the law dominator realm, nothing even remotely similar had ever been mentioned. Through the bond connecting them, she could feel the fear of the law threads, and she could feel that those threads wanted to withdraw as quickly as possible, abandoning the process entirely regardless of the consequences and escaping from whatever terrifying influence had entered this place. They wanted to flee, but something was preventing them. The breakthrough. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Millions of threads surged toward Aldera at the same time, abandoning all order and sequence as they rushed forward in a chaotic torrent that seemed capable of swallowing the entire domain. Ah! Aldera cried out at first from sheer shock at the sight. It looked as though heaven and earth themselves were collapsing upon her while she remained utterly powerless within that domain, unable to defend herself or even properly react. She tried using her connection to the laws to calm them, but it was useless. The threads no longer responded to reassurance, logic, or familiarity, behaving instead like frightened creatures driven entirely by instinct. Then she screamed again, and this time it was a scream of genuine pain. The threads began piercing her small forehead simultaneously, and because of their overwhelming numbers, they started colliding and tangling over one another. Many threads belonging to opposing laws began causing explosions, sparks, and tears within Aldera's forehead, while conflicting energies crashed together violently inside her spiritual existence, producing agony far beyond anything she had experienced before. Aldera raised her voice in terrible agony and attempted to withdraw her manifestation from the domain and return to her body, but to no avail. She was utterly helpless, capable of doing nothing except waiting and enduring the deadly torment that grew more savage with every passing moment, as though every new thread brought with it an entirely new source of suffering. The threads were no longer touching her, becoming thicker, and then retreating. The threads were cramming themselves into her head and disappearing. They were fleeing from the domain by attempting to hide within Aldera's soul domain, desperately seeking refuge from something that frightened even the laws themselves. Or perhaps they were punishing Aldera because she was the reason they had been brought here, tormenting her in this manner as retribution. Aldera did not know what was happening, nor did she have the time to think about it or analyze its cause, because every fragment of concentration she possessed was being consumed by the struggle to remain conscious. There was no time to think about anything except survival. Aldera knitted her brows tightly as she received tens of thousands of threads in their entirety every moment, feeling wave after wave of unbearable pressure flood through her spiritual existence, then clenched her teeth so hard they nearly shattered as she stubbornly resisted the temptation to surrender to unconsciousness. She would not die so easily. She had finally rejoiced because she had raised her understanding of the fundamental repetition law and was about to become stronger, and she had rejoiced because she had taken another step toward avenging Azur's killer and removing the shame weighing upon her heart, a burden she had carried for far too long. This was not the place where she would die. Another scream escaped her, a scream of anger, refusal, and defiance far more than a scream of pain, as though she were challenging the torment itself to break her. But it was not enough. Her head began to crack. Whoosh! One of the largest threads in the entire domain pushed past all the others and did something strange. Instead of piercing Aldera's forehead, it wrapped itself around her head, circling it again and again with surprising gentleness despite the chaos surrounding it. It was the thread of the major fundamental repetition law. The thread could not stop the others or reduce their frenzied rush, but it at least prevented Aldera's soul domain from cracking apart and exploding completely, acting like a final support beam holding together a structure that should already have collapsed under impossible pressure. That torment continued for a full 6 seconds, though to Aldera those 6 seconds felt infinitely longer, each fraction of a moment stretching into what seemed like an eternity of continuous agony. Then silence returned. The domain that had once been overflowing with life and beauty transformed into a completely blank white space, containing nothing except Aldera's manifestation and the blue thread tightly wrapped around her head. The countless colors, endless movement, and immeasurable variety had vanished completely, leaving behind only a pale emptiness that felt unnatural and unsettling. But slowly, even that thread slithered like a serpent and entered Aldera's forehead alongside all the others, disappearing into her avatar and leaving her alone within the silent white void. Chapter 2268. Aldera's eyes flew open and she gasped in terror, her chest rising and falling violently as though she had just escaped drowning, then threw her hands behind her and dragged herself toward the corner of the bed with hurried, panicked movements that lacked all of her usual composure. Her entire body was trembling violently. She had experienced a torment she had never imagined could exist, a kind of suffering she would never have believed possible no matter how far her imagination stretched or how many tales of the ancients she had read. Compared to that pain, every injury she had suffered throughout her life suddenly seemed insignificant and distant. The pain was gone. Physically, she no longer felt anything, yet its effects remained. She could still feel her soul being torn apart just as it had been in that moment, as though the memory itself had become a living wound that had yet to heal, one that reopened every time her thoughts drifted back toward those horrifying 6 seconds. As the memory of the pain resurfaced, Aldera reached out and grabbed the short sword that had always made her feel safe and grounded. She pulled it close and hugged her knees against her chest with both arms, then lowered her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears that she could no longer suppress despite her efforts to remain calm. What happened? Why did this happen to me? Aldera muttered painfully for several minutes, her voice hoarse and uncertain as she repeatedly searched for an explanation that refused to come. She could sense strange things occurring around her. She felt a vague unease whose source she could not identify. She sensed a golden illumination somewhere within the glass house, yet she paid little attention to any of it, because none of it affected her significantly. She assumed it was merely a lingering after effect of the shock she had endured, another symptom left behind by the nightmare she had just survived. Aldera whispered. He'll know the answer if I ask him. Robin's image immediately appeared in her mind. Not the Elder Cosmic. Not the archives filled with stories of the ancients. Only him. Yes. Aldera lifted her head, and a trace of hope returned to her eyes, pushing away some of the fear that had been consuming her. He'll definitely know. Then she quickly stood upon the bed, enthusiasm returning to her face as most traces of pain and collapse that had controlled her moments earlier vanished, replaced by determination and a renewed sense of purpose. Their last meeting had been tense. She had allowed her feelings of helplessness at the moment of her deputy's death to cloud her judgment and distort her reasoning. She had assumed Robin would try to comfort her, but she had been wrong and learned that lesson the hard way, discovering instead that he was the type of person who dealt with wounds by facing them rather than softening them. A person who had fought the executioner and pushed calamity away from the universe did not need to comfort anyone. Judging from his appearance and condition at the time, he was the one who needed comfort more than anyone else, yet he had continued moving forward regardless. She had possessed more than enough time to think during the past month. Aldera released a long breath and gently jumped down from the bed, her emotions settling considerably as she organized her thoughts. Talking about that strange experience would make their next meeting easier, and while she was at it, she could ask whether it was possible to attempt another breakthrough after the first had failed. Besides, bam! Ha! Aldera stared downward in shock. There was a crater in the floor. She had jumped gracefully while suppressing all of her strength. She had not even released an aura or entered a combat state. Yet the stone floor of the glass house had cracked apart, and the entire structure had actually sunk slightly under the force transferred into it, producing a deep rumble that echoed throughout the surrounding area. What in the? Aldera bent slightly and extended her right hand to examine the fracture, wondering whether she had somehow misjudged the amount of force she had used. Then her already widened eyes widened even further. Her right hand was holding the short sword by the middle of its sheath, and at the moment she looked at it, she saw something unbelievable. The short sword had been crushed. The weapon she had used to kill young space beasts without damaging it, a fourth-grade planetary armament she had inherited as a precious legacy, had been completely compressed as though she had been holding a paper bag rather than a piece of equipment forged to withstand the powers of monarchs. The metal had folded inward from every direction, its shape ruined beyond recognition. Clang! Aldera let the sword fall to the ground and took 2 steps backward in shock. Then she raised both hands and pressed them against her head as though trying to wake herself from a strange dream, desperately hoping reality would reassert itself. But she did not wake up. Bam! Bam! And with every step Aldera took backward, a small fracture appeared in the floor beneath her feet, spreading outward in delicate patterns despite her attempts to move as lightly as possible. What is happening? Aldera lowered her hands and began inspecting them in alarm. I feel power. Crack! The moment Aldera clenched her hand into a fist and heard the cracking sound, and saw space itself distort around her as though struggling to withstand the pressure gathering in her grasp, a strange feeling overtook her. Power. Immense power. Power that a low-level monarch should not possess. No, not even a high-level monarch should possess it. Power. With this power, if she were to face the executioner again, if she were placed in that situation once more, if that battlefield were recreated exactly as before and she stood before that terrifying enemy once again. Aldera tightened her fist further, excitement rising uncontrollably within her as her breathing quickened and her eyes began to shine with a fierce light she had not displayed since before Asir's death. Boom! Space exploded around Aldera, and the Elder Cosmic's personal glass house was reduced to rubble. Everything inside it shot off in different directions and was never seen again, scattered by the shockwave as though the structure had never existed in the first place. Stone, furniture, defensive formations, decorations, and every remaining trace of the residence were swept away by the sudden release of force. Ha ha! Aldera began laughing in disbelief, her voice carrying a mixture of shock, relief, and exhilaration. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Then she raised her other hand and clenched it into a fist as well, eager to confirm that what she was feeling was real and not merely some lingering illusion caused by the strange breakthrough. Bang! The fractures beneath her intensified, spreading farther across the damaged ground as waves of pressure rippled outward from her position. Hee, what happened? That coincidence gave me power beyond anything that exists. Then she ground her teeth together and raised her head toward the heavens with a dreamy, ambitious smile, her eyes shining with emotion she had not felt in a very long time. The despair, helplessness, and grief that had weighed upon her heart for months seemed to retreat before the intoxicating sensation flowing through her body. At last I can take my revenge, at last I can guide the universe the way I believe is right, at last I can. She saw something strange, a golden sky, an enormous eye she recognized immediately, for massive symbols connected to it in a familiar arrangement as well. It was the formation Lord Robin had used to battle the executioner and force her retreat, a sight that had already carved itself deeply into the memories of everyone who had witnessed that battle. But something was different. All of them. Why did all of them seem stronger? The excitement on Aldera's face gradually settled, replaced by concentration as she carefully observed the phenomenon. The aura of the symbols did not make her wish to kneel, nor did it strike her spiritually, yet she could clearly feel power, tremendous power without the slightest doubt, power that seemed deeper, purer, and more complete than what she remembered. Even from this distance, every symbol appeared more stable, more majestic, and more authoritative than before. And was this 5th grade master spacetime? 5th grade. The thought itself sent a shiver through her mind. 5 master laws working together beneath a single person's banner. Aldera muttered with a calm smile, her voice no longer filled with excitement but with genuine admiration. This is power. Aldera could feel it. Those symbols undoubtedly belonged to Lord Robin, and in that state Lord Robin was stronger than her, even if she felt the gap between them was not impossibly vast. She could vaguely sense where she stood relative to him, and that realization brought neither frustration nor disappointment. Her expression became calm. For some reason, she felt neither jealousy nor anger that Lord Robin was stronger than her. It simply seemed correct, the way things were supposed to be. At that moment, Aldera noticed something strange. The sky, which looked like a vast pool of golden water stretching endlessly in every direction, began rippling as though someone had thrown an enormous stone into it. Massive waves spread across the golden surface, disturbing its previously flawless stillness. Then a mass of golden light emerged from within it and began moving erratically, twisting around itself in a bizarre fashion until it took the shape of a chaotic cloud. Then a bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens above it and split the cloud apart before beginning to flow through it, illuminating its interior with countless branching currents. That cloud rapidly grew larger and increasingly chaotic, wild, and domineering, while golden currents of energy churned endlessly within it. The more it expanded, the more it resembled a living storm attempting to take shape before her eyes. As for the four symbols surrounding the eye, they began to move, though neither toward the cloud nor away from it. Instead, they shifted slightly closer to one another, making room for the thundercloud to settle upon the same level as themselves. Their movements were slow and deliberate, as though they were acknowledging the cloud's right to stand beside them. Afterward, a new eyelash emerged from the enormous golden eye and quietly connected itself to the thundercloud. The connection formed naturally and effortlessly, as though the cloud had always belonged there and was merely taking its proper place within the formation. Bang! Aldera dropped to her knees. Chapter 2269. Poof! Aldera dropped to her knees, her arms hanging at her sides, her posture loose and unguarded as though something had momentarily disconnected her from the outside world. She had not fallen because of pressure. No, she felt nothing of the sort. There was no pressure upon her body, her soul, or her existence as a living being. What filled the sky above was merely a majestic and breathtaking sight in her eyes, a spectacle so grand that it seemed beyond mortal description, a scene that could leave even the most powerful beings speechless simply through its beauty and scale. Nor had she fallen because she was shocked by Robin's power. No, if anything, she was pleased that Robin had become even stronger. That person, aside from being a friend of the Elder Cosmic, had repeatedly proven himself dependable, proving time and again that he would fight if external forces came to harm them as they had in the past. It was only natural to feel relieved and happy knowing that someone like him carried the burden of the universe upon his shoulders, especially when that burden seemed to grow heavier with every passing year. And yet she had fallen, her mouth slightly open and her eyes shining as though her consciousness had once again drifted away from reality, as though her mind had become focused upon something that no one else could perceive. She stared at the magnificent formation in the sky, and something was happening within her that she could not understand. Something deep inside her was responding to the formation, to the symbols of the master laws, reacting in a way that felt instinctive rather than deliberate. She felt that while she was looking at the formation, that terrifying arrangement composed of 6 master symbols was looking back at her. 6. At that moment, something began to happen. The 6 symbols sent golden threads in Aldera's direction, threads so thin and delicate from afar that they resembled rays of sunlight descending from the heavens. Robin did not move, and from his appearance it was clear that he was unaware of what was happening, his attention remaining fixed upon the board before him as though nothing unusual had occurred. Nor was the pressure upon the creatures of the planet lifted, and no similar phenomenon occurred to any of them. Only Aldera. Those threads gathered together as they traveled until they transformed into something resembling a sphere of pure golden light, its surface smooth and flawless as though it had been crafted from condensed sunlight. Then, the sphere gently swallowed Aldera until she disappeared inside it, and it slowly lifted her from the ground until she came to rest several meters in the air, moving with a calm and deliberate steadiness that somehow made the scene feel even stranger, and remained there. The sphere, with Aldera contained inside it, slowly rotated around its own axis in a sight so strange and awe-inspiring that it sent chills down the spine, appearing less like a phenomenon and more like some ancient ceremony whose meaning had long been forgotten. Glacian saw everything, from Aldera's appearance to the bizarre event that followed. What had happened was so sudden and so astonishing that it actually drew his attention away from what was taking place above, something that only moments ago he would have considered impossible. Whether she would gain power or lose it, whether she would die or extend her lifespan, she was not the focus right now. Whatever was happening to Aldera would normally have been worthy of thousands of years of investigation by the greatest behemoths, but at this exact moment it was not worth looking at for even a second longer, because something even more unbelievable had already seized his attention. With tremendous difficulty, Glacian clenched his teeth and looked upward. The 6th symbol had completed its final form and settled into place alongside its companions, taking its rightful position within the terrifying formation as though it had always belonged there. The master primordial chaos law. Glacian muttered as he stared at the lone bolt of lightning rampaging within the golden cloud, destroying and recreating portions of it endlessly. It is undoubtedly first-grade primordial chaos. Glacian was still kneeling upon the air, and he could feel the planet's spirit trembling, though he did not know whether that trembling came from fear, excitement, or both at once. The emotions flowing through the spirit were so turbulent that distinguishing between them had become impossible. Then he lowered his eyes to observe Robin. Robin, who had already lifted his hand from the board yet continued examining it with patient focus and careful scrutiny, as though the 6 master laws revolving above him were merely a secondary matter compared to whatever conclusions he was attempting to draw from the board. 6 master laws beneath the banner of a single individual for the first time in history. No, for the first time anyone had ever heard of a single person wielding 2 master laws, let alone 6. 6 master laws had decided that existing together within the same body was not such a terrible thing, so long as that body belonged to Lord Robin Burton. 6 master laws had chosen to grant their sovereignty to another person. By what right could he, a mere mortal, consider himself worthy of displaying even the slightest arrogance before such a being? Glacian let out a sigh of relief, a slow breath he had not realized he had been holding for who knew how long. He had chosen correctly when he jumped aboard the vessel of the Elder Cosmic and his friend. No, rather, he had chosen correctly when he jumped aboard the vessel of Lord Robin and his friend. Anyone who stood in the path of such an existence would bring nothing upon themselves but destruction. The more Glacian witnessed, the more firmly he became convinced that opposing Lord Robin was not a matter of bravery, principles, or determination, but a simple exercise in self-annihilation. Then, very slowly, he cast a glance toward the people around him, intending to see how many had died following the appearance of the sixth symbol. Yet he was surprised to find that those who had been kneeling remained kneeling, those who had been sprawled upon the ground remained sprawled there, and those who had lost consciousness remained unconscious. Clearly, they were experiencing the same degree of pressure that he felt. The heavenly laws demanded respect and reverence from every individual, each person according to the limits of what they could endure. The pressure felt by the children of slaughterhouse workers was the same pressure felt by a guardian. The only difference lay in the response. Would you kneel? Would you collapse onto the ground? Would you lose consciousness entirely, or would you somehow remain standing despite the overwhelming instinct urging you to submit? Glacian's eyes locked onto a particular individual and began widening. Halak. He was still standing. Barely. His teeth were clenched tightly and both fists were drawn taut, resisting the urge to kneel as though his very life depended upon it. Veins bulged along his neck and arms, and every muscle in his body appeared to be straining against an invisible force. Yet he was standing, not upright and relaxed, not unaffected by the phenomenon, but undeniably standing while even powerful figures had already fallen. Lord Robin. Glacian muttered, unable to keep the astonishment from his voice. What kind of monster did you choose as your personal guard? Something happened above that forced Glacian to raise his eyes once more to see what was taking place. The central eye opened wider, focusing upon Robin with greater intensity, as though its attention had finally settled completely upon him and nothing else existed beneath the heavens. The 5 symbols surrounding it began revolving around the eye at greater speed, like moons orbiting a planet, their movements growing smoother and more synchronized with every passing second. Crack! Glacian turned toward the mountain as quickly as he possibly could, and for a moment he felt as though his neck would snap from the resistance. Something was happening there as well. An enormous golden lock appeared above Lord Robin, and it slowly began to crack. The lock seemed ancient beyond measure, carrying a sense of age that made entire civilizations feel insignificant by comparison. It hovered silently above Robin's head, radiating an authority that seemed capable of sealing anything beneath heaven and earth. Crack! Crack! A number of shackles appeared around Robin's body, shackles that pierced through his very flesh and emerged from the opposite side, ancient-looking golden restraints that radiated overwhelming strength and authority. The sight was bizarre and terrifying. The shackles did not appear physical, yet neither did they seem illusory. They looked more like conceptual restraints, limitations given visible form, binding something that should never have been bound in the first place. They began cracking as well. Fine fractures spread across their surfaces. Then those fractures multiplied. More and more cracks appeared as though the restraints had reached the limits of what they could endure, while the symbols above continued revolving around the great eye faster and faster. Until, bam! The lock exploded and the shackles shattered into pieces, countless golden fragments scattering outward before dissolving into streams of light that vanished into the surrounding heavens. Chapter 2270. Robin continued staring at the small board before him with open, glowing eyes. His concentration was extraordinarily deep, and all of his senses had been shut away. He could see nothing except what he wished to see, and feel nothing except what he wished to feel. The outside world had long since faded into insignificance compared to the thoughts occupying his mind, and even the disturbances shaking the planet seemed no more important than distant background noise. Meanwhile, the contents of the board were moving. The 4 circles shifted slightly to the side and compressed their positions, making room for a 5th circle that was barely beginning to emerge between balance and creation, appearing first as a faint outline before gradually becoming clearer. Until at last it rose completely and fused itself into the circle of truth, planting its roots there just as the other 4 had done before it, becoming part of the structure rather than an outsider attached to it. And exactly like them, it began revolving around truth in quiet harmony, moving with a steady rhythm that suggested it had always belonged there. Balance is the dividing point between chaos and order, evil and good, existence and non-existence, Robin began muttering as his gaze followed the paths traced across the board. Creation is the tool that takes whatever already exists and shapes it into the desired result. Then he stared at the drawing. Primordial chaos, the raw material from which everything was made, the first and final source of energy. Yet without creation it would have been useless, and without balance, creation could never have begun working upon it in the first place. Its role always lies between the two. Yet from what I can see, the law reveals methods for manipulating primordial chaos and subjugating both it and its derivatives, but not producing it. He furrowed a brow slightly while following several lines converging at a single point. Then where did it come from? Afterward, he smiled. It doesn't matter for now. I'll take my time exploring it later. I never imagined today would end with a gain like this. That circle which had appeared was the key to the master primordial chaos law. It had emerged on its own after he felt his understanding of the other laws rise, particularly creation and balance, as though the increase in comprehension had naturally illuminated a path that had been hidden from him until now. And he was not about to waste such an opportunity. He had drawn the circle with his own hand and examined it thoroughly using the eye of truth, which revealed everything he needed to know about the first grade, or at least everything he needed to investigate and learn more about later, providing clues, directions, and fragments of understanding that would save him countless years of blind exploration. Naturally, that small circle did not literally contain all of that information. Crack! Robin felt a strange sensation around him. All the events that had shaken the planet had failed to attract his attention, but when the lock and shackles appeared and began breaking apart, something inside Robin found itself unable to ignore them, as though a deeply buried instinct had suddenly awakened. Immediately, Robin broke the concentration he had maintained for so long and raised his gaze slightly toward the lock and shackles that were cracking and collapsing. Robin revealed a puzzled smile. He could not feel anything happening to his body or soul. He felt no pain, no threat. Bang! The lock and shackles shattered and disappeared, dissolving into countless fragments of golden light that scattered into the surroundings before fading completely. That was strange. Robin scratched his hair with seraphim. Something inside him insisted that the lock belonged to him, yet he could not feel that anything concerning him had changed. He felt no physical pain, no spiritual pain, and no existential threat, as though what had just happened had nothing to do with him at all, despite the unmistakable sense that it had been connected to him somehow. Yet slowly, he furrowed his brows slightly. Then he began cracking his neck from side to side. No, something was different. Right now, he felt alone, an incredibly strange sensation. A sensation he had never even realized he possessed in the first place, yet now that it was gone, its absence felt impossible to ignore. The feeling was subtle, but also profound enough that he could not simply dismiss it. Compared to now, it could be said that he had always felt as though someone was accompanying him, as though he lived beneath an unseen gaze, as though he were a puppet held in the hands of something he could never see. He had often exploded in anger during difficult situations because of that feeling. He had always tried to rid himself of it, yet never succeeded. He had always assumed it was caused by weakness, by pressure, by responsibilities, or by the expectations placed upon him. Robin raised one eyebrow. Could it be that the mental burden had vanished simply because he had become stronger? Robin tapped Seraphim lightly against the table, producing a soft rhythmic sound while he considered the possibility. Perhaps I should investigate it more later. Then he leaned forward to continue contemplating the board with a small smile, intending to return immediately to the far more interesting subject occupying his attention. That smile turned into a puzzled expression. Why was everything so incredibly golden? Robin lifted his eyes slightly and looked around. 6 colossal symbols. A sky that looked like liquid gold stretching endlessly in every direction, its surface rippling with faint radiance as though the heavens themselves had transformed into an ocean of molten sunlight. Ha! Robin frowned in surprise, then looked ahead, finally allowing his attention to drift away from the board and toward the surrounding world. Pistu and another familiar person beside him were lying flat on their stomachs with their arms stretched forward, their poses so exaggerated that they almost appeared to be worshipping something. Beside them was a man who looked as though he had been carved from ice itself, kneeling in midair while staring at him with a mixture of shock and fear, his expression so stiff that Robin briefly wondered whether he had somehow missed an important event. Robin calmly raised one eyebrow. Then he stood up and began walking toward the edge of the cliff. Maintaining the same expression, he examined everything happening below, all those kneeling individuals and the beasts trembling across the battlefield, his gaze moving from one group to another as he attempted to piece together what had happened while his attention had been elsewhere. Robin sighed, then placed a hand beside his mouth and shouted toward Halak, sorry. Afterward, he began waving toward the sky. Shoo, shoo. Disturbance, disturbance. The formation slowly ascended and merged into the golden sky like stones gently sinking into water, disappearing without resistance as though it were returning to a place where it naturally belonged. Then the sky itself began rotating in the form of a vortex for several seconds, and with each rotation the golden color gradually faded until it disappeared completely, taking with it the overwhelming majesty that had blanketed the entire region. What remained was a clear sky without a single cloud. Boss. Halak's voice rose from below. Next time, warn us when you want to put on a show. The division leaders around Halak finally began standing once more, and the looks they directed toward Robin became extremely complicated, containing equal measures of admiration, disbelief, confusion, and resignation. Were they really supposed to be the guards of that person? The remaining guards who had managed to retain consciousness also rose to their feet, many of them still looking somewhat pale from the experience. Some stared toward Robin with awe and respect. Others looked toward the ground, silently lamenting the difference in power. A few simply stood there for several moments, trying to convince themselves that what they had witnessed had actually happened. Even the royal soulmasters of the Burton family finally stood, gazing toward Robin with solemn expressions. Fear and pride at the same time. Fear because they had personally witnessed how terrifying he had become. Pride because that terrifying individual belonged to their family. Not intentional. Robin laughed in response to Halak, then raised his voice so everyone could hear him. I'll pay all of you 10 years of salary as compensation for this mistake, guys. Come on, get up and carry on. Yes. Halak raised both hands and shouted enthusiastically before beginning to clap and look around. 10 years bonus, my little bastards. Did you hear that? Move that ass. To Halak, money held little value, but it was a good opportunity to move past what had happened and return everyone's attention to what actually mattered. If they remained focused on the phenomenon for much longer, half the guards would probably spend the rest of the day staring at the mountain instead of doing their jobs. And indeed, with the assistance of the 5 squad leaders, who recovered their senses remarkably quickly thanks to years of discipline and battlefield experience, the guards returned to slaughtering the motionless beasts and dealing with newly arriving ones as though nothing had happened. The battlefield soon filled once more with the sounds of combat, commands, movement, and dying monsters, while the brief interruption rapidly faded into the background. Robin watched the scene for a few moments with a broad smile until he heard, "You have a respectable army. Any other force would have collapsed mentally and psychologically, and I say this despite having seen the armies of several behemoths before. Yet your guards stood up and returned to work immediately and at full capacity as though nothing had happened. That is impressive and frightening. Robin cast a sideways glance toward Glacian, who had already risen to his feet, then displayed a diplomatic smile. I would have expected nothing less. It's only natural considering the investment that was poured into them, the laws they wield, and the training they received. The entire treasury of your empire couldn't raise 50 of these. Chapter 2271. The entire treasury of your empire couldn't raise 50 of these. Robin spoke with a faint smile, then turned around and began walking back toward his table at an unhurried pace, his attention already drifting away from the conversation and returning toward the thoughts occupying his mind. As far as he was concerned, the conversation was over, and it was time to contemplate that formation and see what conclusions he could draw from it. Compared to the mysteries hidden within the laws, most other matters could wait. Glacian understood this from Robin's body language as well. The man had likely already begun forgetting his existence, but Glacian had no intention of giving up that easily. May I come in? As for the comment about his empire being poor, well, he wasn't lying. Even if he managed to gather all his assets, he wouldn't be able to afford that major space law the guards are using. There isn't much to do here, but suit yourself, Robin replied casually. Then something caught his attention on the way back. There was a golden sphere slowly rotating where the Elder Cosmic's residence had once stood. Now that he thought about it, the house itself had disappeared. Robin stopped and looked toward Glacian. Since you were watching me, do you know what happened here? There was a woman in that house. Did you see where she went? Robin felt as though he had been inside a temporal gap and had only just emerged from it. Those symbols appearing and affecting the army was one thing, but destruction and changes of this scale occurring right beside him was genuinely strange and should not have happened without him noticing. The feeling was so unusual that it left him mildly unsettled. The woman, you mean Lady Aldera? Glacian advanced through the formations with ease after receiving Robin's permission. She's inside that sphere. At that moment, Glacian forgot, or chose to forget, something important he had been carrying in his hand. Surfon, whom he had been holding by the clothes while approaching the mountain. When he had dropped to his knees in the air beneath the pressure and shock of the phenomenon, his hand had opened involuntarily. As a result, Surfon had plummeted freely down the mountain while screaming the entire way. Robin looked surprised and turned back toward the golden sphere. Aldera is inside? Strange. I can feel a familiar aura coming from the sphere itself. How did this happen? That sphere was formed by the master law symbols. 6 threads from the 6 symbols gathered together and created what you see now. Glacian had reached a position behind Robin. He maintained a distance of exactly 1 step. He did not dare move any closer. The master laws did that on their own? Strange. Robin muttered thoughtfully, then nodded twice. Well, I don't feel anything hostile from it, and perhaps Aldera received a fortunate opportunity for herself. I'll find out what happened once she comes out on her own. Then he continued toward his small table, sat down calmly, and fixed his eyes upon the board, treating the matter as something already settled. Lord Robin, regarding your comment earlier about my empire. Glacian took several steps forward until he stood before the table. Am I to understand that your lordship knows who I am? Glathian, more or less. Robin answered without looking up. Yes, I got a general idea about you and saw your picture in the report when you first joined as a wing. Then he looked up with a smile. A wise decision. Afterward, he returned to examining the board. I know that now. Glacian nodded seriously. Doesn't your lordship have some curiosity about why I'm here? Robin let out a small chuckle and looked toward Glacian once more. Do you want to play? Fine, let's play. Then he leaned back slightly and stared at Glacian's face for a moment, as though reading through his intentions, before lowering his gaze toward the table again. So, the negotiations with the Endless Chaos Empire succeeded. Good. Glacian's eyes widened in surprise. Did the report arrive before I did, Lord Robin? He had wanted Robin to ask what had happened so that he could begin recounting every detail at length, allowing the conversation between them to continue for as long as possible. He had even mentally prepared several places where he could embellish the story and describe the reactions of Ohms, Omara, and the others. But that path had been cut off. And in an extremely strange manner as well. Not because Robin already possessed a detailed report. Not because someone had informed him beforehand. But because he had simply looked at him for a moment and casually reached the correct conclusion as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. No. Robin raised the board by its sides as though he were reading a newspaper, his eyes remaining fixed on the countless connections and patterns hidden within it. But I don't need to hear a report to know what happened. Then he chuckled. I don't like bragging, but I can use first-grade causality at a decent level without activating the runes, and I can see simple things from which I infer even simpler things. Then he continued, the thread you have with me is strong and positive, and you have a strong thread with Halak as well. Positive, though it shows a degree of aversion, which is natural considering his personality. You also have a respectable thread with that poor fellow treating himself below the mountain. Beyond that, you have threads connected to the entity that is the Grave Empire, showing strong affiliation, and 2 threads connected to people roughly your equal in strength, whom I will assume are the guardians of endless chaos. Then he smiled and nodded toward Glacian. Putting all of that together leads to a single conclusion. The negotiations went better than expected. Well done. Glacian felt a chill run through him. This analysis was performed using first-grade causality? What would happen if he used the 3rd grade? No wonder the Archon ruled the universe from the shadows. The more Glacian learned about causality, the more terrifying it became. Strength could be resisted, armies could be fought, and even laws could be countered under the right circumstances, but information itself was another matter entirely. Anything done in service to your majesty is my pleasure, and in the future you will hear much about me. Glacian bowed slightly. Then he straightened his back and continued calmly. At this point, every major power in mid-sector 99 has either been destroyed or subdued. Only a handful of centennial empires remain. Once the Endless Chaos Wing publicly announces its accession, at least half of the remaining centennial empires will join as well. As for those who refuse submission, I volunteer to become the spearhead against them. Then he placed a hand over his chest. I, Glacian, may be a person who loves peace and peace of mind, but I do not slack in serving someone I have become convinced of. Your Majesty will personally see what I accomplish during the coming years for the sake of unifying the sector on your behalf. Do not trouble yourself with these trivial side matters. I am sufficient for them. Heh, then I'll rely on you. Robin revealed a smile. Coordinate with Harrows and tighten the Grave Empire's grip over the sector. I think 50 years should be enough. Then he continued after a brief pause, as though recalling another matter of greater importance, and during that time, keep in contact with Theo and Arrow. Find a way to assist them. Unifying the sector is no longer a difficult task that deserves our full attention. Glacian stood without reacting for several moments. Stunned. Unifying the sector was not a difficult task. How absurdly arrogant were those words? Even after subduing every millennial empire, there would still be thousands of smaller kingdoms and empires scattered throughout the sector, countless noble houses, independent factions, mercenary alliances, hidden organizations, trade conglomerates, and local rulers who would all need to be brought under a single banner. All of that would be completed within half a century? Even 10,000 years would not be enough. At least, that was what Glacian would have said a few hours ago. But after everything he had seen, after seeing 6 master laws gather beneath a single individual, after seeing the heavenly laws themselves respond to his existence, after seeing Aldera wrapped inside a phenomenon no one could explain, after hearing Robin casually deduce the outcome of negotiations through a few threads of causality, after learning that even the Archon's personal attempt to eliminate him had apparently failed, the statement no longer sounded arrogant. It sounded practical. Like someone discussing the completion of a construction project or the organization of an army. Glacian slowly lowered his gaze. Then he nodded. If this man said something was possible, then it was possible. Chapter 2272. Mid-Sector 750, one of the obscure planets. Sevar was in his hidden cave as usual, far from the rays of the sun, with barely any light around him. But this time, he was not leaning lazily on his right arm, nor did he wear his usual sleepy, indifferent expression. He sat with his back straight, both hands gripping the armrests of his stone chair, his posture rigid with tension. His expression was no better. His black eyes were wide open, his teeth clenched tightly, and a mixture of anger and incomprehension dominated his face. Before him now was a strange sight. It was a gigantic serpent. Although it was inside the cave, Sevar could see it stretching toward the horizon, its body nearly the size of an entire planet in diameter, colored a dark crimson like blood. The serpent's head was staring directly into his face, 3 golden eyes fixed upon him coldly, the eyes of a predator looking at prey, of a serpent looking at a newborn mouse. The 3-eyed serpent was flickering. Its body flashed with a ruby-red glow, vivid and threatening, its radiance greater than the sun's and its heat even higher. Its body flickered, appeared for a moment before fading into nothingness until it almost vanished completely, then reappeared once again with suffocating density and realism. That serpent was not real, of course. No serpent in existence could make the Archon feel threatened. But the threat was real. Sevar extended his hand toward the serpent's head until he reached the horn between its nostrils, then pulled it toward himself forcefully. Get out of my face. Whoosh. The serpent did not resist. Instead, it surged in that direction with overwhelming force and speed, a speed many times greater than light itself. Its colossal body could be felt shifting instantaneously every moment, yet it continued rushing beside Sevar for several hours. It seemed long enough to stretch between suns, and its belly appeared vast enough to house millions of races. But everything comes to an end. The serpent's enormous body gradually narrowed, and it became obvious that the tail had finally arrived. This continued until its speed slowly decreased. Then something appeared. A person. A human with a light beard and short hair, standing confidently with his hands behind his back. His entire body flickered with a crimson glow even more powerful and threatening than the serpent's. At that moment, he was looking directly into Sevar's eyes. Looking with realism and killing intent, then fading from existence, then appearing once more and staring at him again. Robin Burton. Sevar muttered in a low voice, hostility obvious in both his tone and gaze. How many years had passed? How many years had passed since a tiny red thread first appeared before him? A ridiculous, insignificant thread that was disconnected because its owner possessed no weight or influence yet. A thread so trivial that it was only noticed because of its hostile color. One of the greatest reasons he had established the Hidden Hand Guild and specialized it in information and major interests was to ensure that his followers were aware of every person of significance in the universe, great or small, and even every minor merchant connected to them, whether positively or negatively. That made it easier for him to connect any thread he desired. It made it easier for him to see everything. It made it easier for him to control everything. It made it easier for him to arrange the causality of the universe. What did it mean for there to be a thread unconnected to him? It meant that person was as worthless as the dust of the earth, so insignificant that even the guild's lowest-ranking soldiers had never seen him before. That was why, when he first saw the red thread, he laughed at its absurdity. He laughed at the idea that someone like that was thinking of harming him, someone who did not even exist on the stage. How long had it been since that thread appeared? 100 years? 1,000? 10,000? Why? Why had that insignificant, laughable thread transformed into a serpent that devoured the sky itself, a colossal embodiment of danger and the symbol of the greatest threat he had ever perceived through his abilities? That flickering. Sevar muttered in a low voice, his gaze fixed upon the constantly shifting image before him while countless thoughts crossed his mind in rapid succession. He was not referring to that deadly crimson radiance, whose mere presence seemed capable of crushing souls beneath its weight, a radiance that would have shattered the soul of any martial emperor who witnessed it directly and understood even a fraction of what it represented. No, he was referring to Robin's manifestation appearing, fading away, and then reappearing once more, over and over again, as though reality itself could not decide whether to acknowledge his existence or erase it. There were two people in the universe whose manifestations of fate and threads he could not see, Athena and Zillan. Those two had already reached the pinnacle of power long before Sevar's own rise, long before he had established his influence throughout the universe, so he had grown accustomed to seeing absolutely nothing concerning them, neither threads nor chains nor any indication that his abilities could affect them in the slightest. There were others whose manifestations of fate possessed chains with links as large as mountains, individuals whose destinies were so vast and deeply rooted that even he could not casually meddle with them without paying a tremendous price, but despite that he could still see them, still observe their existence, still comprehend where they stood within the greater framework of causality. This was the first time in his life, throughout all the countless years he had spent observing the universe and manipulating its hidden connections, that he had seen someone transition from visible to invisible right before his eyes. That flickering between appearance and disappearance usually meant one thing: the person was standing on the edge of a boundary that separated natural existence from something beyond it. He had not yet taken the final remaining step required to vanish completely from the sight of fate itself, but there was not much left, not enough to dismiss or ignore. Of course, for a step like that, not much should normally mean millions of years, perhaps even longer for most beings, because such a distance could not be measured by ordinary cultivation, talent, resources, or opportunities. But for someone who had risen from an unconnected thread to a sky-devouring serpent within a mere few centuries, someone whose growth had repeatedly violated every expectation and prediction that should have governed the universe. No, this had become far too imminent, far too close for comfort, far too bizarre, to the point where even Sevar could not easily accept what he was seeing. The knower, oh, the knower. Sevar muttered, his voice carrying both annoyance and suspicion. Did I irritate you that much? What did you hand to your final candidate to bring him to this level of power so effortlessly? Or did you finally descend personally after all your attempts failed, abandoning subtle schemes and placing everything directly into your own hands? Then he stood. Predictions and questions are no longer useful now. Not at this point. He no longer cared for theories or possibilities, because the evidence was already standing before him, flickering in and out of existence with every passing moment. He then walked toward the hostile manifestation before him. I ordered you to be contained in your authority and forces prevented from spreading further, yet your answer was an increase in personal strength? Sevar raised his head slightly as though reconsidering years of decisions and calculations. Perhaps I was mistaken. Then he continued while staring directly into Robin's eyes, his own expression becoming colder and more resolute. At first, I did not know your location, so I ignored you. When I learned where you were, I also learned of your close relationship with the Soul Society, so once again the request came from them to ignore you, and I did. Later, you grew stronger, your name spread throughout more sectors, and your connection to Zillan became known, so I limited myself to moving my forces to contain you out of respect for Zillan and that individual from the Soul Society, choosing indirect pressure over direct confrontation and believing that would be sufficient. His black eyes then gleamed with a dangerous light, but not anymore. The red threads inside his eyes began moving like serpents, twisting and writhing as though they possessed minds of their own, releasing an increasingly terrifying pressure into the surroundings. I had planned to avoid major confrontations until that event, until I could personally witness those individuals and see the difference between me and them with my own eyes, rather than relying upon speculation and fragmented information. But if I allow you to live any longer, if I continue treating you as a future concern instead of a present threat, I will not survive to see that day. Then he calmly raised his hand, shaping it into the form of a sword. A golden light began flowing around his arm like liquid metal until it completely covered it, layer after layer of radiant energy condensing into something increasingly solid and dangerous, and at its edges the golden radiance sharpened into a cutting blade whose mere existence caused the surrounding space to tremble faintly. Farewell, Robin Burton. You may take pride in the fact that you will force me into complete slumber until that day, a slumber that will reshape the face of the universe for the remaining 2 million years, altering plans, delaying movements, and changing countless destinies that would otherwise have unfolded according to my design. Then, whoosh, Sevar brought the golden blade down upon Robin's manifestation. Chapter 2273. The golden blade descended upon the head of Robin's manifestation of fate with a smooth and absolute motion, carrying within it countless years of mastery, certainty, and confidence born from a power that had erased innumerable enemies before they ever understood what had happened. Swoosh! With complete ease and without encountering the slightest resistance, the golden blade split the manifestation into two identical halves, as though it were cutting through an illusion incapable of defending itself against the authority contained within fate's severance. Before the Archon's eyes, one half began tilting toward the left while the other tilted toward the right, both seemingly beginning the inevitable process of collapse and destruction that always followed such an attack. Sevar spat out a mouthful of blood and took 2 steps backward before dropping onto one knee, the backlash traveling through his body and spreading across his internal organs before finally forcing its way out. Yet he showed neither pain nor anger. Instead, he calmly wiped the blood away, a broad smile spreading across his face as though the injuries were insignificant compared to the result he had achieved. Unexpected. Cutting a fate of this magnitude only resulted in internal injuries and a minor restriction? You've grown far too quickly, Robin Burton, so quickly that your foundations were remarkably easy to uproot, far too soft to withstand destruction. His greatest threat was finished. The threats posed by Charon, Interas, and Morpheus were hidden, indirect threats that could be handled through the proper methods at the proper time, threats that relied on schemes, preparations, influence, and developments that stretched across long periods of time. Robin Burton was different. It was obvious that he possessed a mission to kill him. It was obvious that he had been prepared through every possible means to accomplish that task swiftly, efficiently, and without allowing Sevar enough time to react once the final confrontation arrived. The seer could no longer tolerate Sevar remaining alive, apparently. Was killing Robin Burton worth suffering a restriction on the 6th grade of causality for several months and enduring internal injuries? Absolutely. The power displayed by Robin Burton's manifestation of fate gave the impression that only he and Marlik could defeat him in a direct confrontation, and even that conclusion carried a degree of uncertainty that Sevar found deeply unpleasant. But if Sevar had personally gone to kill him through means other than fate severance, through a method that would not seriously injure himself and would preserve more of his strength, the Elder Cosmic might have stepped forward to protect him the moment the battle began. And even if it were only a fragment of the Elder Cosmic, only a lingering remnant of that terrifying existence rather than the complete being, it would still provide Robin Burton with an opportunity to escape beyond his reach. And if someone this dangerous escaped, he would never be caught again. That was without even considering the consequences of entering direct hostility with the Elder Cosmic, a confrontation whose outcome could not be predicted even by someone as confident in causality as Sevar. Thus, severing his fate and enduring the consequences was the safest solution available, the cleanest path toward eliminating a threat that had grown beyond acceptable limits. But he had never expected the backlash to be this light. My comprehension of causality has apparently reached the peak of the 6th grade. Perhaps I've been underestimating myself too much. Sevar rose calmly and brushed the dust from his knee with a confident smile, his mood improving considerably as he considered the implications of how little he had suffered in exchange for such a result. The side distraction is over. It's time to focus on the others. That smile quickly faded. The 2 halves of Robin's manifestation had not fallen. Instead, they remained frozen in place exactly where they were, suspended in the air as though some unseen force had halted the natural progression of events. Even the feeling of threat remained. The flickering was still there. Nothing had disappeared. Not the pressure. Not the hostility. Not the strange instability surrounding the manifestation. What is happening? Sevar stepped toward the manifestation once again, confusion appearing in his eyes as his confidence began to crack ever so slightly beneath the weight of something he could not immediately explain. This was not supposed to happen. He had used fate severance countless times before, against weak enemies, powerful enemies, hidden enemies, and enemies whose names had once shaken entire regions of the universe. It was an ability he had obtained from the 3rd grade of causality, one he had employed so frequently that it had become his favorite technique, and his mastery of it had reached such a terrifying level that he could kill any behemoth with it while remaining seated where he was, needing nothing more than a sufficient connection and a clear target. It was exactly what its name implied. It erased the existence of a person's fate from the circle of causality, severing the foundation upon which all future developments, possibilities, and outcomes were built. What did that mean? According to Robin's current natural path, he was destined to influence the lives of countless individuals spread across innumerable worlds and civilizations, destined to reach unimaginable heights of power that ordinary cultivators could scarcely comprehend, destined to become a great emperor whose words would affect the universe itself and whose decisions would ripple through the destinies of entire races. That was the chain of fate awaiting him without fail, a future so massive that even a glance at it was enough to make lesser users of causality feel overwhelmed. What if all of that suddenly vanished? What if Robin possessed no fate within the gears of causality? What if the master law itself treated him as though he did not exist, refusing to acknowledge him as a valid component within the structure that governed the flow of destiny? How could he continue influencing all those people and altering their destinies if he did not exist? How could countless threads remain connected to someone whom causality itself refused to recognize? In that case, the master law of causality itself would move to eliminate the variable. The master law would take it upon itself to hurl catastrophe after catastrophe at such a person, manipulating circumstances, probabilities, coincidences, and disasters until he was erased as quickly as possible, allowing the destinies connected to that variable to correct themselves and permitting the universe to continue along its intended course without suffering instability. When a person's fate was severed, their manifestation faded away or their threads disappeared, and sooner or later they died. Sometimes death came immediately, sometimes it arrived after a series of disasters, but the result never changed. It was an unavoidable fate, a conclusion that countless victims had already proven over the ages. But that was not what was happening. Robin's manifestation was still there, existing before his eyes as clearly as ever despite everything that should have occurred. It was still flickering. It was still threatening. Then something strange happened. Vroom, vroom. The 2 severed halves began moving toward one another. Tendrils emerged from both sections and started searching for their missing counterparts with an almost instinctive determination, stretching outward and weaving through the air until they found one another. And when they did, Robin's manifestation returned to being whole and perfect, every crack disappearing instantly as though nothing had happened at all, as though the severing had never taken place. What? Sever shouted in astonishment and irritation, his voice echoing throughout the cave. How? The first reaction that crossed his mind was to cut it apart again in anger, to repeat the attack and force reality to obey what he knew should be true. But he restrained himself. Quickly, he raised his right hand toward Robin's manifestation of fate. His thumb and index finger began glowing with that distinctive golden light, the same authority-filled radiance that allowed him to peer into the hidden framework beneath existence itself. Then he slowly pulled the manifestation toward himself and began examining what lay behind it. Quadrillions of threads. Trillions of intelligent beings whose destinies were connected to that man in one way or another. Some connections were thick and powerful, others thin and fragile, some represented loyalty, others fear, hatred, dependence, admiration, or simple coincidence, yet all of them ultimately converged upon the same figure. Any word he spoke, any action he took, would influence all of them, whether positively or negatively, causing waves that would spread endlessly through the universe. He was the living embodiment of the greatest enemy any user of causality could ever face. Sevar nodded. It was a terrifying sight, one that would have shocked most observers and convinced them that Robin had already become a monster beyond control. But it was also expected from the Lord of Humanity. There was nothing unusual there that warranted further investigation, nothing that explained the impossible scene he had just witnessed. So he pushed the manifestation of fate backward slightly, causing all the threads connected to Robin to vanish from view as his perspective shifted beyond them. Then he pushed the manifestation even farther back. With this action, he should have been able to see the threads influencing Robin. He should have been able to see the path Robin was destined to follow if he continued walking his current road, the countless future possibilities gradually narrowing until only the most likely outcome remained visible. PFF. A terrible pain and weakness swept through Sevar's body, causing his organs to tighten and his vision to blur for a brief moment. This ability granted him a cheat sheet that allowed him to peer into an opponent's future and gave him the power to alter that future however he wished, making preparations years, centuries, or even millennia before events occurred. It was no less destructive and horrifying than fate's severance itself, and in some situations it was even more terrifying because it allowed him to attack a person's future before that future had arrived. Sevar's expression froze instantly. It was as though he had forgotten the pain entirely, every trace of discomfort disappearing beneath a wave of disbelief. There was no thread. There was no path. He could not see what was destined for Robin. Impossible. Sevar lunged forward and began examining the manifestation carefully, hoping to find something, anything that could explain what he was seeing and restore logic to the situation. The absence of a future thread meant the absence of fate, and the absence of fate meant the absence of the person himself. That was the entire purpose behind fate's severance in the first place. Had his fate already been severed? A person like that should have been dead. Chapter 2274. What is happening here? Sevar ground his teeth in anger and confusion, his mind racing through every possibility he knew, only to reject each one moments later because none of them matched the impossible scene unfolding before him. What he was seeing now should not belong to a human, nor to any living creature that possessed a soul, a history, desires, ambitions, and a place within the flow of causality. Even bacteria possessed threads of fate. Even the smallest forms of life, creatures that lived and died without thought or purpose, left traces within the great wheel of causality and possessed futures that could be observed, influenced, and ultimately altered. There was only one thing that displayed this kind of phenomenon. Something that had countless destinies connected to it and influenced by it, yet possessed no future of its own, desired nothing, and was influenced by nothing, existing merely as a point around which the hopes of others revolved. They were idols, the objects of worship revered by pagans. Vast numbers of people placed their hopes in them, built their futures around them, prayed before them during moments of despair, and based their decisions upon entities represented by lifeless idols that could neither hear nor respond. Yet the idols themselves possessed neither power nor will. They desired nothing. They were influenced by nothing. They had no future path. They were just rocks. In such circumstances, a manifestation like the one before him would appear, a manifestation without an owner, a hollow shell that existed solely because countless minds acknowledged it. The hopes, expectations, fears, and even spirits of countless people would cling to it, yet it would possess no future of its own because there was no true being standing behind it. Users of causality, cursed practitioners, and followers of the dark path in general often exploited these false manifestations for sacrifices and the acquisition of power. Harvesting the accumulated emotions and faith surrounding them would be a far greater sacrifice than the usual blood. But, was Robin Burton merely an idol? Impossible. That man had a family. He had a history, an empire, children, an entire life filled with victories, defeats, enemies, allies, responsibilities, and ambitions. Friends. Among them was the elder cosmic himself. How could someone like that possess the same fate as an inanimate object? The knower. Blood began flowing from Sevar's eyes after employing so many supreme techniques against a manifestation as powerful as Robin's, his body struggling beneath the accumulated burden. Do you truly wish to get rid of me this badly? What have I done to you to deserve all of this? He spat out blood mixed with fragments of flesh before dropping to one knee once more, his chest rising and falling heavily as waves of pain coursed through his body. Dawn Aeroplanet, present time. Robin looked in a certain direction, a clear expression of annoyance and killing intent appearing on his face as though he had sensed something unpleasant occurring far beyond the reach of ordinary perception. Yet he did not seem injured in any way. Well, no new injury at least. Not even slightly. Is something wrong, Lord Robin? Glathian finally found an opportunity to open his mouth again after remaining silent for so long. For several minutes, Robin had remained focused on studying the board and paid him no attention whatsoever, as though nothing else in the world deserved consideration. Then, for some reason, he had suddenly turned toward that direction. "Well, I think we're both injured now." Robin returned his gaze to the board and chuckled, sounding far more amused than concerned. "I bet he didn't expect this. He. Whom are you speaking about, Lord Robin, if I may ask?" Glathian questioned once more, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Who could possibly matter enough for you to care whether they're injured or not at your current level of strength?" "Several people," Robin replied calmly, his expression remaining relaxed. "Sevar included, of course." It was the first time Glathian had heard that person's name spoken openly and directly. "Was it him just now who?" Robin nodded casually. "He tried to kill me by severing my thread of fate." Then he laughed. "Perhaps my breakthroughs in understanding the laws raised the level of threat I represent in his eyes, so he decided to remove me and settle the matter once and for all before things became even more troublesome." Glathian instinctively stepped backward in fear, his pupils shrinking as the implications of those words struck him. The Archon had personally made a move? The being whose very existence stood at the summit of the universe's hierarchy, a figure whom countless powers feared and respected, had personally attacked? And failed? How? Glathian muttered, his voice filled with disbelief as he struggled to process what he had just heard. How? How did I not die? Robin looked toward Glathian with a broad smile that seemed entirely out of place given the topic being discussed. "Because I'm already dead." Glacian's brows knitted tightly together, his confusion only deepening instead of diminishing. "Ooh, great one, great one." The shout from the side drew Robin's attention toward Pistu and the person beside him. He turned in their direction, raising an eyebrow as though only now remembering they were still present. "How long are you two planning to stay like that? The pressure is gone and everything is over. Go make me something hot. At once." Pistu immediately jumped to his feet upon receiving the order, moving with a speed that suggested he had been waiting desperately for an excuse to escape. As for the person beside him, he looked somewhat embarrassed and began dusting off his clothes while trying to regain a semblance of dignity. "Harper." Robin finally remembered him after a brief pause. "Do you have a report or something?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The shadow sword bowed respectfully. "I can deliver it whenever you wish." "Oh, then wait a little until your soul calms down." Robin waved twice dismissively. "Go help Pistu." "As you command." Harper moved away quickly, clearly relieved to receive a straightforward task. Robin then turned back toward Glacian. "Oh, what was I saying? That you're dead." Glathian forced a smile onto his face, though it looked more strained than amused. "Ah, right. Robin gently set the board aside and leaned back against his simple chair, looking far more relaxed than someone discussing matters involving fate, death, and the Archon himself. "Several centuries ago, when the all-seeing God first appeared before me, he said something strange. He said that someone like me shouldn't exist." Glathian trembled slightly. Even speaking openly about someone like the seer had become normal now. Most people treated that existence as something beyond discussion, yet Robin spoke of him the same way one would speak about an old acquaintance. At first, I thought he was talking about the fact that I had become a chosen of truth. Back then, I didn't even know there was such a thing as the path of truth or chosen ones and all that nonsense, and I was extremely proud of myself. Robin chuckled at the memory. But afterward I went to Nairi in Greenland and fought the Great Serpent Empire, and I learned that being a chosen of truth wasn't nearly as impressive as I had imagined. The universe is far larger and stranger than people from young worlds like to believe. But the all-seeing God clarified it later. Robin laughed softly. "Back then, I had already tampered with what are called threads of fate quite extensively. He. As someone from a nascent planet whose martial history barely stretched 30,000 years, I became a genuine chosen of truth. A person who desired the path itself and wasn't merely granted the eye of truth as a reward like most chosen ones. That fact alone was enough to tear apart all of my future threads of fate. Add to that the fact that I entered truth through the widest gate possible, the discovery of the fundamental law of death, the absolute truth that every creature will eventually experience regardless of how much time passes, regardless of race, cultivation, power, talent, status, or destiny. That was another factor. Following the future threads of users of a major death law is foolishness. How do you trace the future footsteps of someone who controls death itself? How do you define a fixed destiny for someone capable of interfering with the most universal truth in existence? And the cherry on top was that I literally tasted death." Robin pointed casually toward himself. "My original threads of fate reached their conclusion before the very moment I uncovered truth and the path of death. My discovery of the major law of death and the master law of truth happened afterward, which makes those discoveries something outside of fate itself, events that occurred beyond the destination originally assigned to me." He leaned back slightly before continuing. "That's what granted me the ability known as Omen of Truth, which warns me of things that haven't happened yet without costing me anything. It's also what gave me an unusual affinity with causality. That law doesn't like me, and I have no doubt about that, but it doesn't know how to deal with me either." Robin laughed. "I'm essentially a loophole in it." Glathian simply stared at him. At this point he no longer knew which part of the explanation was supposed to be the shocking one. The fact that Robin's original fate had ended? The fact that he had gained power beyond that endpoint? Or the fact that he was casually describing himself as a flaw within one of the master laws of the universe? Robin merely shrugged. "I'm simply saying that attempting to sever my threads of fate, or manipulate my future, is a foolish and pathetic effort because, in the end, A grin slowly spread across his face, carrying a strange mixture of amusement, pride, and mockery. Someone like me shouldn't exist. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Chapter 2275. Glathian continued staring at Robin's face for nearly a full minute, unable to look away no matter how hard he tried. Every attempt to redirect his thoughts failed almost immediately, as his mind kept returning to the same unbelievable conclusion over and over again. What Robin had just said bordered on fantasy. Not the exaggerated fantasies of ignorant cultivators who dreamed beyond their capabilities, but the kind of fantasy that directly contradicted principles that had governed the universe for countless ages. If there were a manifestation of determination, it would be drawn in Robin's image. A manifestation that refused compromise, refused surrender, and refused to acknowledge limitations even when reality itself attempted to impose them. And if there were a master law of stubbornness, it would belong exclusively to him. What he had essentially said was that the master law of causality had guided him toward certain death, and because fate was unavoidable, death had indeed come for Robin exactly as intended, fulfilling the role assigned to it by the universe. But what had he done when death finally reached him? He had not regretted his decisions. He had not questioned his choices. He had not panicked. He had not screamed and surrendered himself to the agony of death. He had not desperately searched for someone to blame. Instead, he had begun studying the fundamental law of death, and had actually discovered its key within mere seconds while standing at the very edge of existence. What kind of stubbornness and concentration was that? What kind of absurd mentality allowed someone to remain focused on understanding a law while death itself was claiming his life? And why were you focused on discovering the law of death at a moment like that in the first place? To take it with you into hell? To satisfy your curiosity before disappearing forever? Who would even think of something like that? Who besides Lord Robin, the master law of causality, hated him? No. The more Glathian thought about it, the less believable that idea became. If the law possessed consciousness, then it undoubtedly favored him. And that omen of truth ability was proof enough. An ability that granted warnings without cost, insights without sacrifice, and guidance that should not have been possible. And even if it did not favor him, then the law of causality simply no longer knew how to deal with him, like an impossibly stubborn infant whom you could not punish, could not threaten, and could not force into obedience, leaving you no choice but to let him do whatever he wanted while hoping the situation somehow resolved itself. Whatever the reason, his thread of fate had ended the moment death arrived and completed its role. The original future had reached its conclusion. The original path had stopped there. Everything that happened afterward was a variable, a deviation, an anomaly, something that should not have existed according to the original design. And describing him as someone who should not exist was not very far from reality. The more I hear from you, the more my respect for your majesty grows. Glathian sighed deeply, his expression complicated. And the more my contempt for myself increases. There is no need to think that way, Glathian. No one is born a genius. Even I was once called fishbones, and I suffered through some of the cruelest forms of torture imaginable and endured tragedy after tragedy. Robin spoke in an exceptionally calm tone while continuing to observe the board before him as though discussing a distant memory rather than his own life. All a person truly needs is focus on their own path, and a good opportunity. Then he smiled at Glathian, a simple smile. Yet for some reason it carried immense confidence. And perhaps your opportunity is meeting me. Glathian nodded firmly. Those words represented the pinnacle of arrogance, the sort of arrogance that would normally provoke immediate hostility. After all, Glathian was a guardian and ruler of a millennia-old empire whose foundations had survived storms capable of destroying lesser civilizations. And only now his opportunity had arrived? Only now? After everything he had accomplished? Yet considering who had spoken those words, considering the person sitting before him, he was probably right. Your Majesty, Glathian hesitated briefly before speaking again, carefully organizing his thoughts so he would not waste the opportunity. May I ask you something? Robin glanced toward Pistu and Harper. Seeing that his drink was still being prepared and that neither of them seemed close to finishing, he returned to examining the board. Go ahead. Thank you. Glathian revealed a faint smile. Every additional sentence that emerged from that man's mouth opened entirely new horizons before him while simultaneously tearing down old assumptions he had considered unquestionable truths. May I ask, how can a chosen of truth in the martial emperor realm possess the fifth grade of spacetime? And can you actually use it? Glathian's eyes widened slightly. His soul longed for this knowledge, not because he desired power for himself, not because he intended to imitate Robin, but because understanding even a fragment of the answer would completely reshape his understanding of cultivation. Someone capable of freely wielding the fifth grade of spacetime could fight any behemoth face to face. Such a person would stand among the absolute monsters of the universe. Distance would become meaningless. Movement would become meaningless. Entire battlefields could become extensions of their will. If Robin merely understood the law but lacked the ability to use it, well, that would still be astonishing. A martial emperor possessing such comprehension would already be unprecedented. But it certainly would not be the same thing. Knowledge and application were entirely different realms. Heh, Robin chuckled. Why only spacetime? There are 5 others, as you know. For a brief moment, Glathian thought he had misheard. His heartbeat seemed to skip. Then he continued in a calmer voice. Anyway, yes, I can use all of them through the golden patterns. The patterns? Glathian asked, unable to hide his excitement. It's a special ability unique to the golden candidates, something the seer gave me, more or less, Robin explained while absent-mindedly tracing a finger across the edge of the board. I can use the law of truth to imitate the golden patterns of any other law and employ it at any level, so long as that level is equal to or lower than my comprehension of the master law of truth. As long as I understand truth deeply enough, the patterns can serve as a bridge, allowing me to replicate what would otherwise be inaccessible. Then, Glathian muttered while trying to process the implications and rearrange everything he thought he knew about cultivation, you can only use the fourth grade of spacetime. Robin was still a martial emperor, which meant that, by all conventional logic accepted throughout the universe, he should only possess the fourth grade of truth. And using the fourth grade of spacetime wasn't bad either. Of course, it was vastly weaker than the fifth grade. The difference between the two was so enormous that entire civilizations could rise and fall without ever crossing it. But it was still an extraordinary achievement that most cultivators could only dream about even after spending their entire lives pursuing the law. Not exactly. Robin shook his head. As I mentioned, the matter depends on my level of comprehension of the master law of truth. I completely comprehend the fifth grade, and you could say I'm already preparing to explore the sixth, so I can use the fifth grade of spacetime. Of course, things would be easier if I personally stood within the world catastrophe realm, but the winds rarely blow a ship's desire, and reality rarely arranges itself according to our preferred schedule. But, Glathian pointed toward Robin's body with obvious hesitation, his expression revealing that he was struggling to reconcile what he had just heard with what stood before his eyes. Why am I still a martial emperor despite mastering the fifth grade? Why not just break through? Robin chuckled as though he had heard that question countless times before. Several reasons. I could make a list of 10 at the very least, but let's mention the most important one. I still haven't found a suitable stabilizer. Glathian looked puzzled. But don't your followers distribute high-level stabilizers as rewards to their own subordinates? From what I've heard, even elite officers within your forces possess resources that entire empires would envy. And do I look like a subordinate to you, Glathian? Robin's eyes turned slightly cold. Do I use what ordinary people use? Do I follow ordinary paths simply because they're available? No, that wasn't my intention. Glathian quickly withdrew his words in a calm and respectful manner. I'm merely saying that anything should be within your majesty's reach. Resources, treasures, rare materials, surely obtaining one shouldn't be difficult. Robin returned his attention to the board. I'll find a solution. Then, after several seconds of silence during which his gaze remained fixed on the countless patterns spread across the surface before him, he muttered quietly, I've always found solutions, and this won't be the thing that stops me. Poof. Pista gently placed the hot drink before Robin and then bowed respectfully, careful not to disturb either the board or the conversation. Oh great one, I feel that I've gained additional understanding in the secondary law of sound, and I request a short leave so that I may harvest those insights as quickly as possible before the inspiration fades. Pista could barely contain his excitement. His entire body seemed lighter than before. Witnessing the master laws in such a manner was not something that happened every day. Most behemoths had never enjoyed such an opportunity in their entire lives. Some had spent millions of years searching for enlightenment and never received a fraction of what had been revealed here. And naturally, nearly any problem related to law comprehension for those who had witnessed that phenomenon would become dramatically easier. Concepts that once seemed impossible suddenly became clear. Questions that had lingered for centuries suddenly possessed answers. After seeing something like that, even bottlenecks should feel ashamed of continuing to exist. And I as well, Your Majesty. I request permission to withdraw and begin closed-door cultivation. Harper bowed beside Pistu, clearly experiencing a similar surge of inspiration. You may leave. Robin pointed toward Pistu without even looking up. Pistu immediately bowed again and hurried away with visible excitement, looking as though he feared losing a precious opportunity if he wasted even another second. And you stay here. Are you joking? Robin pointed toward Harper. What did you come here for, and what are you leaving for? Oh. Harper suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, his expression immediately turning awkward. I came to inform Your Majesty regarding the Endless Chaos Empire. They have officially joined as a wing of the Empire, both guardians have recited the oath, and the armies are currently being merged while the agreed-upon privileges are being granted to them. The integration process has begun smoothly, and no significant resistance has been encountered so far. Robin nodded. If that's everything, then you may leave. There's one more thing. Harper spoke quickly before the opportunity disappeared, straightening his posture. It's regarding Marshal Sakar. Chapter 2276. Sakar? I was thinking about him not long ago, wondering what he might be doing these days and whether he had finally reached the limits of what young Sector 101 could offer him. Robin was visibly surprised by the sudden mention of the name after it had crossed his mind only recently. What does Sakar want? Harper replied quickly, without needing even a moment to organize his thoughts. The Marshal asked me to deliver a short message personally and make sure it reached Your Majesty exactly as intended. It says, please don't forget about us. The playground has become far too small. Robin leaned back farther against his chair, allowing his shoulders to settle comfortably against the backrest as a faint smile appeared on his face. Give me a quick overview of the situation in young Sector 101. I'd like to hear how things have developed over there recently. Reporting to Your Majesty, things there are better than good, to the point that many people would consider the situation almost unbelievable compared to what it was before, Harper answered respectfully. There are no longer any noteworthy hostile forces left in the sector. Any empire, federation, coalition, or even planetary kingdom we discovered had its coordinates handed over to the Marshal, and he personally took care of the matter without delegating the work to others. Some surrendered almost immediately after understanding the situation, while others were completely converted and absorbed into the new order. The Shattered Meteor Empire itself now officially controls nearly 10,000 planets according to the records, maps, and public announcements, but in reality the entire royal family, the imperial administration, and the military as a whole kneel before the Marshal and follow his directives without objection. The sector is practically empty at this point, with very few meaningful powers remaining outside his influence, and the Marshal has effectively become its true ruler in every sense of the word. Glathian's eyes widened to their limits, and for a brief moment he almost forgot to maintain the composed demeanor expected of someone of his status. He had heard about the Verilian Seed War and the overwhelming return of the Shattered Meteor Empire, as well as the countless rumors that had spread throughout neighboring territories regarding the shocking speed of its expansion and consolidation of power. Of course he had heard. Everyone had heard and been astonished, regardless of whether they were rulers, generals, merchants, or wandering experts. And it turned out that a marshal serving under Lord Robin was personally leading everything from the shadows and directing the entire situation with his own hands? This Sakar, someone on the same level as Marshal Arrow himself, a figure capable of influencing the fate of entire sectors with a single decision. No wonder he's saying the playground has become too small. Robin chuckled softly before letting his gaze drift toward the gateway leading into the void, as though he could already imagine Sakar's expression while sending that message. Tell him to come. I'll invite him to dinner here, and afterward we'll sit down and decide what sort of future path would suit him best. Come, here. Harper cast a sideways glance toward Glathian, clearly aware of how unusual that invitation would sound to an outsider. Glathian looked puzzled, uncertain why Harper had suddenly glanced at him. Donera is crawling with space beasts from one end of the planet to the other. Would it really be strange for a crimson plague to appear among them? Robin waved his hand dismissively, as though the matter were completely ordinary and not worth dwelling on. Go bring him. A plague. Glathian shouted before he could stop himself. One of your marshals is a crimson plague. Ignoring Glathian's outburst entirely, Harper bowed slightly toward Robin with the calm attitude of someone who had already grown accustomed to hearing shocking revelations on a regular basis. As you command, your majesty. I'll transmit your orders immediately and make the necessary arrangements. Then he stepped aside and vanished without hesitation. A plague. Glathian repeated even louder, unable to keep the disbelief from his voice. Yes, a plague. What is it? Robin laughed openly, clearly amused by the reaction. Are you going to report me to the authorities? No, but. Glathian frowned deeply as numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Not too long ago, rumors began spreading that your majesty was working on a method to subjugate the plague and somehow turn one of the universe's greatest disasters into a controllable asset. Could it be that it actually succeeded? But this speed doesn't make any sense. The moment he finished speaking, he regretted his haste and realized that his assumption itself contained a flaw. How could his majesty have only recently begun and completed such a project when the Verilian War had already been raging for centuries and had produced a marshal powerful enough to dominate an entire sector? Then he looked toward Robin once more, his thoughts shifting in an entirely different direction. He had possessed a method of controlling the Crimson Plague for centuries and had been quietly cultivating such individuals all this time? Robin immediately understood the questioning look in Glathian's eyes and the conclusions he had begun drawing. Don't overwork your brain, Glathi. You've already received enough information today to keep you awake at night for years while trying to piece everything together. Glathian bowed slightly, suppressing the countless questions that still filled his mind. Thank you for your trust. Not a single word will leak from me. Of course, Glathian understood that Robin was giving him an enormous opportunity and showing him tremendous trust by allowing him to remain present during all of these discussions. Otherwise, he could have simply ordered him to leave from the very beginning and continued the conversation in private. He wasn't obligated to answer anything, explain anything, or allow him to hear even a fraction of what had been discussed. I know. Robin smiled faintly. I know you won't leak anything. Then he waved his hand casually, his attention already beginning to drift elsewhere. Now you can either sit or leave, do whatever you want. I want to focus on this painting for a while. Without waiting for a response, Robin rested his forehead against his left hand, held the painting securely in his right, adjusted its angle slightly, and returned his attention to it with complete concentration. Glathian had noticed him trying to look at the painting repeatedly throughout their entire conversation, even during moments when important matters regarding sectors, wars, and marshals were being discussed. His longing for it was obvious, to the point that it seemed he had been exercising restraint the entire time merely to finish the conversation before returning his full attention to the piece in his hands. But this time in particular, after everything he had heard and everything he had witnessed over the course of a single day, he did not dare ask another question or add even a single extra word, no matter how strong the curiosity burning inside him had become. This time in particular, His Majesty had personally asked him to remain silent and allow him some peace. So he let out a quiet sigh inwardly, suppressing the countless questions still circling through his thoughts, and began turning around to leave without making a sound, his movements measured and restrained as though he feared disturbing the atmosphere around him. Staying any longer would leave a poor impression of him and make him appear incapable of understanding boundaries despite all the trust he had just been shown. And until requests or orders arrived from the Grave Empire or from the First Sword, Theo, it would be best for him to remain here and assist with the Space Beast matter free of charge, building goodwill while also familiarizing himself further with the environment surrounding Lord Robin. That would give him another opportunity to speak with His Majesty, learn more things that ordinary rulers could never hope to hear, and broaden his horizons once again beyond the limits he once believed impossible to surpass. Crack, crack, Glathian halted his movement and looked toward a certain direction after catching the unmistakable sound of something breaking apart. The golden sphere containing Aldera had begun to crack at that very moment, fine fractures spreading across its surface like branching veins of light as pieces of condensed golden radiance gradually lost their stability. Then, without any delay, hesitation, or additional phenomenon, poof! The sphere collapsed completely, and the golden light that composed it scattered into countless particles before dissipating into the surrounding air, vanishing before it could even touch the ground. But something else touched the ground, hard enough to produce an unmistakable impact. Bam! Aldera landed heavily on her backside after dropping from the air without any elegance whatsoever. Ugh! With a simple movement, she began rubbing her back slowly while grimacing in discomfort. Tisk, tisk, that hurt more than I expected. Lady Aldera, are you alright? Glathian moved to her side immediately, abandoning his intention to leave, and helped her to her feet while examining her condition at the same time. I'm fine. Aldera stood up with his assistance and began stretching her body gently, moving her shoulders, arms, and waist as though confirming everything was still functioning properly. What a dreadful feeling. It felt as though I had absolutely no control over my body, as if every part of me belonged to someone else. Aldera let out a long breath of relief after confirming that both her body and consciousness were intact and responding normally to her commands. She had nearly lost her mind when the sphere of master laws swallowed her whole, and she felt that weakness inside herself, a helplessness so complete that even recalling it now caused discomfort to rise within her chest. What exactly happened to you? Glathian's curiosity ignited immediately when he found no physical injuries, no visible damage, and no spiritual abnormalities despite everything she had experienced. You spent nearly 10 minutes in there. Only 10 minutes? It felt eternal. Aldera sighed heavily before raising an eyebrow at Glathian as her attention finally shifted away from her own condition. Aren't you Lord Glathian, ruler of the vast Frost Empire? Why are you standing on Lord Robin's mountain instead of ruling your own territory? Glathian looked Aldera up and down several times, his gaze carrying a strange mixture of surprise and concern. I think you have something far more important to worry about right now. What's wrong? Aldera raised an eyebrow immediately. She did not like those looks at all, especially when they came from someone of Glathian's level. So she immediately began examining herself once more, this time with considerably greater focus and urgency than before. What? Her expression changed instantly. Her energy gathering center. It was empty, completely and utterly empty, literally empty. No energy core, no foundations, no law engravings inside the gathering center, no traces of cultivation pathways, no residual structures, nothing, absolutely nothing remained where the very basis of her power should have existed. What's happening? Aldera stumbled 2 steps backward while clutching her abdomen in shock, her face rapidly losing color as disbelief flooded her mind. Had she returned to square one after everything she had accomplished? Had all her years of cultivation simply disappeared? At that moment, before either of them could continue speaking, a voice echoed directly inside the ears of both Aldera and Glathian, clear enough that neither could mistake its owner. It was Robin's voice. Aldera. Robin set the painting aside after finally pulling his attention away from it and focused his attention on Aldera's head, his expression showing a rare trace of confusion. Or rather, not on her head itself, above her head. Why is there a golden lock spinning above your head? Chapter 2277. Why is there a golden lock above your head? Robin asked with a trace of curiosity and genuine interest as he remained seated where he was, showing no intention of standing despite the unusual circumstances unfolding before him. A lock above my head. Aldera immediately began waving both hands above her head as though she were trying to catch an invisible insect hovering just beyond her sight, repeatedly attempting to tilt her neck back and look upward, but accomplishing absolutely nothing. Unable to see anything herself, she turned toward Glathian. Do you see anything? Glathian knitted his brows together deeply and stared above her head for several moments before slowly shaking his head. No, I don't see anything at all. Nothing. Aldera turned back toward Robin with growing disbelief and irritation. Do you actually see something, or are you trying to mock me because I lost all my power and can no longer examine myself properly or verify things with my own senses? And why would I lie about something so trivial? Robin showed a faint smile before casually pointing above her head once more. It's right there. In fact, it's difficult to miss from where I'm sitting. Forget the lock, Aldera waved her hand dismissively, clearly placing far less importance on an invisible object than on her current condition. What happened to me? Then her voice rose even further as panic continued to build inside her. Why has my energy gathering center reverted as though I had just been born and never cultivated a single day in my life? I think the energy gathering issue is the last thing you should be concerned about. Robin folded his arms before his chest while continuing to study her carefully, his eyes glowing with a faint golden radiance as he stared directly toward her forehead and beyond it, as though observing layers hidden from ordinary perception. There are strange things happening inside your soul domain, things that don't resemble anything I've encountered before. Can you feel them? Aldera jolted slightly before straightening her posture and sitting upright. Since she was not a royal soul master, she possessed only a single consciousness rather than multiple independent streams of awareness. Whenever she wished to inspect her soul domain or examine the state of her soul, she had no choice but to withdraw that one and only consciousness inward, temporarily abandoning awareness of her surroundings and leaving her physical body sitting motionless like a statue. Fortunately, the inspection itself did not require much time. Only a short while later, Aldera's eyes snapped open again and she shouted, "There isn't a single imprint of the fundamental repetition law left in my soul domain. Not one. The efforts, comprehension, accumulation, and refinement of hundreds of thousands of years have been completely erased as though they never existed in the first place." The disappearance of an energy focus and the regression of an energy gathering center back to its pre-training state was undoubtedly alarming and terrifying, enough to drive many cultivators into despair, but such things had occurred before under certain rare circumstances. In those situations, the victim merely had to begin cultivating again from the start, and because the law itself had already been deeply engraved into the soul at advanced levels through countless years of effort, retraining generally required very little time compared to the original process. But now, even that final consolation appeared to have been taken away from her as well. As for Robin, he remained completely calm in the face of Aldera's increasingly frantic cries and emotional outbursts. Silent, observing, studying, he had not even bothered to rise from his seat. To Aldera, this was a catastrophe capable of overturning her entire life, destroying the foundation of everything she had worked toward for countless years and forcing her to confront the possibility of losing nearly all of her achievements. To Robin, however, it was simply an exceptionally valuable phenomenon worthy of careful observation and analysis. Aldera held little significance to him on a personal level, and even from the perspective of the Academy she was not indispensable. Furthermore, when the disaster had occurred, her first response had been to place the blame upon him rather than approach him as an ally. As a result, the relationship between them remained entirely practical and transactional. There was no deep friendship, emotional attachment, or personal obligation compelling him to leap to his feet and exhaust every possible resource on her behalf before understanding exactly what had happened. That is indeed dreadful, and I certainly understand why you are reacting that way. But that wasn't actually what I meant when I mentioned what was happening inside your soul domain. Robin nodded twice while maintaining his focus on her. I was referring specifically to what is occurring inside the walls themselves. To be honest, it's genuinely strange, far stranger than the disappearance of your law imprints. The structure inside your soul domain appears abnormal in ways I have never witnessed before, not even in the most unusual cases I've studied. Stop moving around for a moment, and stop talking as well. Perhaps if I examine it carefully enough, I'll be able to figure something out. Wait. Glathian stepped forward while raising a hand in an attempt to interrupt the direction the discussion had suddenly taken, his expression growing increasingly strained as though he were watching everyone walk past the most important clue in existence. Are we really just going to ignore the matter of the lock? If you could see what I'm seeing, you'd ignore it too, Robin muttered absent-mindedly, still staring intently at Aldera's head and soul domain with unwavering focus, his attention so completely absorbed by the strange phenomenon before him that even Glathian's urgency seemed incapable of distracting him. The soul domain itself remained exactly as it had been before, at least at first glance, which was why Aldera had failed to notice anything unusual even after sending her consciousness inward for inspection and examining every region she could access. But what was happening inside the walls of the soul domain was truly something extraordinary, something so bizarre and fundamentally abnormal that Robin could not recall having seen anything remotely comparable throughout all his studies and observations. Forget the domain for a moment, please. Glathian pointed emphatically toward Aldera, feeling as though Robin was deliberately focusing on the wrong mystery. Describe the lock to me. Robin tilted his head slightly while continuing to observe. Golden, just as I said. Ancient in appearance, carrying a solemn and dignified aura that makes it feel less like an object and more like an immutable law of the universe. It slowly revolves around her head in a clockwise direction along a fixed golden path, as though there's a rail, track, or continuous band suspended above her head and the lock is sliding across it with perfect regularity. Then he lowered his gaze slightly and patiently examined the rest of her body from top to bottom. There are also several faint golden shackles piercing the region of her heart, her energy gathering center, and the other vital areas throughout her body. They're separate from the lock itself and seem to belong to a different chain entirely, though they're clearly related in purpose. Aldera felt a chill of fear run through her body as she listened. All of this was happening inside her body, and she could not feel any of it? No pain, no pressure, no warning, nothing whatsoever. Where had all of this been hiding from her? Only a month ago she had been an ordinary monarch advancing through life according to familiar rules, and only minutes ago she had become the most powerful monarch the universe had ever seen, reaching heights that should have been impossible according to common understanding. Then suddenly everything vanished, her cultivation disappeared, her accumulated comprehension was stripped away, and she found herself restrained by something she could neither see, understand, nor even detect with her own senses. Lord Robin, aren't you describing the same lock and chains that shattered around you earlier? Glathian felt as though he was about to lose his mind from the implications alone. I saw you looking upward as they broke apart. You saw them just as I did at the moment they shattered, and the description sounds almost identical. Robin remained silent for several moments while carefully considering the comparison before eventually nodding. When I looked at Aldera just now, that was the very first thought that crossed my mind. It's the same lock. Then he shrugged without appearing particularly disturbed by the revelation. But what comes after that? What do you mean, what comes after that, Lord Robin? Glathian asked quickly, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. Aren't you eager to find out what's happening? Aren't you at least curious about why the exact same phenomenon appeared twice under completely different circumstances? It's not that, Robin sighed while rubbing his temple briefly. The lock and shackles clearly represent restrictions, limitations, or seals of some kind, but what comes after that? How many restrictions are there on us inhabitants of Universe B14? The restrictions of the young belt, the restrictions of the 7th grade within the mid-belt, the restrictions of the shell, the restrictions of the void, the seal imposed upon humans when advancing from martial emperor to world catastrophe, or this, or that, or 100 others that nobody even understands completely. Robin shook his head slowly. The sheer number of seals, boundaries, restrictions, and invisible limitations imposed upon us is terrifying when you stop to think about it seriously. Chasing after every one of them would only be exhausting. Not exhausting for me as a person, but exhausting to the spirit itself. The mere fact that we live beneath so many restrictions, distortions, and imposed limitations is already discouraging enough without spending centuries cataloging each one individually. Then he returned his attention to Aldera's forehead as though the subject of the lock had already lost much of its appeal. By comparison, I find what's happening inside the walls of Aldera's soul domain far more intriguing and far more worthy of investigation. Then he pointed toward Aldera with a smile that reflected genuine fascination. At this very moment, millions of strange threads are flowing through the walls of Aldera's soul domain like countless serpents winding through an immense underground network, and every single one carries a different law pattern. Some are thick, some are thin, some shine brightly while others are faint, yet all of them contain distinct traces of different laws. These are practically all the laws that exist within the universe. It's honestly a breathtaking sight and one of the most extraordinary things I've ever witnessed. Then he continued, his interest becoming increasingly apparent as he described the process. A large number of them have already settled down and begun to wither while merging into the walls, and all the similar and compatible laws are weaving together into incredibly complex and exceptionally powerful networks before becoming part of the soul domain itself. Entire groups of related laws are linking together naturally as though they were designed to do so from the beginning. At this rate, within only a few days all of these threads will become a perfect network and disappear into the walls without leaving the slightest trace behind. By then, even I may no longer be capable of detecting them no matter how carefully I search. Then he chuckled in Aldera's direction. Congratulations. You may have lost your cultivation, but you'll gain an extraordinarily powerful soul domain capable of withstanding tremendous internal explosions and overwhelming external attacks without collapsing. A domain that probably wouldn't break apart even if you brought the filth, corruption, and destructive force of the entire world crashing down upon it all at once. You might even acquire the elastic domain trait because of the flexibility, resilience, and astonishing strength of those threads, just like mine. Ha. Robin's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 2278. Robin's expression darkened noticeably, and he stopped speaking altogether as a series of thoughts rapidly connected inside his mind, causing his attention to drift away from everything else in the room. An extraordinarily powerful soul domain, durable both internally and externally, capable of enduring devastating explosions, direct attacks, corruption, and even overwhelming destructive forces without collapsing, while also possessing the ability to stretch, expand, and recover much like the elastic domain trait. Wasn't that, in many ways, a description of his own soul domain? The more he thought about it, the less comfortable the similarity became. Aldera, where exactly did those threads come from? Robin asked quickly, his tone carrying far more urgency than before. Glathian released a long, frustrated sigh. He had wanted the discussion regarding the lock to continue for much longer, and perhaps even become the primary focus of the conversation. To him, the lock was by far the most fascinating mystery present, especially since it appeared directly connected to the strange events surrounding Robin and now Aldera. As for those threads, he could not even see them. Trying to discuss something completely invisible to him while ignoring the giant golden lock only Robin could perceive felt deeply unsatisfying. They were heavenly law threads, the threads that appear whenever someone breaks through to any level within the Dominator realm and receives recognition from the laws of the universe. Aldera tried to maintain her composure as much as possible despite everything that had happened, though traces of lingering fear still remained in her voice. They were surrounding me because I was in the middle of advancing toward mid-Dominator. Every one of those threads was supposed to increase my affinity toward each law in the universe by an additional 10%, raising them to 20% overall, while increasing my affinity toward the fundamental repetition main law by 15%, bringing it to 30%. Or at least, that's what should have happened according to every piece of knowledge I've ever learned. Glathian nodded slowly. That was indeed how things normally worked. Whenever a cultivator achieved a new breakthrough in the understanding of their personal law, they received additional support from the law itself. At every new breakthrough within the Dominator realm, the cultivator's primary law granted an additional 15% support, while every other law in existence increased its affinity by 10%. This process accumulated over time and became one of the greatest advantages of advancing through the higher realms. Then, upon reaching High Dominator, the final level of the realm and the last step before ascending further, the understanding of the main law received another 20% increase, bringing the total support from that law to 50%, while all remaining laws gained another 10% increase and reached 30% affinity. Of course, those numbers represented only the accepted standard. They described what happened to ordinary cultivators. Exceptions had always existed. It was said that certain individuals favored by their own laws received significantly greater support than normal, as though the laws themselves actively desired their success. Some stories even claimed that particularly beloved cultivators could receive benefits several times greater than what should have been possible according to common theory. And in extraordinarily rare cases, a low monarch might suddenly possess a support ratio of 40% in a single leap without following the normal progression at all. Such cases, however, were almost non-existent throughout recorded history. Anyone fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to receive blessings of that magnitude generally met one of only two fates. Either the entire universe turned its attention toward them, attracting enemies from every direction until they were eventually hunted down and killed before reaching maturity, or they survived long enough to become one of the most terrifying behemoths to ever exist. The greatest and most famous example was Antira's. Legend claimed that he possessed 100% support from the entirety of the space path itself. Not a portion, not a favored branch, the entire path. Many people believed this was merely an exaggeration born from fear and admiration, but even the most conservative versions of the story still described support ratios so absurd that they bordered on the impossible. What happened then? Robin asked impatiently, unwilling to allow the discussion to drift away from the crucial moment. He was already familiar with heavenly law threads from previous studies and historical records, of course. What he needed was the specific detail, the abnormality, the moment where everything stopped following the expected path. Something frightened them. Aldera began recalling the events as carefully as she could. I felt their fear. It wasn't my imagination, and it wasn't my own fear reflected onto them. The threads themselves became terrified. Suddenly all of them rushed toward me at once and began entering through my forehead before settling inside. There were too many of them, far too many, and everything happened so quickly that I couldn't even react properly. Had the fundamental repetition law not protected me, I might have died right then and there. She paused briefly as she remembered the overwhelming pain. After that, I opened my eyes while feeling intense pain throughout my entire being. Robin's brows furrowed deeply. Fear? Heavenly law threads becoming afraid? That alone sounded absurd. These were manifestations of universal laws. What could possibly frighten them? Aldera's awakening had coincided with the appearance of the sovereign law symbols. More specifically, Robin turned toward Glathian. You were present. When Aldera woke up, how many symbols were in the sky? 5, without question. Glathian answered immediately without needing even a moment to think. I remember it clearly. Lady Aldera fell to her knees alongside me when the 6th symbol appeared, and at that exact moment she also became enveloped within that golden sphere. The 5th frightened the heavenly law threads, and the 6th placed her inside the sphere. Robin muttered while looking downward, his mind operating at double speed as countless possibilities, theories, and implications rapidly formed, collided, and collapsed within his thoughts. Every answer seemed to create 2 new questions, and every clue appeared connected to a larger mechanism hidden just beyond his grasp. The timing was too precise, the similarities too numerous, and the chain of events too strange to dismiss as coincidence. Perhaps there's something I should mention. Aldera spoke after a brief hesitation, carefully organizing her memories before continuing. When I opened my eyes, I felt a terrifying amount of power. Power that neither a low monarch nor even a high monarch should possess under normal circumstances. It felt as though I had spent my entire life standing beneath an enormous waterfall that constantly pressed down on me, suppressing every movement and making even the simple act of standing upright difficult, and then suddenly I stepped out from beneath it and began moving freely for the first time in my life. My body felt lighter, my mind felt clearer, and every trace of resistance simply vanished. I can't really describe it any better than that. I felt something like that as well. Glathian immediately confirmed her words with a nod. Even beneath the pressure of the sovereign symbols, which should have made it difficult to perceive anything else, I could sense an alarming amount of power radiating from Lady Aldera. She destroyed the glass house unintentionally without even understanding what she was doing, and I'm fully aware of how durable that structure was. That wasn't the sort of destruction a newly advanced cultivator should have been capable of producing accidentally. That's actually natural, and more or less what I would expect. Robin began tapping lightly against the armrest of his chair as his thoughts continued moving along a new direction. The peak of the connection state is the true peak of human power, at least from a biological and structural perspective. The Dominator realm simply borrows power that does not physically belong to it, or more accurately. He paused briefly while searching for the most precise wording. It opens doors that were already present from the very beginning and allows a cultivator to access a portion of what should have been theirs naturally. What exactly do you mean by that, Lord Robin? Glathian asked, his curiosity immediately captured. I mean that the support you receive as dominators is not additional power at all, despite what most people believe. In reality, those are capabilities you already possess that are merely being released back to you little by little. Robin explained patiently. As one of the many restrictions imposed upon the inhabitants of the universe, I've noticed that the heavenly laws suppress the maximum limit of one's strength in a very deliberate and systematic manner. And through observing and interacting with all of you over the years, comparing different individuals and different levels of support, I've gradually become convinced that the support you receive is nothing more than a fraction of your own true power being returned. Then he continued. The internal core assembly of a world catastrophe, capable of storing energy comparable to that contained within planets and stars, combined with the development of the body's energy transmission structure achieved in the connection state, the refinement of flesh, blood, bones, soul, and spiritual circulation into a single complete system, that is humanity's ideal condition. It grants an overwhelming level of strength that should, theoretically, surpass nearly every conventional limitation. If you possess energy comparable to a sun and a body capable of releasing all of it at once without destroying itself, what more could you possibly need? What external assistance could even compare to that? Robin shook his head slowly. The heavenly laws resist this. They actively prevent that true power from manifesting in its entirety. The support you receive is merely the removal of a portion of the pressure imposed upon you by those laws. When people say the support ratio is 10%, the reality is simply that the heavenly laws have begun allowing you to access an additional portion of the power that already belonged to you from the start. Nothing is being gifted to you. Nothing new is being created. A lock is simply being loosened. Then he pointed toward Eldora. Her description of feeling as though she had stepped out from beneath a waterfall supports my theory perfectly. It confirms that she was being subjected to pressure and then suddenly freed from it. The sensation she described wasn't one of growth, empowerment, or receiving something new. It was the sensation of a burden being removed. She did not gain new power. What Eldora experienced was what every connection state cultivator should naturally possess from the beginning if no artificial suppression existed. Lord Robin. Glathian revealed a hesitant smile, unsure whether he should be intrigued or horrified by the implications. Are you saying that connection state cultivators are stronger than dominators? I'm saying there is no such thing as the law domination realm. Robin waved his hand with visible irritation, as though the very concept annoyed him. In my view, that realm is nothing more than deception and fraud, a carefully constructed illusion designed to disguise what is actually happening. It's a mechanism created by the rulemaker to limit humanity's progress, slow the natural growth of intelligent life, and prevent cultivators from reaching their full potential too quickly. Perhaps it was done for stability. Perhaps it was done for control. Perhaps it was done to regulate the growth rate of universes as the executioner once suggested. Whatever the reason, the result remains the same. People celebrate receiving support from the heavenly laws without realizing that the laws are merely returning a fraction of what they took away in the first place. Chapter 2279. The Dominator Realm is a scam. Glathian revealed an ugly smile, one that made him look as though he were on the verge of fainting from sheer disbelief. The fact that he was a law dominator was the single greatest source of pride in his entire life. It was what had secured the safety of his empire and granted him the peace of mind necessary to rule without constantly fearing annihilation from stronger forces. It was what had earned him respect, influence, prestige, and prosperity for his bloodline across countless generations. It was proof of his talent, proof of his hard work, proof that the endless years he had spent cultivating, fighting, scheming, and surviving had not been wasted. It represented his past, his present, and everything he imagined for his future. It was the foundation upon which he had built his identity. To him, it was practically everything. Think about it, Glathian. Robin rubbed his forehead as though he were struggling to understand why nobody else found the situation absurd. The more diligent of a student you are, and the more of your life you sacrifice studying a heavenly law, the more that law supposedly takes pity on you and opens a tiny portion of the cosmic seal restricting you, as some sort of reward? An incentive? A motivational system? It might be nothing more than a trivial secondary heavenly law, insignificant in the grand scheme of things, yet you will find people spending millions of years desperately trying to earn its favor just to increase their own strength by another 10%. Entire civilizations devote themselves to this process. Empires are built around it. Sects worship it. Generations dedicate their lives to it. What kind of absurd system is that? Glathian felt as though he might cry. After all, he himself was a guardian of a secondary law. Not only that, but he had spent an enormous portion of his life pursuing precisely the path Robin was describing. Secondly, the entire idea that heavenly laws possess consciousness and personal preferences simply does not fit inside my head. Robin shook his head with visible dissatisfaction. No, you are attacking fundamental truths now, Lord Robin, Glathian responded immediately, almost instinctively defending concepts he had believed for hundreds of thousands of years. There are countless examples throughout history of laws favoring specific guardians and monarchs. Entire records and historical accounts have been written about such phenomena. The most famous example is Antira's, and a closer example would be Helen Distra, whom many believe was personally protected by the incineration law itself. In my opinion, that is part of the scam. Robin tilted his head slightly. A scheme designed to make the heavenly laws around you appear more important than they really are, greater than they actually are, until they become everyone's goal, destination, and final aspiration. Once that happens, nobody spends time thinking about anything beyond them. Nobody questions the structure. Nobody asks why things work the way they do. Everyone becomes busy chasing the approval of laws that may not even deserve the attention they are receiving. And if events like those are not merely coincidences, then they are probably the result of individual talent, or because the rulemaker intentionally left loopholes throughout the system to encourage people to play his game, a game entirely centered around heavenly laws and their worship. Then an expression of genuine disgust appeared on his face. The heavenly laws around you, the laws that exist within the boundaries of this universe and operate beneath the framework established by higher powers, are far too insignificant to possess awareness, make choices, develop preferences, hold grudges, or decide who deserves favor and who does not. Glathian lowered his gaze. Once again, he had not even spent a single hour beside Robin. And once again, he was hearing things that threatened to rebuild everything he had ever believed from the ground up. Every few minutes another pillar of common knowledge seemed to collapse. Every answer produced a larger question. Every explanation somehow made the universe feel stranger. Could you focus on me for a moment? Eldora raised her voice, her patience finally reaching its limit. What exactly happened to me? Every word exchanged between Robin and Glathian felt like fuel being thrown onto a fire from her perspective. She had been silently burning with frustration while watching them discuss the nature of heavenly laws, the structure of cultivation, cosmic conspiracies, and universal restrictions while almost completely ignoring the problem that had started this entire conversation. Her problem. The fact that her cultivation had disappeared. The fact that her soul domain had changed. The fact that she no longer understood what she had become. Robin looked directly into Aldera's eyes. It does not take a genius to realize that the 5 sovereign symbols were responsible for removing every restriction the universe had placed upon you. The limits governing your use of laws, the invisible suppression imposed upon your body, the pressure exerted upon you by all the other laws surrounding you, and perhaps even restrictions we still have not identified, all of that disappeared because those 5 sovereign symbols appeared. And by the way, those restrictions are still gone. If you reach the connection state again, you will undoubtedly become one of the strongest individuals in the universe. That part has not changed, regardless of everything else. Then he continued while interlocking his fingers over his stomach. And I am specifically saying 5 because the symbols appeared one after another rather than all at once. According to Glathian's confident testimony, your transformation occurred precisely when the 5th appeared, before the 6th became visible. If that is true, then the distinction matters. It means the 6th symbol may have been responsible for something else entirely. Perhaps the 5th removed the restrictions while the 6th initiated the golden sphere. Perhaps they served different functions. Perhaps the order itself is important. Aldera opened her mouth slightly as a new thought struck her. Was the price for that the disappearance of my internal energy and the loss of my understanding of the fundamental repetition law? Apparently not. Robin tilted his head slightly while considering the timeline. You said you felt tremendous power. Not potential power. Not future power. Actual power. That means the removal of the restrictions governing your use of laws had already succeeded while you still possessed your original strength. Glathian also said he felt that power personally and witnessed its effects with his own eyes. His testimony serves as evidence that the removal of those restrictions did not cost you your strength. Robin paused briefly before continuing. If your strength disappeared only afterward, then the disappearance and the removal of restrictions were likely 2 separate events. In other words, the thing that freed you and the thing that stripped away your cultivation may not be the same phenomenon at all. Aldera and Glathian nodded slowly, both following Robin's train of thought as it gradually moved away from speculation and closer toward something resembling a coherent explanation. Then Robin continued, this is evidence that the incident involving the threads and the removal of the restrictions occurred and concluded the very moment Aldera opened her eyes. If that phenomenon had been responsible for something as severe as destroying her energy gathering center, erasing her accumulated cultivation, and removing her understanding of the fundamental repetition law, it would not have granted Aldera the tremendous power first and only afterward begun taking things away from her. It would not make sense from any perspective. A process that frees someone from restriction should not simultaneously wait until afterward to collect a price of that magnitude. That contradicts the fundamental principle of fair exchange and also contradicts the sequence of events we actually witnessed. Are you saying that removing 100% of the restrictions imposed by all the heavenly laws has absolutely nothing to do with what happened to my energy gathering center? Aldera asked in extreme disbelief, almost unable to accept that 2 such overwhelming events could be unrelated. No, that incident occurred and ended the moment you opened your eyes. It was a fascinating event that deserves much more study and investigation because it could be extremely useful to us in the future. Robin tilted his head slightly before his brows slowly furrowed. But there is something else that is troubling me far more than your energy gathering center right now. What is it, Lord Robin? Glathian asked immediately, noticing the change in Robin's expression. In truth, I possess a soul domain that is almost identical to Aldera's current one. Robin spoke more slowly now, carefully observing the countless fibers still weaving themselves into the walls of Aldera's soul domain. For a very long time, I believed those intertwined fibers inside the walls of my soul domain were simply part of its natural structure. Later, after discovering the elastic domain trait and learning more about unusual spiritual phenomena, I assumed they were related to that trait. But now I am watching those exact fibers form inside the walls of Aldera's soul domain in real time. I am seeing the process itself unfold before my eyes. I can see their living colors gradually fading away one after another, and I can watch them silently merge into the walls as though they were always meant to become part of the structure. Robin's brows tightened. In the past, I was nearly overjoyed when I learned that I possessed a unique spiritual trait that I had supposedly been born with. I was happy because it was the only thing I did not have to work endlessly for. The only thing. Everything else in my life had been earned through suffering, risk, stubbornness, and endless effort. It was the only advantage that seemed to have fallen into my hands naturally, and for the first time I felt that luck might finally be on my side. He paused briefly before continuing in a quieter voice. But what I am seeing now is perhaps the greatest proof that none of that was true. At some point in the past, I went through exactly what Aldera is experiencing now. Then he lowered his gaze. But when? Robin stood and began slowly walking toward the cliff with his hands folded behind his back, his footsteps measured and absent-minded as his attention became increasingly consumed by memories. When were the restrictions on my laws removed? How did it help me? And how did I fail to notice something this significant happening to me? How did I spend all these years misunderstanding the origin of one of the most important characteristics of my soul domain? His brows furrowed deeply, If something like this happened to me, I would undoubtedly remember it. Anyone would remember it. The removal of universal restrictions, the restructuring of a soul domain, the transformation of one's spiritual foundation, those are not small events. They are the kind of experiences that should remain engraved in memory forever. He paused briefly. Was I simply a child too young and too ignorant to understand what was happening? But why would blessings of this magnitude descend upon a child for no reason? And me of all people? The one with the worst luck among everyone? The same child who spent most of his life being crushed by circumstances. Then his eyebrows slowly rose. A look of shock began forming on his face as pieces that had remained disconnected for years suddenly began fitting together. That day. His footsteps gradually slowed. That day matches every condition. The more he thought about it, the less he could dismiss the possibility. Young, ignorant, unable to understand what was happening around me. The day the course of my life completely changed. A sphere of golden energy lifting me off the ground. Returning to zero. Rebuilding my body. Losing everything I had and starting over. The memories continued surfacing one after another. Every detail seemed to align. Every clue pointed toward the same answer. Then he suddenly raised his voice in realization, the final connection locking into place inside his mind. That day when I met the all-seeing God for the very first time. Chapter 2280. That day in the cave. Robin raised his voice, the realization striking him with increasing force the more he examined the memories in his mind. The all-seeing God placed me inside a sphere of golden light as well, in a manner almost identical to what happened to Aldera. Robin's eyes widened as the scene resurfaced vividly in his memory, details that had remained buried for centuries suddenly becoming far more important than they had ever seen before. When Robin emerged from that sphere back then, he had returned to being a child. The all-seeing God had told him that he had used the fundamental laws of time and life to rebuild his body, and as far as Robin had understood at the time, that had been the entire explanation. The matter had appeared simple, almost too simple. In fact, the all-seeing God had even asked him to rebuild Caesar's body as well, speaking about the process with such casual ease that Robin had never seriously questioned it afterward. At the time it had sounded reasonable. Now it sounded suspicious. Could it be that something else had been happening during that moment? Something hidden behind the restoration of his body? Something that had escaped his notice entirely because he had been too young to understand what was happening around him? Thinking about it more carefully, the all-seeing God had returned Helen to her bedroom across sectors and belts with nothing more than a casual wave of his hand, effortlessly moving a Nexus state cultivator across astronomical distances that should have been difficult even for the greatest powers. Did he really need to wrap Robin inside a sphere of golden light for several minutes merely to apply the laws of time and life? Why had he not done it with a simple gesture as well? Restoring the body of a mortal was incomparably easier than transporting a Nexus state cultivator across belts. The difference was not even worth comparing. Secondly, when he transported Helen, he had not consumed energy from her body at all. He had done everything himself. The burden had clearly fallen on him. So why had he consumed all of Robin's solid levels merely to activate time and life? Why had Robin been reduced to such a miserable state afterward? Especially considering that Robin's foundations and even his soul domain had been lawless at the time and required no cleansing whatsoever. There had been nothing to repair beyond the body itself. Nothing that should have justified such a dramatic process. But that only created more questions rather than answers. If the all-seeing God had done that to him, then how had Robin managed to do something similar to Aldera? He certainly was not capable of wielding time and life at the all-seeing God's level, nor had he consciously attempted to replicate whatever process the all-seeing God had used. Yet the similarities were becoming impossible to ignore. Robin raised both hands and pressed them firmly against his head. Something was missing, a crucial piece, a piece large enough to connect everything, something he should have noticed already. Something sitting directly in front of him. Something that made every answer feel incomplete. While trapped in that nearly hysterical state of thought, Glathian suddenly spoke. Allow me to stop you here, Lord Robin. There's a small contradiction in your reasoning. A contradiction? Robin turned toward him in surprise. We concluded only moments ago that Lady Aldera had already reached zero restrictions before she left the house and had already obtained that terrifying amount of power. Only afterward did she enter the golden sphere and lose everything. Glathian pointed toward Robin. What you're describing, however, is the event involving the golden sphere itself, something that should have happened after the removal of restrictions according to the sequence we've established, or at the very least something separate from it. Faced with his own conclusion reflected back at him, Robin nodded reluctantly before beginning to pace back and forth slowly. The movement was almost unconscious. His mind was running much faster than his body. But I can't remember anything unusual in my life before the all-seeing God appeared. There isn't a single moment I can point to and say, that was it. Do you understand? No strange phenomenon, no sudden transformation, no overwhelming realization. Certainly that moment of mental clarity beside Rita wasn't it. Aldera narrowed her eyes. Who was Rita? The name had appeared out of nowhere. Yet before she could ask, Robin suddenly stopped walking. His expression froze. Then his brows slowly tightened. No, there is one. What is it? Glathian asked immediately, feeling as though he was participating in the unraveling of a cosmic mystery whose implications might reach far beyond a single person. A fraction of a second before the all-seeing God appeared, Robin narrowed his eyes. When I discovered the fundamental law of death, and with it, the first grade of the master law of truth. Do you think that was the moment you obtained the removal of restrictions? Glathian asked. I'm not sure. Robin shook his head. At that exact moment, the all-seeing God stopped time before I had the chance to feel anything. Everything happened too quickly. Time didn't begin moving again until after he disappeared and I emerged from the golden sphere. Then he nodded several times while replaying the sequence in his memory again and again. I can't think of anything else. That's it then. Glathian pointed directly toward Robin. That was your ticket to the removal of restrictions. Robin furrowed his brows, clearly unconvinced by the direction Glathian's reasoning was taking. Are you saying the all-seeing God had nothing to do with it? That everything that happened to me occurred naturally and he merely happened to be present? Glathian pointed toward Aldera without hesitation. Did he have anything to do with what happened to Lady Aldera? But my master laws are what affected her. Robin frowned more deeply. Without them, she would have continued her breakthrough exactly as planned without anything unusual happening. She would have advanced, received her heavenly law support, and the matter would have ended there. And at that time, you broke through to become a genuine chosen of truth, not one of those clowns who merely use the title while barely understanding what it means. Glathian replied immediately, refusing to let Robin dismiss the possibility so easily. That has to count for something. A lot of something, in fact. Then he continued, growing increasingly confident in his theory. What if obtaining the first grade of a master law automatically removes all restrictions imposed by cosmic powers? What if that's one of the hidden effects of stepping beyond ordinary laws? That would make perfect sense. How could ordinary cosmic laws continue affecting a master law user? How could rules created beneath master laws continue binding someone who has already stepped into that level? Then he quickly added before Robin could interrupt. And this becomes even more reasonable when we consider that Lady Aldera was affected by your successive breakthroughs. Perhaps the heavenly laws themselves became confused and hurriedly cleared the area for exactly that reason. Perhaps they recognized something beyond their authority and simply retreated. Now that I think about it. Aldera spoke up slowly while recalling the details of that moment. The threads were trembling in fear. Not resisting, not hesitating, they were genuinely afraid, and they stopped several times before finally making that movement and rushing toward me. See? Glathian exclaimed happily as though he had just received proof supporting his argument. Those few pauses matched the few breakthroughs. Believe me, every time a new master symbol appeared, they hesitated again before finally giving up altogether. I don't know. Robin resumed pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. I think this line of reasoning has drifted off course. Building conclusions entirely upon assumptions isn't my style. The more extraordinary a conclusion is, the more evidence it should require. Then what if we treat it as a hypothesis and nothing more? Glathian spread both hands. No conclusions, no declarations, just an assumption for the sake of continuing the analysis. Let's assume you obtained the removal of restrictions the moment you acquired the master law of truth, and that Lady Aldera obtained hers because of your breakthroughs today, and according to your majesty, that was where the story ended. Robin nodded after a brief pause. Go on. For Robin, this was not merely a waste of time or an exercise in satisfying curiosity. The number of potential applications that could arise if these theories proved correct was simply enormous. If restrictions could truly be removed, if the process could be replicated, if it could be understood and controlled, then the implications extended far beyond Aldera, far beyond a single universe, perhaps. Now we come to the second part. Glathian spoke quickly, noticing Robin's willingness to listen. The all-seeing God placed you inside a golden sphere and returned you to zero. Meanwhile, you placed Lady Aldera inside a golden sphere and returned her to zero. A golden lock and shackles appeared above your head and shattered without you feeling a thing. Meanwhile, a golden lock appeared above Lady Aldera's head, and she didn't feel anything either. Neither of you sensed the process itself while it was happening. And aside from that similarity, there are two variables. Glathian raised two fingers. The first is that the incident involving your majesty's lock breaking and Lady Aldera's lock appearing occurred at the exact same time the sixth symbol appeared. Not before it, not after it, at the same moment. He lowered one finger. The second is that you're the only one capable of seeing Lady Aldera's lock. Then he lowered the second finger as well. Afterward, he closed his mouth and stared directly into Robin's eyes with a measured expression, clearly waiting for him to connect the final pieces himself. Aldera furrowed her brow, trying to understand where he was going with this, before turning toward Robin. Do you understand something? Robin continued staring at Glathian for several long seconds, his eyes opened wider than usual as the implications unfolded one after another inside his mind. The similarities, the timing, the lock, the sphere, the return to zero, the inability of anyone else to perceive the phenomenon. Everything pointed toward a single answer. Then he turned back toward Aldera with a faint smile. If I've understood correctly, then in the simplest possible terms. He pointed toward himself. I was the all-seeing God's candidate. Then he pointed toward Aldera. And now you're mine. Chapter 2281. You are my candidate now. Robin spoke with a calm smile that seemed born from a conclusion he had only just reached rather than from any passing joke, then turned toward Glathian and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Isn't that what you were trying to say? ? Glathian furrowed his brows deeply as he considered Robin's words, then slowly shook his head. Not exactly. I was going to say that the events seem connected, that everything appears to be part of the same chain, but your conclusion sounds disturbingly accurate. Your candidate. Aldera muttered as she looked back and forth between the two of them in disbelief. She knew of the entity known as the all-seeing God and had heard countless stories and rumors surrounding him throughout history, but her actual understanding of him was extremely limited. Was Robin comparing himself to that being? That's nonsense, Glathian. Robin shook his head without hesitation, as though wanting to stop that line of reasoning before it gained any momentum. Whatever coincidence may have occurred, I'm nowhere near that person's level of power. Not in knowledge, not in influence, and certainly not in capability. Perhaps not in terms of raw power or direct influence, but you're definitely similar in nature. Glathian took another step toward Robin as his eyes narrowed slightly. All of this happened because the sixth symbol appeared, the first grade of primordial chaos that you obtained today. What if that's all you needed to escape the all-seeing God's control? What if that's all you needed to take candidates the same way he does? What if obtaining that law was the final missing requirement all along? Robin lowered his gaze as numerous thoughts began colliding within his mind. Lord Robin, since we're discussing candidacy, Glathian asked quickly, unwilling to let Robin disappear into one of his long periods of contemplation again, what exactly do you know about the process? Robin remained silent for several moments, appearing to recall words spoken long ago. According to the all-seeing God himself, he observes the children of destiny, individuals born with extraordinary fortune and exceptional futures. Once he determines that their personalities are suitable for the tasks he wishes to accomplish and that they are capable of following the path he has prepared for them, he recruits them as candidates and grants them the first grade of the master law most compatible with their nature. That's it. Glathian snapped his fingers loudly. Lord Robin, does that truly sound normal to you? Every single person he chooses suddenly becomes capable of cultivating a master law simply because he decided so? Children of destiny exist across countless planets and galaxies. In some eras there are thousands upon thousands of them. How many can actually comprehend a master law under normal circumstances? Then he pointed at himself with his thumb and let out a dry chuckle. I don't consider myself stupid. Yet I certainly wouldn't become capable of cultivating a master law simply because someone handed one to me. Robin's brows tightened further as Glathian's words pressed against suspicions he had quietly harbored for a long time. Of course he knew this. No one desired more than he did to distribute his master laws among his descendants, followers, and trusted companions, yet the reality was nearly impossible. All he could do was point people toward the correct path, provide the initial seeds, and wait to see whether any understanding would emerge. The success rate was effectively non-existent. The closest examples were Jabba and Shaddad. Neither of them had understood anything from the master laws he had given them despite repeated attempts and considerable effort, and most likely they never would if things continued as they were. Why? It certainly wasn't because they were unintelligent. Both had received extensive training and accumulated enough experience during those few short years to stand among the elite of their generation. Both had repeatedly demonstrated talent and the ability to learn in countless other areas. Could there be something preventing them from using master laws on a physical level? Something like a hidden seal embedded deep within the body or soul? Or a fundamental limitation inherent to mortal existence itself? Something that could only be removed through an external source? Something like 6 master laws reshaping the body and altering its very foundation? Then Robin slowly turned toward Aldera as the scattered pieces began fitting together more clearly inside his mind. According to your theory, if candidacy is simply the process of making a body compatible with master laws and removing whatever barrier prevents interaction with them, then Aldera should be capable of accepting one quite easily now. Once those words left his mouth, the three exchanged astonished looks, each seemingly wondering whether they had heard correctly. Me, a master law. Aldera began shaking her head repeatedly as though the idea itself was absurd. No, that can't happen, that's far too ridiculous to be real. Then she quickly turned toward Robin as though seeking immediate reassurance. Right. I once heard an old saying, Glathian said. People claimed a camel climbed a tree, and the response was, here is the camel and here is the tree. Let it climb again. He pointed directly at Aldera. Won't we find out if we simply test it instead of endlessly speculating? Try giving her a master law right now. Robin tilted his head slightly, genuinely considering the possibility. No, that would take far too long. It could take months or even years before any meaningful results appeared. There's a much simpler test. Glathian shook his head. If candidacy were nothing more than altering the body so it could accommodate a master law, then a lock and chains visible only to you would never have appeared. Those things undoubtedly serve a purpose. Robin returned his attention to Aldera and began examining the seal and chains more carefully than before, as though seeing them for the first time. Aldera instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Why are you looking at me like that? This may hurt. Robin raised his hand slightly toward Aldera as a faint golden glow flickered around his fingers and flowed through the spaces between them. Clang, clang. The chains piercing Aldera's heart, soul domain, and life artery began to move and tighten. It felt as though hundreds of colossal elephants were pulling them in opposite directions simultaneously, while the ancient lock itself seemed to respond directly to Robin's will. Ike. Robin immediately stopped. The surprise on his face intensified, and his confusion only deepened. He could literally kill Aldera with a single thought if he wished. He literally possessed ownership over her body in a manner that defied ordinary logic. Not only that, but with enough concentration he could sense her existence, determine her location, and perceive her physical and spiritual condition as though an invisible connection permanently linked the two of them together. With enough concentration, Robin's eyes flashed gold for a brief instant, and in the next moment, he was staring at himself. He was looking at himself through Aldera's eyes, seeing his own body standing before him as though he had suddenly crossed to the opposite side of that mysterious connection. Strangely, Aldera's expression did not change this time, nor did she seem to feel that Robin was capable of looking through her eyes. There was no sudden shiver, no instinctive reaction, no sign whatsoever that she had sensed another consciousness peering through her vision. As far as she appeared to know, nothing unusual had happened at all. Seriously now. Robin cancelled what he was doing and revealed a hesitant smile, the kind of smile that appeared when a puzzle piece unexpectedly fell into place while simultaneously creating 10 new questions. The all-seeing God could do all of this to him? Or more accurately, he was able to do all of this? Then why, on the day of the coronation, had he told him that gold was merely a color? Why had he spoken those words so casually, as though they carried no deeper significance whatsoever? Why leave behind such an answer if the entire process involved something far more profound than simple symbolism? Robin looked down and nodded slowly as his thoughts continued to connect with one another. It truly was nothing more than a color to him. That process was intended to prepare a body for the reception of a master law, transforming the candidate into a suitable vessel capable of interacting with powers that should ordinarily remain beyond mortal reach, while simultaneously ensuring that the candidate remained forever under their master's authority so the candidacy would never be wasted, or whatever exactly that was supposed to mean. Whether it functioned as a leash, a safeguard, a seal, or all three at once, the purpose seemed obvious enough now. But when the all-seeing God had performed that process on Robin, Robin had already possessed the first grade of truth. He had never needed it. The fundamental requirement had already been fulfilled before the process even began. The body modifications, the preparation, the adjustments, none of them had been necessary for him to receive a master law because he had already crossed the threshold through his own means. That bastard. Robin revealed an irritated smile that carried equal amounts of annoyance and reluctant admiration. He completed the entire process on me solely to place the chains and brand me with the color gold. It really was nothing more than a color in my case. Then he gently rubbed his forehead. In a strange way, that realization gave him a rather pleasant feeling. For a long time he had wondered whether there was some hidden change buried deep inside him, some mysterious influence left behind by the all-seeing God that he had failed to notice. Discovering that the most important part of the process had effectively been meaningless to him, that it had served little purpose beyond marking him and binding him, was unexpectedly reassuring. Lord Robin. Aldera looked directly into Robin's eyes with a mixture of frustration, disappointment, anxiety, and uncertainty while still kneeling on the ground, her posture becoming increasingly awkward as the conversation drifted further and further away from her concerns. What about all of this? What's going to happen to me? Robin returned Aldera's gaze, finally focusing his attention back on the person at the center of the discussion rather than the implications surrounding the all-seeing God and the nature of candidacy. Then he placed his hands behind his back and smiled, his expression becoming far calmer and more confident than it had been moments earlier. Aldera, would you like a second chance? Chapter 2282. Aldera, would you like another chance? A broad smile spread across Robin's face as he spoke those words, one that carried an unmistakable sense of satisfaction and amusement. He had heard these words twice from the same man, the words that bring hope and shame at the same time. So this was the feeling that came with saying them. Another chance? Aldera asked hesitantly, unable to understand where the conversation was heading. What do you mean? The way she looked at Robin had changed completely. Before this moment, she had always known that he was stronger than her. Even after reaching the greatest level of power she could possibly attain and stepping into a realm she had once considered unattainable, she still understood deep down that Robin remained the stronger of the two. Even so, what he had just done with the chains had changed everything. The difference between being stronger and possessing absolute authority over another person's existence was unimaginably vast. He could kill her with nothing more than a single thought. She was literally breathing because he allowed her to. The chain of reasoning that brought us to this conclusion is most likely correct. My 6 master laws gave you a body capable of cultivating a master law in the same way ordinary people cultivate heavenly laws, Robin continued with a relaxed smile. I can provide you with the first grade of a master law so we can put our theory to the test and see whether our conclusions are accurate. That's your first option. There's a second option. Aldera frowned slightly, yet despite her confusion, her heart was beating so violently that she could almost hear it herself. The mere possibility that she might actually become capable of cultivating a master law was enough to overturn everything she had believed throughout her entire life. Of course there is, Robin chuckled. Your limits have already been removed, that part is over. Your soul domain is still developing and evolving even as we're speaking. If you manage to return to your previous level once again, you'll recover the same power you experienced before your body was reconstructed. While the Dominion realm itself doesn't physically strengthen your body, it will at least allow you to use the 7th grade of your law and once again reach the very limits of this universe. Then he winked at her. And no need to thank me for that either, by the way. Even the seer's other candidates had to undergo the process of having their limits removed after enhancing their bodies and successfully cultivating the first level of their master law. As for you, you're the only person in the entire universe who obtained a body free from those limitations without cultivating a master law in the first place. Then he shrugged casually. Or at least, that's as far as I know. But if you choose the second option. Robin extended his hand, revealing a golden key resting quietly in the center of his palm. I have a feeling I can unlock the lock spinning above your head. If I do, you'll lose the ability to cultivate master laws, along with whatever other abilities may accompany that process, abilities that remain completely unknown to us at this point. As a result, I'll also lose every means of controlling you. However, you'll retain your exceptionally rare body free from natural limitations, and with time you'll recover your former strength. The choice is entirely yours. After Robin finished speaking, he lowered his eyes toward the golden key resting between his fingers, studying it thoughtfully. Was this what the all-seeing God had meant when he spoke about taking away his golden honor? And what exactly was honorable about it? That golden honor was obviously something of tremendous importance to Sevar and the others. Through it they had been able to cultivate causality, creation, or whichever master laws had been entrusted to them by the seer, accomplishing something that should have been impossible under ordinary circumstances. As for him, he had managed to obtain a master law entirely on his own without receiving even the slightest assistance from the golden honor. Then, after that, he had gone on to discover 5 additional master laws, comprehend each of them, and gradually bring them under his control without relying on any external help whatsoever. The law of truth had simplified everything to such an absurd extent that the golden honor had become almost completely meaningless in his case, serving little purpose beyond functioning as a collection of chains belonging to the all-seeing God and leaving behind a distinctive golden mark by which anyone familiar with the system could identify him wherever he went. A color. What exactly was so special about it? Why would something as insignificant as a color become the symbol of a candidate? And why did the all-seeing God need a candidate in the first place? Why had he spent nearly millions of years searching for a suitable individual, deliberately stirring up wars, influencing civilizations, and pushing countless events toward carefully chosen directions as though he were preparing the universe itself for someone's arrival? A distinctive color, honor, a candidate, the transcendence, the court, and the accusation that the all-seeing God had cheated by granting Robin more than a single master law. This doesn't look promising at all. Robin let out a quiet sigh and spoke in a voice so low that only he himself could hear it, his brows knitting together as one question after another continued surfacing inside his mind. Aldera kept her gaze fixed on the ground for several long minutes, carefully weighing every possibility before her. This decision would determine the direction of the rest of her life, perhaps even her existence itself, leaving no room for a careless answer. Finally, she turned toward Glathian. You've proven your analysis more than enough. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Me. Glathian pointed at himself and remained silent for several moments before looking directly into Aldera's eyes with complete seriousness. I'd ask Lord Robin what he wants from me in exchange for that master law. What he wants. Aldera immediately turned back toward Robin in surprise, as though the possibility itself had never crossed her mind. Haha, I like you more and more, Glathi. Robin clapped his hands several times, clearly pleased by the answer. My gratitude, your majesty. Glathian bowed slightly with a smile. These are the survival methods of weak people like me whenever we're caught between greater powers. What do I have besides making the correct analysis and knowing exactly when it's wiser to take a few steps backward instead of trying to advance? You should think more highly of yourself. Robin shook his head toward Glathian before turning back to Aldera. Young lady, I can consider the removal of your limits a free gift for everything we have been through together. But leaving the golden honor in your possession and then giving you a master law without asking for anything in return? I'm not running a charity. Isn't it enough that I've been managing the cosmic academies for you? Aldera raised her voice slightly, unable to suppress the frustration building inside her. Robin simply waved a dismissive hand. Let's acknowledge reality. You have some experience, but you're a failure when it comes to administration and dealing with people in general. Not long ago you couldn't even find a single royal soulmaster willing to help you. Someone as insignificant as Borica, or whatever his name was, a mere 2- or 3-star royal soulmaster, managed to isolate you completely and prevent you from obtaining any soul borrowings. Then he continued without changing his tone. Thank you for helping with the first wave of the cosmic academies, but I no longer need you there. Morgana is handling educational affairs, while Bloken is responsible for military expansion and strategic development. Between the two of them, every responsibility you once carried has already been covered. So that's the fate of those who help you, Robin Burton. Tears began filling Aldera's eyes despite her attempts to suppress them. You dismissed everything I did for the academy simply because I'm standing here in this humiliating position. Did I say that? Robin pointed toward himself with a puzzled expression. I was only talking about the administrative side of things. That's simply not where your strengths lie. Then he continued in a calmer, more measured tone. But I watched you fight more than 10 young space beasts while you were still merely a low-level monarch. Under normal circumstances, a monarch might not even be capable of stopping a single young space beast, much less fighting more than 10 simultaneously, let alone killing them one after another. Aldera gradually calmed herself, though confusion still remained in her eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm saying your true strength lies in your sword, not in administration. Robin smiled faintly. You love combat so much that you deliberately chose a short sword instead of a weapon with greater reach. You even developed an entire close-quarters combat style so your whole body would remain involved throughout every battle, allowing yourself to experience danger, pressure, and exhilaration from the closest possible distance. You're obsessed with killing and fighting, Aldera. Your position and responsibilities have done you a tremendous injustice. Am I wrong? Aldera stared directly into Robin's eyes with undisguised resentment. What exactly do you want from me in exchange for that master law? Robin slowly straightened his posture, placing one hand behind his back before meeting Aldera's gaze without the slightest hesitation. I want you to become my personal bodyguard. Chapter 2283. I want you to become my personal bodyguard. Me. Aldera pointed at herself with difficulty, almost doubting that she had heard him correctly. Your personal bodyguard. Robin nodded. Halak will probably be upset, but I can't think of any other position that truly suits you. You're like him, you're only good at close-range combat, and I can't just throw you into some distant battlefield to serve as a spearhead in a place like Ranera or Hedrick. Your nature as a candidate means you'll first need to receive a master law, then spend a long period studying it and making progress before you possess any real combat strength. After all that, it would simply be a waste to send you off to fight a bunch of insignificant trash. The best place for you is by my side, and the most suitable role beside me is either protection or service, and I think protection suits you far better. Aldera stared at Robin, feeling as though her heart had sunk all the way to her heels. His reasoning was painfully simple. 1 + 1 = 2. Every conclusion naturally followed from the one before it, but that wasn't how she viewed the situation at all. Only a few centuries ago, Robin had been working under her administration as an instructor within the academy. He had held his meetings there. He had conducted his research there. He had used the academy as a refuge where he could enjoy at least a little peace from the enemies constantly pursuing him. And now, he wanted her to become his personal bodyguard? How had everything been turned upside down like this? How had all those years slipped away so quickly? And how had that strange instructor who seemed destined to cause trouble wherever he went become someone capable of distributing master laws as casually as though they were ordinary gifts? Robin tilted his head slightly while patiently waiting for her answer, completely unable to understand the complicated emotions reflected in her eyes. Glathian noticed the distant look in Aldera's eyes, stepped forward, then crouched beside her until he was close enough to speak quietly near her ear. If the Elder Cosmic had asked you to become his bodyguard, no, just running errands for him, and without even offering you a master law, would you have hesitated like this? And no, but he. Aldera instinctively pointed toward Robin, only to realize she had no words capable of explaining the enormous difference she felt between the past and the present. I don't know everything that happened before I arrived, Glathian said calmly, but I heard he fought off the ancestor of a space beast and forced it to retreat. His standing isn't nearly as far from the Elder Cosmics as you still imagine. He gently raised a hand, calming her while giving himself the opportunity to finish speaking. This is your opportunity. An opportunity that will never come again. Even if you refuse and continue walking your own path, you'll eventually find yourself standing behind him and behind the Elder Cosmic anyway. I know you, Lady Aldera. You'll always choose the side that fights to protect life. Then he gave her a playful wink. And if you're going to stand behind them and follow their decisions regardless, why not obtain a master law while you're at it? When Glathian noticed that Aldera remained silent, he continued in an even more serious tone. Lady Aldera, I still mention the Elder Cosmic in the same sentence as Lord Robin out of respect for everything he has done, and because it makes the comparison easier for you to accept. But let me tell you something. He pointed directly toward Robin. The Elder Cosmic never could, and never will, be capable of distributing master laws. Then he lowered his hand once more. But that man can. He leaned back slightly, resting both hands upon his knees. That man casually took the place of the very being that terrified and confused the universe for 98 million years, and he doesn't even realize exactly what he's accomplished, and he achieved all of that while only 1,000 years old. Then he continued. Honestly, Lady Aldera, if you refuse, it actually works in my favor. We have no idea how many candidates Lord Robin is capable of supporting or how many people he can grant the golden honor. If you decline, I'll devote everything I have toward obtaining that honor myself, even if it means serving as nothing more than a servant instead of a personal bodyguard. But out of respect for everything I've watched you accomplish over such a long period of time, I'm simply trying to show you the entire picture. After that, make your own decision. Then he stepped away from her once more, stood upright again, and released a long sigh. A servant, huh? Half a smile appeared on Robin's face. Hee, Glathian laughed awkwardly. I'm honestly not much of a fan of fighting. Give me the law of creation, and I'll prepare the finest tea set the universe has ever known. Ha 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 ha. Robin burst into loud laughter. Only someone whose skin was as thick as the imperial capital walls could ask for a master law merely to prepare drinks. I accept. Robin's laughter was abruptly interrupted by a serious feminine voice. Aldera slowly raised her head and looked directly into Robin's eyes without avoiding his gaze. I'll become your personal bodyguard. Then her eyes gradually filled with tears. But I won't tolerate any humiliation, Lord Robin. I'm not going to give you a master law today only to humiliate you tomorrow. Robin casually waved a hand. Stand up. Then he once again placed one hand behind his back, wearing a relaxed smile. Which master law do you want? Glathian's heart pounded violently inside his chest. How many people throughout the entirety of history could utter those words in that exact order and with such effortless simplicity? Robin continued, raising 5 fingers. Spacetime, causality, creation, balance, and primordial chaos. Then he lowered his hand once more. I can give you any one of them except truth right now. Master laws don't possess innate affinities the way heavenly laws do, so there isn't a predetermined correct answer. You can simply choose whichever one feels closest to your heart. Glathian raised one hand to catch their attention. In my opinion, causality would be perfect for Lady Aldera. As someone who's already accustomed to the fundamental repetition law, causality would be an ideal upgrade while preserving almost the same combat style she's spent her entire life refining. Spacetime is a good choice as well. Robin nodded in agreement. The time aspect would benefit her tremendously when it comes to repetition. Then he looked directly into Aldera's eyes. So, what do you think? Aldera rose to her feet, brushed the dust from her clothes with one hand, then lifted her head and answered with complete seriousness, leaving no hesitation in either her voice or her expression. I want balance. Robin looked directly into Aldera's eyes, remaining silent for a brief moment before speaking. The repetition of events belongs to the historical applications of the law of balance, and you'll be able to develop excellent methods of using it in that manner. The law will also grant you tremendous power with every sacrifice you make, but, in truth, balance had been the very first master law Robin had wanted to recommend to her, but he had abandoned that idea because of its side effects. I'll take balance, Aldera replied without changing her answer. Then she lowered her gaze. When you were speaking with the Elder Cosmic about taking disciples, and he wanted to accept Jabba as one of them, I was being torn apart by jealousy from the inside. Even then, I understood perfectly well how impossible an opportunity like that was for someone like me, so I forced myself to give up on it. But now that the opportunity is finally standing right in front of me, I won't even look toward another master law, no matter how suitable it may seem. Robin smiled before taking several steps toward Aldera. We'll find a way together to avoid the physical sacrifices. Then he slowly raised his hand and gently placed it against her forehead. Now, clear your mind. Boom. Golden light poured from Aldera's eyes and mouth in an endless stream, illuminating the entire mountain for nearly an hour. The radiance spread in every direction, bathing the surrounding land in a warm golden glow before gradually settling down once the process neared its conclusion. Only after that did Robin slowly withdraw his hand. Then, with a whoosh, he caught Aldera before she could collapse onto the ground. It was immediately obvious that she had completely lost consciousness. He then gestured toward Glathian with a slight movement of his head. Help me lay her on the bed inside the remaining glass house. I injected the first grade of balance directly into her soul domain, together with all of its inscriptions and every one of its fundamental interpretations. It'll take her a very long time to digest everything I just gave her. At once, Glathian did not hesitate for even a moment. He carefully lifted Aldera into his arms while looking down at her with unmistakable envy, making absolutely no effort to conceal the expression on his face. Several minutes later, Glathian returned wearing a broad grin. Your bed doesn't belong to you anymore. If I had the law of creation, I'd build you a brand new one. Hee, I won't be needing it anyway. Robin looked off toward a distant direction, his eyes carrying an unusual sense of anticipation. I've spent far too much time in seclusion. Then he slowly clenched his fist, as though confirming with his own body the power that now rested within it. After that, he smiled. It's time to stretch my feet a little. Chapter 2284. Somewhere in the depths of Young Sector 99, inside what appeared to be a vast conference chamber aboard an enormous spacecraft, holographic displays floated through the air while countless streams of tactical data silently revolved around the central table. I don't even know why we're bothering to make plans and preparations before attacking an empire located in the Young Belt. It's both ridiculous and infuriating, one of the people inside the command center remarked with visible dissatisfaction, his expression making it clear that he believed the outcome of such a battle should have been decided long before anyone sat down to discuss it. It's an order. We have to strike with every force we have in a single decisive assault, another person explained before pointing toward a map suspended before everyone. His finger remained fixed on a specific region as dozens of observation markers automatically converged around it. Robin Burton's entire foundation lies within that area. At the spot he indicated was a large hand-drawn circle, or, when viewed from a different angle, a sphere. The sphere appeared tiny amidst the boundless expanse of space, yet it was far from insignificant. From one edge to the other, it measured an entire light hour in diameter, making it a region that no ordinary force could hope to isolate completely. It was the famous mysterious region within Young Sector 99, a place whose reputation had spread far beyond the borders of the sector itself, and whose interior remained concealed from nearly every outside observer despite countless attempts to uncover its secrets. Or, to be more precise, the location of the true beginning empire. A third individual growled through clenched fangs, his eyes narrowing as though he wished he could tear the entire region apart with his own hands. Robin's stronghold and his family's home, the headquarters of his filthy marshal and his family, and the place where every resource, industry, weapon, innovation, and countless treasure first passes through or ultimately ends up before being distributed throughout the rest of his expanding territories. He then turned toward the person seated across the table, clearly expecting the next explanation to reinforce everything he had just said. You can't imagine the number of transport vessels moving back and forth around that region. In fact, our guild employed our latest detection equipment to scan what was happening inside, and we observed an enormous amount of traffic to and from the central planet, Nihari. Even after filtering out false readings and repeating the observations numerous times, the amount of movement remained virtually unchanged, making it impossible to dismiss as an error. The man pulled the floating sphere closer and placed a single point at its center, allowing countless luminous routes extending from it to become visible before everyone present. This is where the galactic seed is located. Surrounding it are 3,700 planets that supply it every single day with an immense number of space cargo transports. The transports moving between them in a single day could carry the wealth of an entire centennial empire. That should give you an idea of what I'm talking about. I can't accurately observe what's happening on Nihari's surface itself because of the defensive measures surrounding it, but we can certainly imagine the scale of industry that requires all of these raw materials, all of this movement, and this constant uninterrupted stream of logistical support. The galaxy inside has already reached that many planets, another person asked in astonishment, instinctively leaning forward as he stared at the projection suspended above the table. Although his mouth had watered slightly when the discussion turned toward the endless stream of transports and wealth flowing through that region every single day, this particular piece of information was even more shocking. Such a rate of expansion completely exceeded what he believed to be physically possible within such a short period of time. According to our latest investigation, the guild member replied seriously without the slightest hesitation. In fact, by today, the number must have increased by no fewer than another 50 planets. By the time this meeting ends, the figure may very well have grown even further if their current pace has not slowed. To that extent. Since when has moving planets become this fast? This is absurd. Did he somehow obtain 6th grade displacement equipment or something? Have you gentlemen forgotten about his sales network? One of those present spoke with eyes that practically spat flames, unable to conceal the resentment in his voice. He's been purchasing displacement equipment in enormous quantities for a very long time, buying every available piece through countless channels without drawing too much attention. He must be using it here. Damn it, I hate fighting rich people. Don't worry, gentlemen, the guild member laughed, clearly amused by the reactions around him. By the end of today, everything he's accumulated will belong to you. Then he looked around and clarified with a grin, well, not literally to you, of course, but you understand what I mean. Once the empire collapses, the spoils will naturally be divided according to contribution. Around the guild member sat nearly 30 people. Every one of them was either a connection state cultivator or a royal soulmaster, each radiating an aura powerful enough to dominate ordinary worlds with ease. And every one of them belonged to the Sorcerer's galaxy. These were the forces the Sorcerer had dispatched to rescue young Sector 98. However, the latest reinforcements that had arrived for the enemy from both the 1st and 3rd armies, along with the Shadow Sword's full support and the unexpectedly rapid coordination between those forces, had made the mission practically impossible. This forced them to abandon any thoughts of continuing the operation there and redirect their attention toward a single overwhelming strike against the source of everything instead. That was why everyone who had descended into young Sector 98, along with all of their remaining subordinates still stationed throughout the young belt and every force that could still be withdrawn without compromising their rear lines, had been gathered together before making their way here for what they believed would be the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the entire campaign. No matter how powerful Robin Burton might be within the young belt, or how many astonishing feats he had accomplished since his rise, it was still the young belt in the end, a place whose overall military ceiling could never compare to the strength accumulated within the middle belt. And there was simply no way his followers could withstand this many enemies of such caliber once they attacked together, especially when each of the major forces participating had brought only their strongest elites rather than ordinary troops. Especially, the guild member then cast a glance toward his right, his expression unconsciously becoming more respectful than before. A man sat there in perfect composure, his eyes closed, listening to everything without uttering a single word, as though every discussion taking place around the table had already been weighed and judged long before anyone else spoke. He was one of Sorcerer Zargal's sons, a 7-star royal soulmaster. With this kind of overwhelming force present, every other calculation became secondary, because absolute strength could erase countless tactical disadvantages before they ever had the opportunity to matter. The defenses would fall, the fleets would fall, the formations would fall. Given enough time, a 7-star royal soulmaster could handle everything alone, systematically tearing apart every obstacle one after another until nothing remained capable of resisting him. They had brought a butcher's cleaver to slaughter a chick, an amount of force so excessive that several people present privately believed the battle had already been won before it had even begun. You're right. This fully developed galaxy will become ours, so we shouldn't inflict excessive damage upon it. Once the battle is over, repairing unnecessary destruction would only waste precious time and resources. Just imagine it, brothers. 2 entire galaxies in sectors 98 and 99, both under our control. Has anything like that ever happened in history? Even the great powers of previous eras rarely possessed such fortune. It'll happen with us. Finally, at least one good thing has come out of this nightmare. After everything we've sacrificed throughout this war, it's about time we received a reward worthy of those losses. The atmosphere throughout the chamber changed completely as the earlier tension dissolved into growing excitement and anticipation. They pushed every previous concern aside and began discussing the most efficient methods of taking control without causing unnecessary damage to Nihari or the surrounding infrastructure. They carefully weighed different approaches that would preserve the enormous industrial foundation, manufacturing facilities, transport routes, and logistical network that were waiting to become theirs once the empire fell. Quiet. The seated man raised a single hand with calm, almost lazy precision, and everyone immediately fell silent without the slightest hesitation, as though no one present even considered ignoring such a simple gesture. Then he lowered it with extreme slowness. Every pair of eyes in the room remained fixed upon him, patiently waiting for him to speak, while even the humming of the holographic display seemed insignificant compared to the silence that had settled over the chamber. Only after his hand returned to the armrest did he finally speak. Return your attention to the plan for breaching the first defensive layer and eliminating the deployed Nuda-4 fleets without suffering excessive losses. Then the second layer. Then the third. Only after that should you start talking about Nihari. Don't mistake confidence for certainty. I think you're giving them far too much credit, elder brother, one of the people around the table said calmly after a brief pause. No matter how formidable their defenses are, what exactly could stop us? More importantly, what could possibly stop you? Once you make your move, won't everything else simply collapse on its own? Minimal losses. The 7-star Royal Soul Master frowned, emphasizing every word. We've already lost enough throughout this war. No matter how advanced the guild's equipment may be, we must not forget that we still don't truly know what's happening on the ground or what preparations may have been hidden from our observation. Secondly, he paused briefly before continuing, his expression growing noticeably more solemn. There's another variable that must be taken into account before any of you start imagining the battle has already been won. And what would that be, elder brother? Another person asked, the curiosity in his voice replacing the confidence he had displayed only moments earlier. The royal soulmaster knitted his brows even tighter before speaking in a serious tone that caused the entire chamber to fall completely silent, extinguishing the optimistic mood that had been building only seconds before. The Crimson Plague that's lurking over there. Chapter 2285. The Crimson Plague that's lurking over there. The moment those words reached everyone's ears, several people furrowed their brows with unmistakable concern, instinctively recalling every rumor they had ever heard regarding that mysterious force, while others broke into broad smiles, as though they had finally found something worthy of their attention amid all the tedious military planning that had dominated the meeting until now, and were eager to see whether those stories truly held any weight. Is there something we still don't know? One of those present asked. He was a man seated at the very end of the table, so inconspicuous among this gathering of supreme powerhouses that he was barely noticeable, his presence hardly worth mentioning when compared to everyone else in the room, and under normal circumstances no one would have expected him to interrupt the discussion at all. He was one of Zargal's planetary emperors stationed in Young Sector 98. He was still merely a martial emperor, but he had been brought into the command chamber specifically to coordinate the planetary landing operations that would begin after the major battles came to an end, since matters involving occupation, deployment, and planetary administration would ultimately fall into the hands of those capable of surviving within the Young Belt, no matter how powerful the people gathered here were. And no matter that every single one of them possessed enough strength to destroy multiple planets if they wished, reducing civilizations to dust through sheer overwhelming force. They could not set foot upon the soil of any of those worlds or even breathe their atmosphere until everything on them had already been reduced to ruin, because they were natives of the Middle Belt, and the environmental suppression alone was enough to prevent them from operating freely on the surface of Young Belt planets. That was why, once Neri had been secured, this man and the forces under his command would be the ones descending onto the planets to occupy them, sweep every corner for remaining resistance, establish settlements, secure strategic facilities, and reorganize the conquered territories into a stable governing structure capable of sustaining long-term rule. The true beginning empire possesses 3 armies commanded by 3 principal marshals, the syndicate envoy answered without the slightest hesitation. The 1st and 3rd armies have transferred virtually all of their personnel either into the Middle Belt or to Young Sector 98. Almost none of them remain here anymore, and they took the overwhelming majority of their fleets, heavy equipment, elite personnel, and large-scale military assets with them. Then only the 2nd army remains. The planetary emperor frowned. And what exactly does that have to do with the plague? That army is the plague, the syndicate envoy replied gravely, allowing those words to settle over the room before continuing. Discovering their true nature proved extraordinarily difficult. Whenever they leave the Nihari galaxy, they always wear specially designed armor that's incredibly difficult to penetrate or examine, preventing ordinary observation methods from revealing anything beneath. More recently, they've drastically reduced the number of operations that take them outside the galaxy to attack other planets, making surveillance and intelligence gathering on them far more difficult than it used to be and forcing us to rely upon much more elaborate methods. He then interlocked his fingers upon the table. But nothing is supposed to remain hidden from the syndicate. We therefore summoned several royal soulmasters to perform thorough examinations of whatever lay beneath those suits of armor through specialized investigative techniques, and the conclusion was beyond doubt. They are unquestionably a crimson plague. How can a plague wear armor and field an army? The planetary emperor felt as though he were on the verge of losing his sanity. And not just that, they're organized to such an incredible degree that you couldn't even identify what they truly were at first glance. What kind of plague even behaves like that? Quiet. One of the Nexus state experts gestured toward the martial emperor, signaling him to lower his voice before turning his attention back toward the map, his expression remaining calm despite the increasingly unbelievable discussion. We're dealing with the followers of this generation's great truth chosen. We should expect absolutely anything, no matter how unreasonable or impossible it may sound according to ordinary standards. Focus on the attack plan, the 7-star Royal Soulmaster repeated in a calm voice that nevertheless left no room for disagreement, immediately steering everyone's attention back toward the battle that awaited them. The fighting throughout the region surrounding the safe zone will be extremely fierce. The true beginning empire has increased the number of defensive fleets to 50-4 fleets, forming multiple defensive layers around the entire protected region. I believe all of you understand exactly what that means. Even though we nominally possess 140 fleets, those fleets are nowhere near full strength. Many are missing a significant number of vessels, while countless others are burdened with accumulated damage and mechanical failures left over from the battles in Young Sector 98. With all due respect to everyone present, even if every one of those fleets were in perfect condition, they still wouldn't be capable of confronting 50-4 fleets head-on under favorable defensive conditions. The man frowned deeply. The battle there will be unbelievably brutal, and we'll undoubtedly lose a number of our warships before the defensive perimeter collapses. However, we possess an advantage of nearly 50 Nexus state experts and Royal Soulmasters, in addition to our 7th brother himself. Because of that overwhelming superiority, victory will undoubtedly belong to us in the end, even if the price proves somewhat higher than we'd prefer. He continued speaking while pointing toward the deeper regions inside the marked area displayed upon the map, tracing a route that extended all the way toward the galaxy's core. Once we break through that heavily fortified region, the Nihiri galaxy will be laid completely open before us. By then our fleet will have suffered substantial losses, and all of us will require rest, repairs, and fresh supplies after such an intense engagement. That is precisely when our friends from the Young Belt will begin their role by rapidly occupying those planets, securing strategic locations, and gathering every available resource that can be transported away before the enemy has any opportunity to reorganize. Rapidly? How am I supposed to occupy the planets of an entire galaxy rapidly? The planetary emperor raised his head in disbelief. And secondly, will I even have enough men left to occupy anything after that battle against the Nuda-4 fleets? They'll all be dead inside their transports before they ever get the chance to do anything, so where exactly am I supposed to find the manpower to carry out all those responsibilities afterward? Do you actually have a solution, or do you simply want to prove that your voice deserves to be heard in this room? One of those present raised his voice at him, clearly irritated that the discussion had once again drifted away from the primary assault plan. Allow me to gather every young belt force into a single fleet and move to occupy one of the outer planets belonging to the true beginning empire. A large planet, but one that possesses very few defenses. From there, I'll preserve our men while securing food, breathable air, and whatever medicine, raw materials, industrial supplies, and useful resources I can find for the rest of you as the campaign progresses. Isn't that the logical course of action if our role is to support the occupation rather than participate in the main fleet engagement? Is there a nearby planet that fits those conditions? Another person immediately asked while studying the tactical projection hovering above the table. There is one, the syndicate envoy replied as he pointed toward a particular planet displayed on the map, causing several information markers to illuminate around it. That one over there. It's almost completely devoid of military forces, yet they're constructing enormous administrative complexes, vast warehouses, training facilities, military barracks, and gigantic cities across its surface, and nearly all of them are practically empty. There are only enough personnel to maintain and operate the facilities. Empty, one of those present asked in complete bewilderment. Then why go through all that trouble? Building infrastructure on that scale requires an enormous investment of manpower and resources. We don't know the reason, the syndicate envoy answered. They simply continue expanding and strengthening the planet's infrastructure while using those facilities to conduct both practical and theoretical training exercises for newly recruited personnel. We can't say with certainty what they're planning, but the entire operation gives the impression that they're raising a governing race for an empire they're building with their own hands, preparing administrative talent long before they actually need it. Have they become so bored that they're actually creating future rivals for themselves? Or do they simply believe no one will ever be capable of threatening them? The reason doesn't matter. This planet is perfect. The planetary emperor pointed toward it with unmistakable excitement, his earlier frustration immediately disappearing. It's already a fully prepared staging ground from which we can launch our offensives against the rest of the galaxy. We won't have to waste time constructing supply depots or defensive positions ourselves. Give him exactly what he requested. The 7-star Royal Soulmaster gestured toward the planetary emperor without showing the slightest hesitation. Assign him an entire fleet, carrying all 3 million veteran ground troops, the finest soldiers from every empire under our banner, along with every piece of equipment, every talisman, every logistical asset, and every resource they could possibly require. Turn that planet into a firm foothold as quickly as possible, establish a stable supply line, and then prepare to begin attacking the galaxy within a single day. Yes, sir. The planetary emperor saluted sharply before rushing out of the chamber without giving anyone the opportunity to reconsider the decision, fearing that even a brief delay might cause someone else to claim the assignment instead. For the ground forces, staying away from the coming space battle was the greatest outcome they could possibly hope for, since their true value would only become apparent once the fleets had finished carving open a path for them. To die trapped inside a warship, watching the battle unfold while being powerless to do anything except wait for the hull to rupture around them, was a humiliation no true warrior could endure, especially for soldiers who had spent their entire lives fighting face-to-face upon planetary battlefields. The seventh son cast one final glance around the room, making sure there were no remaining objections before bringing the meeting to its conclusion. Once the ground forces have departed, we'll launch our assault against the safe zone immediately. There's no need to waste time planning what comes afterward. We'll crush the Nuda armadas, regroup our army, restore our formation, and then see what lies beyond them before deciding our next move according to the situation. Yes, sir. Everyone offered a military salute in perfect unison before following him out of the chamber, leaving behind the slowly fading tactical projections as preparations for the largest assault of the campaign officially began. Chapter 2286. Dawn Era Planet. BZZZZT. An instant spatial gate opened beside a certain building, and Robin stepped out, with Glathian following immediately behind him before the gate quietly sealed itself shut, leaving no residual spatial fluctuations behind as though it had never existed. Whistle. Robin let out a light whistle as he casually looked around, seemingly in an exceptionally relaxed mood after everything that had happened earlier. Is there a shadow sword here? Whoosh. Someone emerged from behind a nearby pillar almost the instant the words left Robin's mouth and immediately knelt before him. At your service. Wait a moment. Robin pulled a small sheet of paper from his ring and began filling it with glowing characters formed from energy. Every so often he would pause, remember something else, then add another line before continuing, occasionally reviewing what he had already written to ensure nothing important had been overlooked. Standing behind Robin, Glathian glanced around and realized they were standing beside a moderately busy street. People were driving wagons loaded with raw materials toward different destinations, others stood inside shops selling daily necessities just like any ordinary street in any human city, while craftsmen, laborers, and cultivators walked back and forth without paying much attention to one another. Not far away he also noticed several people lying unconscious beside the road while others hurriedly tried to help them recover, offering medicine, water, or simply supporting them until they regained consciousness. Nearly an hour had already passed since the Master Symbols phenomenon had ended, yet its aftermath was still spreading throughout the planet. Some mortals had been deeply affected, while others had not noticed anything at all. Some had recovered almost immediately after collapsing, while others remained trapped in a lingering state of shock, staring blankly into space as though they had witnessed something beyond their comprehension. It all depended upon each individual's affinity with the heavenly laws. The greater one's affinity, the more overwhelming the sense of awe they experienced, and the more deeply the phenomenon had shaken both their soul and their perception of the world around them. Alright, this should be enough. Robin finally stopped writing before handing the paper to the Shadow Sword. Go to the treasury and bring me everything on this list. After that, head to the nearest Shadow Sword's headquarters and gather the information I've requested. I want it as quickly as possible. Don't delay, even if you have to interrupt someone else's assignment. Understood. The Shadow Sword accepted the paper respectfully with both hands before disappearing without another word. Where are we, my lord? Glathian asked as he continued observing the surroundings with growing curiosity. We've come to visit my son as the first stop on our journey. He's in the middle of an extremely delicate process, and I don't know how far he's progressed. I'll check on him, see whether I can help in any way, then we'll leave immediately. Robin fixed his gaze upon the nearest building and began walking toward it at an unhurried pace. Come. This seems to be a personal matter. I can leave if your majesty wishes, Glathian said, although he was already following closely behind Robin without slowing his steps in the slightest. You will. Don't worry. I just want to think of a suitable reward for you first. Robin waved a hand toward the building, opening a narrow gap within the formation surrounding it before calmly stepping inside as though he had done so countless times before. A reward. Glathian took another step, the grin on his face stretching from ear to ear. That's completely unnecessary, your majesty. Still, just to satisfy my curiosity, why do you think I deserve one? Robin chuckled as they climbed the stairs together. You want me to praise you a little? Fine. In a short span of time you helped bring a millennial empire under my control, and you secured an excellent personal guard for me. Of course you deserve a reward. Otherwise, I'd be acting unfairly toward someone who rendered such valuable service. Haha, it was nothing at all. Glathian waved both hands dismissively, though he continued following Robin upstairs with obvious delight, his smile refusing to disappear no matter how hard he tried to appear modest. I don't mean anything by it, my lord, but you know, if I had spacetime, I'd have delivered you wherever you wished without your majesty's precious feet ever touching the ground. Ha! Robin laughed. Giving a master law to someone who hates fighting sounds rather wasteful, don't you think? Glathian fell silent for a moment before replying with complete seriousness. Think about the tea set. I'll see what I can do. Still smiling, Robin reached out and opened the apartment door without the slightest hesitation. Richard, Dad's here to visit. Richard was sitting inside. He slowly opened his eyes and turned toward the doorway, trying to force a smile onto his face despite obvious difficulty. Father, welcome. Robin's smile vanished instantly. As for Glathian, an expression of pure shock and alarm appeared on his face, his pupils shrinking involuntarily as he stared at the young man before him. This is Lord Robin's son? Richard was in an unimaginably terrible condition. He was wearing almost no clothing at all, and what little remained had been severely corroded beyond recognition. His body was covered with patches where skin no longer existed, others where even flesh had disappeared entirely, and in several places his bones were completely exposed, leaving portions of his skeleton visible beneath the ruined remains of his body. He had become so painfully thin that, for a brief moment, he reminded Glathian of Elder Cosmic the very first time they had met, when the old man had seemed little more than skin stretched over bone. Perhaps the only thing that unmistakably identified him as Richard was the long white hair hanging over his face. Robin immediately restored the smile to his face and stepped inside as though nothing were wrong, carefully preventing even the slightest trace of concern from reaching his expression. I see you've completed the reconstruction of level 11 through the 6th cultivation path, and your body has already begun the automatic reorganization process for solid level 12. Well done. Glathian knitted his brows tightly the instant he heard the words 6th training path. There's a 5th one as well. It was difficult. Richard looked ahead with obvious effort, every movement seemingly requiring tremendous determination. Extremely difficult. I can imagine. Robin walked toward his son with both hands behind his back, his footsteps neither hurried nor hesitant. You're putting the pieces of the puzzle back where they belong, and this isn't the work of a single law, but 4 merged laws acting together. Out of everyone, your situation is unquestionably the most difficult. Every step forward demands that all 4 remain perfectly balanced with one another. He finally reached Richard's side and gently patted his shoulder with as little force as possible, almost afraid that using any more strength might cause additional pain. But I always knew you were capable of bearing that responsibility. Yeah. That was all Richard said. The shoulder his father had patted drooped slightly under even that gentle touch, as though his body no longer possessed enough strength to support itself properly. Glathian froze once again just as he was about to step farther into the room. Did he just say, "for merged laws"? Robin quietly examined his son's physical condition with sympathy, allowing his gaze to travel over every visible wound before speaking again, still wearing that same reassuring smile. "Come on, get up. You're coming with me." Richard raised his head slightly. "Where?" "A short trip. I need to put a few of my affairs in order before entering another period of seclusion," Robin answered calmly. "And it seems to me that you could use some fresh air, so come with me. Staying inside this room any longer won't do you any good." Richard slowly shook his head. "Those affairs of yours aren't something I'd understand. You probably mean visiting millennial empires, declaring wars, and dealing with matters on that scale. Those are the only things you ever do whenever you're not in seclusion or buried in your research. What exactly would I do there? I'd only slow you down. You can simply sit where they sit if that's what you want." Robin gently patted his son's head. "Give yourself the credit you deserve. You're my son, and you're the only person in the entire universe who possesses a quadruple merged law. Come on, get up. You're coming with me. I've already decided. I'm not leaving you in this gloomy environment any longer, no matter how much you try to convince me otherwise." Richard lowered his gaze with visible difficulty. His eyes fell upon his own frail, nearly naked body, and the feeling of weakness immediately deepened as countless thoughts crossed his mind. He remained silent. He didn't need to say anything. This wasn't the condition of someone capable of walking even as far as the bathroom. "Shall I carry the young master?" Glathian finally stepped forward, unable to continue watching the scene without offering to help. "His own feet will carry him." Robin waved the suggestion away before placing his hand upon Richard's head once more. A golden light flowed from the palm of his hand and gradually spread throughout Richard's body like warm sunlight washing over every wound. The gaps covering his body began filling themselves in. The flesh and skin that had been erased by the merged antimatter law regenerated before their eyes, growing back with astonishing speed, while muscles, blood vessels, and every missing layer of tissue reconstructed themselves one after another. Even his tattered clothes restored themselves completely before taking on a faint radiance that left them looking even better than brand new, as though they had just been crafted. Robin then withdrew his hand, the smile on his face growing even warmer. "Come on, show me your magnificent first step." "Amazing." Glathian's eyes shone brilliantly as he watched the entire process unfold, unable to conceal the astonishment filling his face. Chapter 2287. Richard slowly raised his hands and began turning them over, first palm up, then palm down, carefully watching every movement as though he could scarcely believe they were responding to his will again. Years had passed since he had sat down to rebuild his foundation. Nearly 55 years. Ever since he had first obtained the merged antimatter law, he had lived in a state of relentless agony, enduring suffering so constant and all-consuming that simply remaining alive had become an achievement in itself. Every day had been spent struggling against pain that seemed determined to tear his body apart from within, leaving him with almost no opportunity to think about anything else. In truth, merely rotating his hands like this was something he had been incapable of doing for a very long time. Had it not been for the Shadow Swords, who came once every week to attend to him at his own request, he would not even have been able to feed himself, let alone maintain the most basic necessities of daily life. So simply watching his own hands move again naturally brought a faint smile to his face. "Thank you." His hands were still as thin as the rest of his body. Exhaustion still dominated every movement he made, while the bones of his face remained so pronounced that he looked as though he had not eaten in years. But his body was whole once again. He had clothes to cover himself. That alone was a pleasant change. "Come on, get up. We've got a busy schedule today." Robin bent down slightly, took hold of his son's hand, and gently pulled him onto his feet with steady, controlled strength. "Say goodbye to this room. You won't be seeing it again." "Why? I still have many more levels to." Richard suddenly stopped speaking as his body began swaying unsteadily. He simply wasn't accustomed to standing anymore. The sensation of supporting his own weight felt strangely unfamiliar after remaining seated for so many years. "Easy, easy." Glathian immediately stepped forward to support him before he could lose his balance. "Excellent first steps, young master." Richard nodded gratefully toward Glathian before turning back to Robin. "Who's this elder brother?" "Glathian, a law guardian and the ruler of a millennial wing." Robin smiled before resuming his walk toward the staircase. "You can rely on him for the rest of today. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask him." Richard's eyebrows slowly rose despite his weakness before he looked back toward Glathian once again. "Why is someone who's both a guardian and the ruler of a millennial wing calling me young master? Did I miss something enormous, again?" Robin's voice interrupted his train of thought as he continued walking. "No matter where I lead you today, continue your training there. Remaining in one place for too long leads to lethargy and depression. Even cultivators aren't immune to that." He paused before glancing back at his son. "Secondly, you've already completed level 11. The remaining levels will now proceed through automatic conversion. All you need to do is find somewhere peaceful, let your mind relax, and wait until everything finishes on its own. Your body already knows what it needs to do." "Relax my mind." Richard's smile widened ever so slightly before Glathian helped him continue toward the exit. "No, thank you. I'd rather oversee the foundation reconstruction myself. It'll finish faster that way, and I'll understand much more about what's happening inside my own body. If I leave everything to instinct, I'll miss too many details." I honestly can't tell whether you're simply looking for new ways to torture yourself or whether you're desperate to become stronger as quickly as possible. Robin hummed thoughtfully. But I suppose those are merely two sides of the same coin in the end. People who chase power often end up welcoming hardship without realizing it. He continued speaking while descending the stairs at an unhurried pace. You have 95 years before I remove the limits placed upon the Nihiri galaxy, including Ura. Once that happens, you'll be able to break through and become a world catastrophe whenever you wish. In other words, even if you somehow reach level 50 in only 40 years, you'll still have to wait for me to upgrade Nihiri first. So there's no benefit in rushing. The extra years would simply be spent waiting. Couldn't I at least attempt the breakthrough as soon as I'm ready? Richard frowned, clearly unwilling to waste even a single opportunity to grow stronger. Hee. Robin laughed softly. I like that your first attempt didn't frighten you away and that you're already eager to try again. He stopped for a moment and looked back over his shoulder. Try if you want, after 95 years. Not before then. I still need time to obtain proper stabilizers for both of us, as well as for the rest of your siblings. He resumed descending the narrow staircase. And I also need to spend more time thinking about the matter of the candidates. The candidates. Richard frowned again. Don't ask me. Robin chuckled as he stepped through the building's main entrance and out onto the street. I don't know yet either. All I know is that Nihiri's ascension won't merely be another step toward greater strength. I have a feeling that something truly significant is going to happen, something far more important than simply increasing our cultivation. And who exactly could possibly stop what is already destined to happen, my lord? Glathian interjected. There are no longer any threats remaining in Middle Sector 99, and the remaining Centennial and Multicentennial empires will all be dealt with and neutralized. They're no longer worth worrying about. Or are you referring to an attack by Darvian the Cursed and Zargle the Sorcerer? No. Robin came to a stop outside the entrance and began looking around as though searching for someone or something. Those small names aren't even worth taking into consideration. The behemoths are small names. Richard asked in astonishment. With considerable effort, he released Glathian's supporting arm and turned toward him. What exactly happened while I was in seclusion? Glathian remained silent for a moment before finally answering. Your father is a truly extraordinary man. He had no intention of explaining everything he had witnessed before Robin himself chose to speak. Besides, today was the very first time he had ever met Robin. He knew nothing at all about what had taken place during the young man's years of seclusion, nor did he possess the complete picture of everything Robin had accomplished before then. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow sword appeared beside them in a kneeling position before respectfully extending a ring toward Robin with both hands. Your Majesty. Robin accepted the ring and began inspecting its contents in silence, his consciousness sweeping through every item one by one with calm precision, occasionally pausing for a brief moment before continuing deeper into the storage space. A moment later, he gave a slight nod. Everything I requested is here. However, these coordinates don't seem particularly precise. We're unable to obtain completely precise coordinates for what your Majesty requested, the Shadow Sword replied respectfully without raising his head. Coordinates leading directly inside the palaces, as your Majesty specified, would have to be purchased from the Syndicate for tens of billions of pearls, and as your Majesty knows, we have no communication channels with them. He paused briefly before continuing. The coordinates currently in your Majesty's possession correspond to the planet itself, or at the very least the nearest planet to the intended destination. Once your Majesty arrives there, determining the exact location afterward should be exceedingly easy. This is the absolute limit of what the Shadow Swords are capable of obtaining with the information and resources currently available to us. Robin casually tossed the ring into the air twice before it vanished into his own storage ring as naturally as though the motion required no thought at all. That's fine. This will be sufficient. You may go. Whoosh. The Shadow Sword did not remain for even a single moment. The instant permission was granted, he disappeared completely, leaving behind not even the slightest trace of his presence. Robin, meanwhile, turned to look toward a certain direction in the distance, his gaze lingering there thoughtfully. This is going to be quite a long trip. I wonder how much energy it'll require. Better to prepare a little extra than discover halfway through that I underestimated the cost. Where are we going, Your Majesty? Glathian asked curiously. To the continuous Chaos Wing? Or perhaps to my territory in Vast Ice? Maybe we'll explore the Blood Ghost Cluster or some other unexplored areas? I know a few. They were currently inside Middle Sector 99. There was virtually no destination within the sector that he didn't know, so he instinctively assumed the journey had to be somewhere within its borders. His eyes suddenly lit up. Or are we heading toward one of the grand space portals for a more exciting journey? Though. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We'll probably need a bit of a disguise. Robin looked at him with a raised eyebrow before waving a hand lightly. Wait a moment. Golden runes gradually began appearing across Robin's body. One set compressed and disappeared as another immediately emerged in its place, continuously replacing one another in a flowing cycle until his entire body began radiating a brilliant golden glow, as though countless golden patterns were being rewritten over one another every passing moment. A golden scale then materialized beside him. Robin waved his hand, summoning something resembling a heart from within a spatial cube before quietly murmuring, "Let's see just how much energy can be exchanged from the heart of a young space beast." Ding! The scale tipped. The heart vanished. Then the scale disappeared along with it, as though the transaction had already been completed. In the very next instant, an enormous torrent of soul units and energy surged violently into Robin's body before gradually settling down again, creating an overwhelming wave of spiritual pressure that briefly swept through the surrounding street before rapidly stabilizing. The unusual phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of nearly everyone nearby, causing countless pedestrians to stop and stare in confusion. Good. Robin chuckled. This should be enough. The golden runes covering his body began disappearing, only to be replaced by an entirely different set of golden inscriptions whose patterns bore no resemblance whatsoever to the previous ones, as though he had shifted from one master law to another without the slightest interruption. Then a golden dagger materialized in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Robin calmly thrust it toward a particular point in space, his movement smooth and completely devoid of unnecessary force. Rumble. The space before him distorted for several moments, folding inward before slowly stretching apart, until a rectangular golden door gradually emerged from the warped void, standing silently in midair as though it had always existed there. This. Richard murmured in astonishment, unable to look away from the impossible sight before him. Where does that lead? To offer my condolences. Robin let out a quiet sigh before taking a step toward the door. Come. Whoosh. Chapter 2288. On a certain planet in Young Sector 99, inside a vast complex that appeared to serve as a military training facility were countless practice grounds, weapon racks, and training formations stretched as far as the eye could see. Don't just stand there. Move your asses, a man shouted in a loud, agitated voice while blaring at the youths before him. Do all of you want to be shipped off to the mines? The man wore regal attire decorated with large ornamental buttons, while half of his hair was white and the other half black. His facial features belonged to an elderly man, yet his eyes insisted he was still young. Even his soul defied judgment, making it impossible to tell whether it belonged to an old man or a youth. Everything about him seemed strangely contradictory, as though time itself had failed to decide how old he truly was. If Robin had been present, however, he would have recognized him at a single glance. Alfred Marley, a descendant of the Marley family, the royal bloodline of the Black Sun Kingdom that had betrayed Robin in the past. Yet Alfred himself had come to Jura's aid back then, and he had also been one of Caesar's indirect disciples. Because of that, Robin had pardoned the Marley family on Alfred's account and bound them under a severe oath, an oath that claimed dozens of lives every single year without exception. That oath required the family patriarch, the elders, and every senior member of the Marley family to ensure that the children of every new generation loved Robin with the entirety of their being, treating that objective as the family's highest priority regardless of the sacrifices required. Naturally, violating the oath meant death. As a result, senior members of the family died continuously. The younger generation, however, knew nothing about the reason behind those deaths, for they were never told the truth. Only when one of them grew old enough to assume a position of authority within the family would they be forced to swear the oath themselves and finally understand the unbearable weight it carried upon every generation before them. Love. How could anyone possibly force young people to feel something as genuine as love? Fabricating stories, erasing the past, never speaking about the oath, arranging marriages with the discarded remnants of the Burton family, those failures who received no attention whatsoever within their own clan, in the hope of mingling the bloodlines. Countless methods had been attempted to achieve the best possible outcome, and every generation had devoted tremendous effort toward fulfilling the impossible demand placed upon them. Even so, that oath would remain an eternal curse upon the Marley family. Relax, uncle. Nobody's going to the mines, one of the young men said as he casually leaned against his spear, looking completely unconcerned. We're going to become kings again. Hee. Again. Piffed. Were any of our ancestors ever planetary emperors, you idiot? Ha ha ha. His Majesty has finally recognized the value of the Marley family, one of the ancient bloodlines. It's only natural that we'd be entrusted with such responsibility. Alfred's complexion gradually became as pale as the white half of his hair. Standing before him were more than 500 young members of the Marley family, each filled with excitement and anticipation for the future awaiting them. Everything they were saying technically remained within the boundaries required by the oath. Even so, every word made his heart pound with fear. Not long ago, he had received astonishing news. He had been informed that the Marley family would not accompany the Nihari galaxy during its ascension alongside the other ancient families such as the Camdens, the Bradleys, and the rest. Instead, they would remain behind. When he had nearly suffered a complete mental breakdown and was on the verge of begging for mercy, he had been informed that the Marley family would instead be relocated to a planet being prepared specifically for them, where they would rule over an entire planetary empire and shoulder the responsibility of governing the entire young sector on Robin's behalf. It turned out that His Majesty had remarked that the wealth of the young belt must not simply be abandoned. As a result, he had ordered that one royal family remain behind to govern the sector in his stead, arming them, providing them with fleets, planets, military resources, and everything else they would require to establish a brand new millennial empire capable of standing firmly on its own from the very beginning. A millennial empire. Alfred had no idea what to make of this news. On one hand, they had been denied entry into the Middle Belt, denied access to greater power, superior resources, and the limitless opportunities that accompanied ascension alongside the Nihari galaxy. On the other, they had been granted a millennial empire of their own, complete with territory, authority, and a future that countless royal families could only dream of possessing. Which raised a simple question. Would you rather be an ordinary citizen in a prosperous nation, or a king in an underdeveloped one? The answer no longer mattered. His orders had already been given, and he had begun carrying them out without hesitation or complaint. The young men standing before him represented the finest talents produced by the Marley family over its last 3 generations. They were destined to become the military commanders, governors, ministers, and administrators of the new empire, forming the backbone upon which its future would be built. Yet those little bastards spent their days joking around, completely oblivious to the crushing responsibility that awaited them. Alfred raised a hand and pressed it against his chest. "Ugh, you damn brats, you're going to be the death of me. I'm certain of it." Rattle, rattle. Alfred looked upward toward a particular direction. He recognized the unmistakable sound of spacecraft piercing through a planet's atmosphere, the familiar vibration echoing across the sky before the vessels themselves became visible. His brows furrowed in confusion, but he didn't panic. He was confused because the Nuda fleets never paid any attention to this remote planet. They never even visited to replenish supplies, let alone dispatch military forces here. As for why he wasn't alarmed, it was because he knew perfectly well that no one in the entire sector would dare attack a planet belonging to the true beginning empire. Perhaps a Nuda fleet had simply mistaken this planet for another, or something along those lines. Alfred's brows drew together slightly as the approaching ships grew closer. Then, the instant he recognized their designs, his eyes flew wide open. Enemy attack. We're under attack. Without another thought, he immediately activated the instant spatial formation, intending to teleport toward the nearest spatial gate. He had to inform Nihari immediately. What? The younger members of the Marley family instinctively stumbled backward in shock as the sudden reality struck them, but only for a brief moment. They quickly stopped retreating, tightened their grips around their weapons, and raised them with expressions caught somewhere between hesitation and rising fury. None of them would allow anyone to take this planet away, to steal this dream they had only just begun to embrace. Whoosh, boom. The very first thing the invading fleet did was bombard every spatial gate on the planet simultaneously. One after another, they exploded. The entire planet had been isolated in an instant, severing every ordinary means of communication with the outside world. Ugh! The shockwave blasted Alfred backward just before he could reach one of the gates. Unable to use it, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Activate the emergency alarms." The moment he finished shouting, he pulled a small device from his storage ring and injected his energy into it without the slightest hesitation. The device appeared to do absolutely nothing, yet a faint light immediately began blinking across its surface. Judging from the slight relief that appeared on Alfred's face, its purpose had already been fulfilled. He slowly rose back to his feet. Looking toward the descending spacecraft preparing to land, he drew a war mace nearly as tall as his own body before raising it high into the air, white flames already beginning to gather around its head. "Sons of Marley, this is our chance to prove that we're worthy of this honor. This is our chance to remind the entire universe who we are." Alfred slowly turned around before shouting at them in exasperation, "Would someone answer me?" "Yay!" Alfred nodded vigorously despite the absurd response. The head of his war mace erupted with blazing white flames. Then he shot forward through the air like a meteor, leading the charge without the slightest trace of hesitation. Charge. Chapter 2289. Near the safe zone. Rumble. Nearly 140 fleets continued advancing at an extremely slow pace, maintaining their overall formation while making constant, subtle adjustments to ensure that not a single weakness appeared in their ranks as they steadily closed in on their target. Every maneuver had been calculated beforehand, allowing the enormous armada to move as though it were a single living organism rather than hundreds of individual warships. Every light aboard the fleet had been extinguished. Their concealment formations were fully activated. Their anti-detection barriers operated at peak efficiency. Even the smallest emissions from their engines were suppressed as much as possible. Beneath that veil of absolute secrecy, the countless spacecraft spread outward in perfect silence and discipline, producing barely enough activity to alert anyone observing the surrounding space from afar, while every crew member aboard remained under strict orders to avoid any unnecessary movement that might increase detectable energy fluctuations. Like a beehive disturbed by an attack, the enormous swarm that had previously advanced in a massive arrowhead formation gradually began separating, each fleet drifting into its assigned position without sacrificing overall cohesion or their ability to instantly reform their original formation should the need arise. The 10 support vessels assigned to every fleet deliberately increased the distance separating themselves from their mothership, arranging themselves into a specialized defensive formation while the mothership remained safely protected at the center. Surrounding them, the smaller engagement vessels slowly began circling at carefully calculated intervals, ensuring that any large-scale attack would strike as few ships as possible while minimizing every potential casualty once the battle began. Every captain already knew precisely where to move the moment the first shot was fired. Little by little, the colossal swarm transformed into an immense wall of warships and heavy artillery. It was a wall stretching across an enormous expanse of space. There were thousands of firing ports and countless heavy cannons. It was an armada prepared to assault an entire galaxy, literally. "Is everything in position?" The seventh son of Zargal spoke without taking his eyes off the magnificent sight unfolding before him. He stood inside the command chamber of the fleet's flagship, where a gigantic transparent observation window stretched from floor to ceiling, displaying the battlefield with such perfect clarity that it almost felt as though he were standing directly in the vacuum of space himself, watching the galaxy with his own eyes rather than through reinforced observation glass. "Everything is ready," one of Zargal's third-generation sons answered respectfully from nearby. "In another 10 minutes, we'll enter the effective firing range of our artillery. At that point, we can open fire." A broad smile spread across his face. "We'll strike while we're still concealed." We'll wipe out 2 or 3 patrol fleets before they even realize what happened or where the attack came from. By the time they react, the rest of our barrage will already be underway." The smile on that son's face, the face of that veteran admiral, was completely genuine. Deep inside, he already considered the battle won. Every preparation, every sacrifice, and every calculation had been made solely to create this single perfect moment. When they departed Young Sector 98, they deliberately altered their course before entering the transit route, ensuring that their eventual exit point would become completely unpredictable. Within a sector as unimaginably vast as Young Sector 99, locating the precise point from which they had emerged, or even predicting the direction of their advance afterward, had become practically impossible, no matter how extensive the enemy's surveillance network might be. Furthermore, they had pushed their engines to their absolute limits, burning through hundreds of millions of pearls in order to arrive an entire month earlier than anyone would have expected. It was an astronomical expense, but they had gladly paid it in exchange for what they believed would be the decisive factor in securing victory, the element of surprise. In other words, even if the enemy somehow knew they were coming, they would never know where they would appear, nor when they would arrive, nor the exact instant the attack would begin. From the very moment they reached the sector, they had activated their concealment formations, spending yet another enormous fortune in pearls simply to maintain them throughout their entire approach without allowing even the slightest lapse. Those gigantic formations were among the greatest inventions ever produced by the Enchantment Galaxy. Only an extremely limited number had ever been sold due to their outrageous price. The most recent known buyer had been a mysterious individual who spent nearly 7 billion pearls to acquire just a single formation. Combining every one of those advantages, the conclusion seemed obvious. It was impossible for the true beginning empire to know that today would be the day they were attacked. That certainty was plainly reflected in the admiral's eyes. Within minutes, the safe zone would enter their firing range. Yet the defending fleets still remained scattered throughout the region, each facing different directions while others lazily followed routine orbital patrol routes, looking no different from an ordinary day of peace. To him, they were completely oblivious to what was about to descend upon them. "Do not open fire immediately." The seventh son raised his hand decisively. Under countless puzzled and doubtful gazes, his calm expression remained unchanged as he continued speaking. "I want to speak with their commander first, whoever that may be. Perhaps we can reach an agreement that spares both sides a great deal of unnecessary bloodshed. If they surrender without resistance, everyone benefits. But, my lord," the admiral addressed his elder brother respectfully, "our opening strike will erase at least 3 fleets outright. Several more will suffer heavy damage. Their defensive lines will collapse, and their response will become slow and disorganized. It's the single most important strike of this entire battle." The seventh son frowned. "Let's assume we destroy 10 fleets instead of 3. His voice remained perfectly composed. "What comes afterward? We'll still have to fight nearly 40 new to 4 fleets in a prolonged engagement." He finally turned toward the admiral. "Are you prepared to bear the casualties that such a battle will inevitably produce? Every fleet we lose afterward will outweigh the advantage of that first strike." The admiral tilted his head slightly. "Then, what's the plan?" No one present could deny the overwhelming strength of the Nuda fleets after witnessing their performance in battle after battle. Anyone foolish enough to compare them with spacecraft belonging to civilizations outside the Tyrant Galaxy would only make a laughingstock of himself, even among experienced military commanders. "I'll engage them in lengthy negotiations." The seventh son spoke with complete confidence. "I'll intimidate them. Our strength is overwhelming compared to any defensive force stationed within the Young Belt. Simply revealing my own presence will be enough to discourage resistance." He proudly lifted his chin before continuing. "In my opinion, the worst possible outcome is that the defending forces flee. As for the best, they surrender immediately and swear their loyalty to me without forcing us to fight at all." Then he made a decisive gesture. "Inform all 46 Nexus state cultivators and all 440 world catastrophes to prepare to leave their ships. The mere sight of them will plant terror in the enemy's hearts. I won't even need to speak a single threatening word. Today, we will win this war without firing a single shot." "Understood." Everyone present saluted sharply before immediately activating their communication networks, relaying the seventh son's orders to every fleet commander and command unit with the utmost speed. Within moments, countless streams of information spread throughout the armada as every officer hurried to prepare for what they believed would be the decisive battle, ensuring that every formation and every elite combatant would be ready to move the instant the order was given. As for the seventh son, he kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. The savage smile on his face only grew wider with every passing second, his confidence reaching its peak as the distance separating him from the safe zone steadily diminished. 9 minutes. 9 more minutes, and the true beginning galaxy will belong to me. 9 minutes, and, boom, a tremendous shockwave slammed directly into the flagship's command bridge. The entire command chamber shook violently, warning lights flashed throughout the bridge, and even the deck beneath their feet lurched for an instant as countless crew members instinctively reached for nearby consoles to steady themselves. "What happened?" The seventh son shot to his feet. "Detection arrays report an armada of 15 Nida-4 fleets appearing off our starboard flank. That side has been crushed." "What?" The seventh son's expression changed dramatically as he looked through the observation window once more. The defensive forces surrounding the galaxy were still lazily drifting through space exactly as they had been only moments earlier. "This is impossible. Something's wrong. We have confirmed intelligence from the Syndicate stating that there are only those 50 fleets stationed near the galaxy." Boom. "The port flank has been hit. The port flank has been hit. Another armada of 15 additional fleets has appeared over there." We've detected a strange spatial gate releasing the ships on both flanks. It's a spatial gate without a metallic frame. How the hell did 30 entire fleets suddenly emerge from such a tiny gateway without any of us detecting them? What happened to our detection formations? What happened to our concealment arrays? The seventh son roared furiously before waving his arm with overwhelming force. The entire formation, halt. Split toward port and starboard immediately. Engage the enemy at once. Understood. Rumble. The seventh son stared straight ahead. His eyes remained wide open, as though he had forgotten how to blink. The 50 fleets assigned to defend the galaxy, the ones scattered everywhere, the ones drifting about like aimless bees searching for nectar, had vanished. Every last ship disappeared simultaneously. They had merely been holographic projections, carefully maintained until the precise moment they were no longer needed. Standing in their place were 70 fleets. They were perfectly aligned and perfectly synchronized. Every flagship occupied its assigned position with terrifying precision, while the surrounding vessels completed an enormous battle formation that appeared as though it had been rehearsed countless times. At that very moment, the countless heavy cannons mounted across the 70 fleets began glowing with terrifying intensity as overwhelming amounts of energy rapidly accumulated within every barrel, causing the darkness of space itself to become saturated with expanding waves of light. They were. The seventh son muttered, the confidence that had filled his voice only moments ago now completely gone. Waiting for us. Boom. The combined artillery barrage of all 70 fleets transformed the skies of Young Sector 99 into broad daylight. Chapter 2290. Whoosh, whoosh. The subsidiary gates of the mothership opened one after another with heavy metallic echoes, and the world cataclysms and Nexus state experts emerged in rapid succession. Each of them immediately headed toward the nearest battlefield without exchanging a single word or showing the slightest hesitation, whether it was the enemies that had materialized out of nowhere along the starboard and port flanks, or the enormous enemy formation spread across the center of the battlefield. Every single individual accelerated at full speed with astonishing coordination, as though this precise situation had been rehearsed dozens of times beforehand and every movement had already been engraved into instinct, leaving no room whatsoever for confusion despite the suddenness of the ambush. Bang, bang, bang. The guns of the Nuda fleets never ceased firing for even a single moment. Salvo after salvo crossed the void in tightly coordinated patterns, and within the blink of an eye, the densely packed warships belonging to the massive fleet were transformed into gigantic burning flowers decorating the darkness of space. Countless hulls were torn apart under the overwhelming bombardment, while twisted fragments of alloy, blazing spheres of fire, and showers of molten metallic sparks scattered across every direction, illuminating the battlefield as the merciless barrage continued relentlessly, never slowing in rhythm nor allowing the defenders even the briefest opportunity to reorganize themselves. The world cataclysms and Nexus state experts intervened immediately. Powerful energy barriers appeared one after another alongside countless defensive combat techniques, each overlapping with the next in an attempt to slow the horrifying rate of casualties and preserve as many vessels as possible despite the overwhelming disadvantage. For a brief period they succeeded in reducing the destruction, yet the respite proved painfully short-lived. The defensive techniques consumed enormous reserves of energy every second, while the shields themselves shattered and regenerated continuously beneath the impossible density of incoming fire. The barrage was simply too intense, offering them no opportunity whatsoever to stabilize their formation or even catch a single breath before another devastating wave descended upon them. Their greatest chance of changing the situation lay in launching an offensive, but there were two major problems standing directly in their path. The first was that the Nuda fleets had deliberately positioned themselves at an enormous distance. They remained well beyond the effective firing range of their conventional fleets, even after accounting for the battleships equipped with range-enhancing enchantments specifically designed for long-distance engagements. As a result, any direct retaliation remained virtually impossible for the moment, leaving them trapped in a one-sided exchange where only one side could unleash its full destructive power. The second was that if the world cataclysms and Nexus state experts abandoned their defensive positions and charged toward the enemy, their own fleet would almost certainly be erased before they could even complete the assault. The commanders remaining behind simply lacked the strength to withstand such hellish bombardment on their own, and once the defensive backbone disappeared, the countless ordinary vessels would collapse under the storm of fire before anyone realized the battle had already been decided. Naturally, the opposite outcome would unfold on the enemy's side. The moment those supreme powerhouses reached the Nuda fleets, there was little doubt that they would destroy them. At the absolute minimum, one fleet would be exchanged for another, while under favorable circumstances they might wipe out several enemy fleets before being forced to retreat, making such an assault devastating despite the inevitable sacrifice it demanded. However, that was a decision reserved exclusively for the Supreme Commander. Only he possessed the authority to determine whether sacrificing an entire fleet in exchange for breaking through the enemy formation and disrupting their overwhelming firepower was a worthwhile exchange, because such a decision would reshape the course of the battle from its very foundation regardless of the immediate losses it demanded. Hiss. Another hatch slowly opened, and the seventh son personally stepped out from within. His eyes widened to their absolute limit with unconcealed fury and disbelief as he stared at the massive military formation stretching before him, his gaze repeatedly sweeping across the countless warships as though refusing to accept what reality itself was showing him. 70 fleets stood directly before him in the central formation, while another 15 occupied each flank with disciplined precision. 100 fleets in total. Every calculation, every contingency, and every strategic projection had been built around confronting only 50 fleets. Even the possibility of hidden reserves, surprise attacks, or carefully prepared ambushes had already been incorporated into their operational planning long before this invasion began. Yet instead of encountering a modest deviation from expectation, they had found themselves facing exactly twice the anticipated military strength. Worse still, despite believing themselves to be the side initiating the surprise attack, they had instead become the victims of a trap so enormous that even now they struggled to understand how it had been prepared beneath their very noses. Arsene, the seventh son, roared at the top of his lungs, his voice carrying unmistakable rage. How do you explain this? At that very moment, another figure silently descended from the vessel behind him before steadily approaching with tightly knitted brows and an expression filled with growing unease. His movements remained composed despite the chaos surrounding them. It was the Syndicate's envoy. We scanned the entirety of Young Sector 99. Not a single region escaped our surveillance, not even the safe zone itself. We even surveyed the space between every planet from extreme distances using that 7th grade detection device, and every single report consistently indicated the presence of only 50 Nida-4 fleets. Then what exactly are you looking at? The seventh son snapped furiously as he pointed toward the overwhelming formation before them. More than 50. The envoy clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw visibly tightened. The humiliation was simply beyond words. An error within the Syndicate's calculations was not merely something that should never occur. It was an idea that should never have existed in the first place. Their intelligence network had been built upon absolute precision across countless sectors, making the very possibility of such a catastrophic miscalculation almost offensive to everything they represented. Twice the number of ships, they knew we were coming, they prepared countermeasures against our arrays, and they've even revealed arrays that have never been witnessed before. The seventh son pointed directly toward the envoy without concealing his anger. And after all of that, they've surrounded us using methods we can't even comprehend. The envoy narrowed his eyes. I understand part of it. They clearly employed rapid support vessels to move toward the starboard and port flanks before revealing themselves. The real problem is that there shouldn't have been any fleets there to begin with. His gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield as countless possibilities raced through his mind. The only location capable of concealing those fleets from our surveillance would be behind the planets of the galaxy themselves, where our instruments cannot obtain sufficiently detailed imagery. And I do not mean they quietly relocated there after an extended voyage. No, those fleets never departed from those planets from the very beginning of our observation. The envoy's brows tightened even further as the implications gradually settled in his mind. I'm afraid those fleets were constructed entirely within the past few years, the same years following the departure of the First and Third Armies. We must completely reassess our estimates with our allies regarding this pace of military development. This level of industrial and technological growth has already crossed into genuinely dangerous territory, and if it continues unchecked, the balance between our forces may change far sooner than anyone anticipated. You think? The seventh son threw both hands into the air in exasperation, shouting with undisguised frustration. At that very moment, their fleet was being mercilessly bombarded from 3 different directions simultaneously, while only the rear remained deliberately left open. The arrangement looked almost intentional, as though the enemy wished to leave them with a single remaining path and force them into choosing between retreating through that opening or remaining where they stood until complete annihilation overtook them. Having reached the limit of his patience, the seventh son abandoned the argument altogether. There was nothing he could accomplish by venting his anger toward the Syndicate's envoy while the battlefield continued collapsing around them. He advanced until a considerable distance separated him from his own fleet, then infused his voice with soul force until it erupted across the vast battlefield like rolling thunder, reaching every corner of the surrounding space. Who commands your forces? End this farce immediately, or I'll reduce everything before me to ashes. Hiss. The answer came almost immediately. A harsh, gravelly voice echoed throughout the battlefield, carrying an indescribable coldness, as though the speaker's words had emerged directly from the deepest abyss of hell itself. Take your followers, turn around, and go back the way you came before it's too late. I won't leave you an escape route for much longer. You're allowing me to escape. The seventh son slowly raised his right hand, and his soul power immediately transformed into countless invisible commands that spread through the battlefield in every direction, weaving across space before reaching every world cataclysm and Nexus state expert under his command simultaneously. Each order was transmitted with flawless precision, leaving no room whatsoever for hesitation or misunderstanding despite the overwhelming chaos surrounding them. The world cataclysms and Nexus state experts immediately began advancing at a measured pace. Their formations shifted with remarkable discipline as they prepared to abandon their defensive positions entirely and launch themselves toward the distant Nuda fleets regardless of the consequences. Every one of them clearly understood the price such an assault would demand, yet not a single expression wavered, as though they had already accepted the possibility of never returning the moment the command was issued. Then he raised his hand once more, causing several soul gates to materialize beside him in rapid succession, each one radiating dense spiritual fluctuations that distorted the surrounding space. A number of soul creatures emerged from within the gates one after another. Every single one possessed strength comparable to a world cataclysm, and the moment they entered the battlefield, overwhelming spiritual pressure spread across the surrounding space as they silently took their positions beside the advancing experts, becoming an additional force prepared to plunge directly into the enemy formation. I want to see how the trash of the young belt plans to drive me away today, the seventh son roared, his voice carrying both rage and complete confidence. Even if his entire fleet were destroyed today in exchange for wiping out the Nuda fleets, so be it. What truly mattered was capturing the galaxy. All he had to do was eliminate the galaxy's main striking force gathered here, shattering the strongest resistance in a single decisive battle before giving the ground armies enough room to launch their invasion from their newly established headquarters. Once that happened, occupying the remaining planets would merely become a matter of time and systematic conquest rather than prolonged warfare. He had wanted to keep casualties to an absolute minimum and seize victory as efficiently as possible, but it seemed that would not be possible today. Rumble. The gates of the Nuda fleets opened simultaneously at that very moment, each massive portal slowly unfolding across dozens of warships at once until the battlefield itself seemed filled with rows of glowing openings stretching across the enormous formation. The seventh son frowned in surprise before immediately issuing another round of commands without wasting even a single heartbeat. Advance carefully. Those could be new cannons or some entirely different type of weapon. Do not rush forward until their purpose becomes clear. Step. But what emerged were neither cannons nor weapons. They were people clad in crimson armor. Thick crimson tubes pulsed rhythmically throughout every suit as though living blood flowed within them, while long horns rose proudly from their helmets, radiating an overwhelming aura of brutality and dread. Merely watching them emerge in perfect silence caused the atmosphere across the battlefield to become noticeably heavier. Hundreds of them. No, more than that. The seventh son's eyes gradually widened as genuine shock slowly spread across his face, replacing the anger that had dominated it only moments earlier. The fact that they were descending directly from the warships into open space without relying upon any vessels meant every single one of them possessed the strength necessary to survive the vacuum unaided. That alone meant each individual was, at the very least, a world cataclysm. All of them were world cataclysms? Every single one within the Young Belt? Hiss. The main gate of the mothership facing the galaxy slowly opened as well, its enormous doors parting with deliberate slowness before two figures descended from within at an equally unhurried pace, as though they had absolutely no concern for the battle already raging around them. Both wore armor similar to that of the others, yet their designs were unmistakably different. Every line and contour appeared far more elaborate and imposing than those worn by the ordinary soldiers, making their identities immediately obvious as individuals standing far above the rest. One of them possessed armor shaped with distinctly feminine features. Long metallic braids extended from behind her horns, floating lazily around her in the surrounding void like living serpents patiently circling their prey while waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Every subtle movement of those metallic braids carried an unsettling sense of life despite being forged entirely from metal. The other was vastly larger than her, standing nearly 5 meters tall while carrying a colossal hammer almost equal to the length of his own body. The enormous weapon appeared absurdly heavy, yet he held it with effortless ease, and merely witnessing both the giant and his hammer together filled the surrounding space with an overwhelming sensation of terrifying weight, as though gravity itself had become noticeably denser around him. The giant slowly lifted the massive hammer before pointing it directly toward the seventh son, his enormous grin widening beneath the helmet as he spoke in a voice overflowing with savage excitement and unconcealed anticipation. Today, Amon will find out whether Soul Force changes the taste of meat. Chapter 2291. On one of the planets near the galaxy, a heavy thud echoed. Alfred collapsed onto his knees, his hands bound tightly behind his back by heavy restraints that cut into his wrists. Blood dripped steadily from the wound on his head before splashing onto the ground beneath him, while a deep puncture tore through the area around his liver, soaking the front of his clothes crimson. Numerous bruises, cuts, and burns covered his face, leaving him looking less like a defeated prisoner and more like a man hanging onto life by the thinnest possible thread after forcing his body far beyond its limits. Even so, smack. A man stepped forward from the side and drove his fist violently into Alfred's cheek with enough force to twist his head sideways. You worthless bastard. Pfft. Alfred spat out a mouthful of blood as the blow sent him crashing onto the ground. Even so, after coughing several times, he slowly forced himself back onto his knees through nothing but stubborn determination. His breathing had become ragged, yet he still lifted his head with visible effort and looked upward, wearing the same defiant smile that refused to disappear from his bloodstained face. The man who had struck him bore a deep burn scar across one side of his face. It was a fresh burn, one inflicted during the battle only moments ago. Its edges were still blackened from the terrifying heat that had carved through flesh and armor alike. In truth, nearly 300 members of the Marley family were gathered behind Alfred. Every one of them had been restrained, either forced onto their knees or thrown face down across the ground after losing consciousness. Many had already lost one limb, and some had lost two. Even so, they remained considerably more fortunate than their relatives who had perished beneath the relentless bombardment of the cannons before they could even be captured alive. Indeed, when the battle had begun, the invaders had completely underestimated them, believing a single elite detachment would be more than sufficient to capture them without difficulty. Instead, Alfred and his relatives burned every member of that force to ashes. Afterward, they charged directly toward the space vessels that had begun emptying their troops, stormed aboard them without the slightest hesitation, and spread devastation among the bewildered soldiers who had yet to understand what was happening. Dense torrents of white flame erupted throughout the interiors of the vessels, swallowing corridors, troop compartments, and supply sections alike until panic spread from one deck to another before anyone managed to organize an effective response. The army had no choice but to intervene as a whole. The generals personally descended to force them out of the vessels before surrounding them from every direction, yet even that proved insufficient to suppress their resistance. Eventually, the spacecraft were ordered to fire directly around them. The final result was approximately 14,000 soldiers killed alongside the complete destruction of 3 combat spacecraft, in exchange for the deaths of 200 members of the Marley family, while every remaining survivor was either severely wounded or captured alive after exhausting every last ounce of strength they possessed. You still have the strength to smile. The man who had struck Alfred raised his fist once again, veins bulging beneath his skin as he prepared to deliver another vicious blow. Everything that had happened during that battle had been a humiliation by every conceivable standard. Enough! A commanding voice echoed from behind him, bringing his movement to an immediate halt before the punch could land. I won't allow you to kill any more of them. These aren't ordinary soldiers, they've already proven that through their actions. They may very well be Lord Human's children, or perhaps his grandchildren. That would explain why they were training here in complete isolation from everyone else, hidden away from the outside world until today. His eyes slowly swept across the restrained prisoners before a broad smile appeared upon his face. This time we've captured something truly valuable, and we intend to preserve that value. Marshal, what are you saying? Just because they're descendants of that man, we're supposed to let them slaughter our soldiers and burn my face? He glared at the marshal with undisguised hatred before roaring, damn it. Then he turned around and stormed away, unable to suppress the rage boiling inside him. We are not, piffed. One of the injured prisoners struggled to force out a few words despite the blood filling his mouth. Before he could finish, however, the brother beside him drove a sharp kick into his stomach, cutting him off instantly before he revealed anything further. Don't worry, the marshal said with another satisfied smile as he looked toward a distant direction where the galaxy lay beyond the atmosphere. We'll make full use of having them in our custody. His expression remained completely composed as he continued, prepare the vessels. The space battle should have begun by now. As for us, we'll begin the invasion of Nihiri through the back entrance in 1 hour. By then, the attention of nearly everyone should already be focused elsewhere. Yes, Commander. The soldiers immediately hurried back to their assigned positions, mentally and physically preparing themselves for everything that awaited them beyond this planet. Some silently inspected their weapons once again, while others steadied their breathing, fully aware that the coming operation would be unlike anything they had ever experienced before. Naturally, none of them had ever invaded an entire galaxy before. None of them truly knew what awaited them there. But there was one thing every single one of them believed without the slightest doubt. Countless treasures awaited within the heart of that galaxy, enough to change the fate of anyone fortunate enough to survive the campaign. As for the marshal, he smiled. A galaxy that was most likely empty. According to the intelligence he had gathered during the final moments before the operation began, with the First and Third Armies absent, the Second Army had advanced to occupy every planet previously under their control while simultaneously taking over every war those two armies had once been responsible for fighting. The Second Army, or the Crimson Plague, as he had heard it called, was now scattered throughout hundreds of different planets across countless battlefields. There was simply no possibility whatsoever of them abandoning those wars and returning in time. Even if they somehow managed to return, they would never reorganize themselves quickly enough to influence the outcome of this campaign before everything had already been decided. The only forces remaining inside the galaxy now should be nothing more than a modest police force, perhaps accompanied by a handful of defensive units stationed throughout important locations. Defensive units that the Seventh Son and his men would undoubtedly erase without encountering any meaningful resistance before this invasion force even arrived. This war was guaranteed. A sudden whoosh cut through the air. The marshal slowly raised his head after hearing an unfamiliar sound cutting through the atmosphere above them. Something was descending through the atmosphere at astonishing speed, leaving behind a faint trail as it tore through layers of air with frightening momentum. It didn't resemble an artillery shell, nor did it resemble a person. Instead, it looked like a metallic object twisting violently through the skies like a falling meteor whose trajectory constantly shifted as though correcting itself while descending. Bam! The object slammed into the ground not far away from their position, throwing dirt and shattered rock high into the air as the impact sent a powerful tremor rippling across the surrounding terrain. Stay alert! The marshal immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone around him to draw their weapons and prepare for an unexpected confrontation. A low hum resonated nearby. Something strange immediately began happening in that direction. The mysterious metallic object started emitting unfamiliar mechanical sounds accompanied by rhythmic pulses of equally unfamiliar light, each pulse growing brighter than the last as though some hidden mechanism deep within had finally awakened. Click! Then it opened. Its entire structure immediately began transforming at astonishing speed as countless metallic components emerged from its core, floated freely into the surrounding air, and rapidly connected themselves to additional metallic pieces according to an incredibly intricate predetermined pattern. Layer after layer assembled with flawless precision until the countless fragments ceased resembling scattered machinery altogether. Within the blink of an eye, they had assembled themselves into a gigantic structure resembling an arch, a colossal metallic arch. What in the? A sharp crackle of static echoed through the air. The space within the metallic arch suddenly crackled with colorless lightning as streams of invisible energy raced wildly across its interior before the empty space itself began to ripple, soften, and liquefy as though the laws governing reality had momentarily dissolved inside the enormous structure. The marshal's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in disbelief as he instinctively took a cautious step backward. A space gate. A portable space gate? A gate that could be thrown down from outside the atmosphere, then activate itself automatically without requiring anyone to remain behind and operate it? It was the first time in his entire life that he had witnessed anything remotely resembling such technology, and certainly the first time he had ever heard rumors of something like it existing. He had traveled to the Mid-Belt numerous times throughout his military career, yet he had never once encountered anything remotely comparable being sold within the Soul Society or anywhere else, regardless of how wealthy or influential the merchants happened to be. Did even Interus possess something like this? A deep, echoing hum vibrated through the air. At that moment, something slowly began emerging from within the shimmering gate as the distorted space expanded outward. A pair of gigantic white claws, massive enough to dwarf the soldiers standing nearby before the creature attached to them had even revealed itself. Boom! The instant those enormous claws touched the ground, everything froze. A wave of terrifying frost exploded outward from the point of contact, instantly sealing the surrounding earth beneath layers of thick crystalline ice that spread in every direction with frightening speed. Fire! Fire everything at that gate, the marshal roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield as he pointed directly toward the newly formed portal. A deep rumble shook the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The combat vessels immediately rotated their heavy cannons despite still remaining positioned upon the ground, before unleashing an overwhelming barrage toward the gate without holding anything back, determined to destroy the mysterious construct before whatever lay behind it could fully emerge. But with a rushing whoosh, towering walls of frost erupted violently from the earth, rising one after another directly into the path of the first wave of bombardment as though the frozen ground itself had answered an unseen command. Most of the icy walls shattered apart or suffered devastating damage almost immediately beneath the concentrated firepower, exploding into countless fragments of glittering ice, but they had already accomplished exactly what they had been created to do. A massive white fox with 3 tails calmly stepped out from behind the frozen barricades. Its pristine fur shimmered with a pale icy glow while every movement carried overwhelming majesty, making it resemble an ancient sovereign beast that had walked directly out of a forgotten frozen age. Oh! The fox unleashed a devastating howl powerful enough to shake the heavens themselves. The freezing shockwave swept across the land in every direction. The temperature plummeted so violently that forests, mountains, rivers, and even the air itself seemed to freeze, as though the entire region had been violently dragged backward into the ice age. Whoosh! Something suddenly burst forward from between the fox's feet before slithering across the ground at astonishing speed. A gigantic serpent bearing 5 enormous horns. Its massive body twisted gracefully across the battlefield while every rock beneath it simply melted away into glowing liquid before hardening once again after it had passed. Then, whoosh! Above the white fox, an enormous butterfly with 7 brilliantly colored wings slowly appeared, its wings spreading majestically through the sky as dazzling radiance poured from every scale covering their surface, illuminating hundreds of miles around it until even the distant horizon became bathed in brilliant multicolored light. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the entire planet, sending violent tremors rippling across the battlefield as a gigantic pink lion leaped from the white fox's side with astonishing explosive force. It possessed a long scorpion-like tail that swayed ominously behind it, and the massive horns of a raging bull, giving the already terrifying beast an even more savage appearance. Thud! The white fox calmly advanced with majestic dignity, its enormous paws leaving frozen footprints wherever they landed as it continued walking forward without the slightest hint of urgency. With every single step it took, another beast emerged from behind it. Each creature possessed a completely different appearance and overwhelming aura, rapidly gathering behind the white fox like an unstoppable army of ancient monsters. And with every single step, terror burrowed even deeper into the hearts of the millions of soldiers witnessing the impossible spectacle unfolding before their eyes, their confidence gradually crumbling as the number of monstrous creatures continued increasing without end. But the most astonishing sight of all came next. An elderly man with gray hair slowly emerged from within the thick white fur, rising until he stood atop the giant fox's head as naturally as though he had always belonged there, his calm expression standing in complete contrast to the terrifying army gathering beneath him. He slowly raised one hand toward the marshal, then spoke a single command. Davos, catch! Chapter 2292. Somewhere within mid-sector 97. There were no sophisticated command bridges here, no high-tech control rooms, and no magnificent halls filled with ancient relics capable of recording the rise and fall of entire civilizations. There was only sand, endless seas of sand stretching beyond the horizon in every direction, uninterrupted by mountains, forests, or rivers, and a single chair. Your Excellency, Tsar, the eldest son of the temporal Behemoth, stepped forward until he stood beside the solitary chair before bowing respectfully. The Syndicate's reinforcements are approaching rapidly, and we have yet to take any countermeasures. Do you have any orders, or should we withdraw before they reach the battlefield? Archyle of Time continued gazing across the endless sea of sand stretching before him. His pale eyes quietly reflected the scorching sunlight pouring down from the cloudless heavens, while his thick beard remained perfectly clean, as though even the countless grains of sand dancing endlessly through the desert feared settling upon him. The violent desert winds swept across the dunes without pause, yet not a single grain dared cling to his robes or touch his body. As for his son's question, Archyle remained silent for several long moments, seemingly allowing both the desert and the wind to answer first, before finally speaking in an unhurried voice. My son, why do you think sand has always been regarded as a symbol of time? Tsar was visibly caught off guard by the unexpected question. He had spent much of his life standing beside his father, receiving commands, carrying them out without hesitation, and reporting the results afterward. Yet despite those countless years together, they had rarely exchanged words outside matters demanding immediate military attention. There isn't anything within the law itself that directly connects the two, he answered after gathering his thoughts, but there are many theories attempting to explain why nearly every civilization eventually links them together. He continued, for example, the hourglass. It has been a fundamental instrument throughout nearly every developing civilization. The steady descent of its grains represents the unstoppable passage of time itself, while the countless grains are often associated with the joyful and painful moments we experience throughout our lives before eventually leaving them forever behind us. They also symbolize the countless events still waiting somewhere ahead, hidden within the future until their appointed moment arrives. What else? Arkyle asked calmly, never shifting his gaze away from the desert before him. Some ancient scholars associate sand with time because of erosion, Sar replied without hesitation. The wind carries countless grains of sand that gradually wear down mountains and valleys over millions of years, reshaping continents so slowly that no individual can perceive the change during a single lifetime, even though the world itself is constantly being rewritten. Yet he received the very same question once again. What else? Sar fell silent, realizing every answer he offered merely described a consequence rather than the essence his father sought. Then he lowered his head once more. Please, teach me. Arkyle continued staring into the endless sea of sand without the slightest change in expression. To me, those grains are the seal of the past, and the foundation of the future. Arkyle continued, if you dig beneath any desert on any planet, you will always uncover traces of civilizations long gone, the remains of marine creatures, or even coal, the remnants of ancient forests together with the intricate waterways that once sustained them. Every desert, without exception, conceals one of these beneath its surface, preserving silent evidence that an entirely different world once stood where endless dunes now stretch. He paused, then added, sand is the inevitable end of every civilization, every beauty and every ugliness, every life and every landscape. It is the seal that closes the page of the past forever, burying both glory and disgrace beneath the same endless blanket, the seal that tells the past, you may rest in peace now. His unblinking eyes remained fixed upon the distant horizon as he continued speaking with the same tranquil tone. And then what you see before you appears, a barren land, one that buries everything that once existed beneath layer after layer of silence, while patiently preparing itself for what has yet to come. He gestured faintly toward the expanse. Millions of years from now, this very place may once again become fertile ground because of a meteor strike, shifting continents, or some overwhelming natural catastrophe. Rivers will carve new paths through the land. Forests will spread where dunes now stand. Life will flourish here once more. Beasts will roam these lands, and humanity will eventually build entirely new civilizations upon them, civilizations that unknowingly stand directly atop their predecessors, while those forgotten civilizations continue resting beneath them, separated only by layers of sand, as though silently gazing upward from below with unending resentment. Then Arkyle added, that is why I love sand. I love looking upon deserts. I love sitting at their very center, between the past and the present, between ruin and prosperity. I love being present during that silent hour which separates a place's life from its death, where neither beginning nor ending truly dominates the land. I love witnessing sand's slow influence, its gentle advance that never stops no matter how insignificant it appears from one day to the next, and its absolute dominion, beneath which every living thing eventually surrenders without exception. Sar slowly turned his gaze back toward the endless desert before him. His father's explanation continued echoing inside his mind, leaving him unable to look upon the boundless dunes the same way as before. What had once appeared to be nothing more than lifeless waves of sand now seemed to conceal countless forgotten histories buried beneath their surface, stretching endlessly toward the distant horizon. After an unknown length of time had passed, he heard his father speak once again. A short while ago, you asked me how we should deal with the syndicate's fleets. Ah, that's right. Sar immediately straightened before bowing once more. 5,000 fleets are currently being assembled and are advancing toward mid-sector 96. Officially, they've announced that they'll continue their advance until they reach mid-sector 98, but regardless of what they claim publicly, we have to prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before it's too late. He continued, at their current pace, it'll take them approximately 10 years to reach mid-sector 96. That means we'd have only 7 years before we'd be forced to withdraw with all our forces to defend ourselves if they chose to attack us. But if we simply retreat and watch them pass unhindered through our territory in order to reinforce our enemy, then we'd effectively be abandoning mid-sector 97 altogether, and abandoning our war against the sorcerer Zargal altogether as well. We cannot possibly retreat, stand by while they cross our lands without resistance, and only afterward chase them from behind as though nothing had happened. Arkyle remained silent for several moments, allowing the desert wind to continue sweeping across the dunes before finally speaking once more. Then we have only two choices. Either we surrender, or we immediately head toward mid-sector 95 on a journey that will require 6 full years, intercept them before they ever enter our territory, and keep this war alive. By doing so, we would be attacking the very fleet the Syndicate has publicly declared to be operating under its authority and direct supervision. In other words, we would be openly declaring war against the Syndicate itself. Sar slowly nodded, the weight of those words settling heavily upon his shoulders. It's one path or the other. I genuinely don't see a third option remaining before us, and whatever decision we make, we have to make it quickly, before time itself forces the decision upon us. Arkyle finally spoke again. What did Lord Robin say regarding all of this? Nothing. Sar frowned deeply. We've asked the Shadow Swords repeatedly over the past several days, yet every single time we received the same answer, that Lord Robin is currently occupied with matters of even greater importance. His expression gradually became more puzzled than frustrated. I simply can't imagine what could possibly take precedence over an entire fleet dispatched by the Syndicate. No matter how I think about it, I fail to see anything more urgent. Arkyle slowly inclined his head. The sand is coming to bury us, to erase everything that once belonged to us, so that others may raise what belongs to them upon the very place where we once stood. Sar looked at him quizzically. Up until this moment, Arkyle continued calmly, never once raising his voice, our conflict has remained nothing more than a private war against the sorcerer. Even after publicly announcing our partnership with Lord Robin, both sides still shared the same common enemy, Zargal. But the moment we intercept this fleet, our actions will become an official declaration of hostility against the Syndicate itself, against Marlik. His tone remained as tranquil as the endless desert surrounding him. And we will not stand against the syndicate alone. My orders? Tsar asked quietly, already beginning to understand the direction his father's thoughts were taking. 3 years, Arkyle declared without the slightest hesitation. If we do not receive a response, and meaningful, sufficient support, from Lord Robin within 3 years, then we will withdraw toward mid-sector 96 and secure our own territory first. At that point, we will withdraw completely from both this war and our partnership, leaving behind everything that has happened until now. Understood. Tsar nodded firmly before lifting his eyes toward the endless horizon once more, his sharp gaze carrying neither hope nor despair. I don't wish to be either optimistic or pessimistic, but I can't see any support anywhere on the horizon capable of encouraging us to stand against that fleet. Nor do I believe Lord Robin possesses enough determination to make a move against the syndicate itself under the current circumstances. Unfortunately, we're alone. We've involved ourselves in something far greater than we originally anticipated, and it may ultimately. A sudden deep hum resonated through the air. At that exact moment, a narrow golden door suddenly opened directly before them without the slightest warning, its appearance so abrupt that even the surrounding desert wind seemed momentarily insignificant beside it. Robin stepped out through the doorway with both hands calmly clasped behind his back, his movements completely relaxed, as though he had merely walked through an ordinary doorway rather than crossing an immeasurable distance between sectors. Then, wearing a faint, easygoing smile, he casually raised his right hand in greeting. Greetings. Am I interrupting something? Chapter 2293. Tsar's eyes flew wide open, and his entire body stiffened at the sudden appearance that had come without the slightest warning, fluctuation, or trace for anyone to detect beforehand. Yet even as shock gripped him, his mind instantly shifted into a state of hostility and battle readiness. Every instinct forged through countless battles roared to life as he prepared himself for the possibility that the newcomer might be an enemy. Arkyle of Time placed both hands firmly upon the armrests of his throne before slowly pushing himself to his feet. His eyes were just as wide as he stared intently at the newcomer, as though both his eyes and his soul needed confirmation before he could believe what he was seeing. Lord Robin, is that you? Lord Robin. Tsar's thoughts collapsed instantly, his mind going completely blank for a brief moment before countless questions exploded within it. He had spoken with the human lord several times before the Soul Society was established, but throughout every one of those meetings, all he had ever seen was that metallic face. That mask had never left Lord Robin's face for even a single moment, whether during official meetings, private conversations, or casual encounters, to the point that the mask itself had become inseparable from the identity of Lord Robin in everyone's minds. As for the founding of the Sacred Covenant Academy, the countless rumors regarding his friendship with the Elder Cosmic, and the increasingly widespread stories about an empire known as the True Beginning, none of those events had anything whatsoever to do with Lord Robin's actual appearance. Up until this very moment, only his own followers had ever laid eyes upon his true face. Even the major powers that had desperately attempted to gather intelligence on him possessed nothing beyond vague descriptions and endless speculation, while every portrait or illustration circulating throughout the sectors was nothing more than an artist's imagination built upon rumors. Oh, it seems I'm rather famous around here. Good. Robin smiled faintly as he began walking toward Arkyle with his usual composed and restrained expression. My apologies for arriving so uninvited. Arkyle nodded after a brief pause, forcing himself to regain his composure. Not a problem at all. As a matter of fact, we were discussing the current state of the war just moments ago. He then turned toward Tsar without taking his eyes off Robin for long. Bring a seat for Lord Robin. At once. Tsar answered without the slightest hesitation. He already possessed several thrones and chairs inside his spatial ring, but he naturally understood exactly what his father meant. This was not a simple request to provide a place to sit. Arkyle was ordering him to bring a throne worthy of someone he had publicly acknowledged as his partner. Any chair that differed in quality, craftsmanship, or dignity from Arkyle's own throne would amount to a direct insult, regardless of anyone's intentions. No need, Robin replied calmly. Then, with a rushing whoosh, the instant his next step touched the ground, something extraordinary happened before everyone's eyes. The desert sands directly before Arkyle silently began to separate as though an invisible force were gently parting them, and from beneath them rose a magnificent stone throne identical in every conceivable detail to the one upon which Arkyle himself sat. Its proportions, carvings, polish, and craftsmanship were flawless, and it came to rest directly opposite Arkyle's own seat as though it had always belonged there. Nor did the phenomenon end there. A small stone table emerged between the two thrones, carved from precisely the same material and fashioned with exactly the same sculpting techniques, to the point that it genuinely appeared as though the very artist who had crafted Arkyle's throne long ago had personally returned to create this matching piece. Off to one side, 3 additional seats slowly rose from beneath the sand in perfect alignment. Though slightly less majestic than the 2 primary thrones, they remained exceptionally refined, each accompanied by its own matching table, together forming what looked less like something hastily created and more like a reception area that had existed beneath the desert for countless years. Tsar stood frozen where he was, completely speechless, unable to decide whether he should continue walking, bow, or simply continue staring. Many experts and veteran warriors, including himself, could manipulate the terrain through overwhelming power, forcing the earth to assume various shapes. If he wished, he too could slam his foot into the ground and produce a seat. But the result would merely be a crude chair formed from compressed sand, rough around the edges and lacking any genuine craftsmanship, resembling something a child might mold while playing on a beach. This This was not something that could ever be achieved through raw power alone. Argyle lowered only his eyes for a brief moment to examine the newly formed furniture before raising his gaze back to Robin's face, his expression noticeably more serious than before. Fundamental reshaping law, or the master creation law? The master creation law, Robin answered honestly, without the slightest intention of concealing it. By then he had already reached his newly formed throne, and with a relaxed gesture he motioned for Argyle to resume his seat. Please. Our discussion may take quite some time. There's no need for either of us to remain standing. Robin then sat down as well, as naturally as though he had been sitting there from the very beginning. Argyle knitted his brows for a brief moment while contemplating that answer before quietly returning to his own throne. After settling into his seat, he tilted his head ever so slightly toward the small gateway Robin had used to enter. Fundamental space law, or the master spacetime law. The master spacetime law. Robin nodded without hesitation. The expression in Argyle's eyes as he looked at Robin became extraordinarily peculiar, carrying unmistakable surprise mixed with deep contemplation, yet even that could not compare to the look on Sar's face. The latter's thoughts had already become a complete mess as one impossible revelation after another unfolded before him, each one overturning everything he believed he knew about the man standing before them. A gentle hum vibrated through the air. At that very moment, Glathian stepped through the gateway, supporting Richard as the latter leaned heavily against him while slowly making his way inside. Richard's breathing remained steady, yet every step seemed to demand tremendous effort, as though his exhausted body and battered soul were being forced forward purely through stubborn determination. Oh, Robin casually gestured behind him without turning around. I brought my son along to get some fresh air, as well as another companion. I hope that won't be an inconvenience or disrupt your hospitality. Not at all, Argyle replied in his usual calm tone, although his attention immediately shifted toward the two newcomers, carefully examining them with a single sweeping glance that missed almost nothing. One of them bore no visible external injuries whatsoever, yet his condition was obviously terrible. He appeared utterly drained, physically exhausted, mentally fatigued, and even the state of his soul suggested that it had endured a level of strain bordering on complete collapse, as though it had only recently survived an unimaginably fierce ordeal. The other, however, radiated power. A guardian, by all appearances. His skin shimmered like a flawless sculpture carved from living ice, a natural crystalline crown adorned his head without the aid of any artifact, and an intensely cold aura quietly surrounded his body, causing the surrounding air to feel subtly heavier despite remaining perfectly under control. Argyle's brows immediately knitted together ever so slightly. Glathian. Oh, your majesty, one moment please. Glathian continued walking beside Richard without stopping until he gently helped him settle into one of the three side seats, making sure he was seated comfortably before finally stepping away. Only then did he place a hand over his chest and offer Argyle a respectful bow. It is truly a pleasure to see your majesty once again after all this time. Robin smiled with mild curiosity. It seems you two are old acquaintances. I wish we were, Glathian answered almost immediately with a modest smile. Some time ago I was invited to attend your majesty's 10 millionth birthday celebration, and I had the honor of meeting you there. Although our conversation was brief, the occasion itself left quite an impression on me. 10 million. Robin let out a soft whistle before looking back toward Argyle with an amused smile. That's quite a lot of candles. They are merely social gatherings intended to strengthen relationships, encourage communication, and bring different viewpoints closer together. Argyle gave Glathian one final thoughtful glance before returning his attention to Robin. You have secured an extraordinary prize by earning this young man's loyalty. He is a genuine genius in analysis, deduction, and strategic planning. Even I once hoped to recruit him as one of my advisors. Some time ago I heard that he had joined you as one of your wings, but I assumed he had merely done so to spare himself unnecessary mental effort, as is usually his habit. I never expected that you would truly gain him as a serious companion who would willingly remain at your side. Don't be so serious, your majesty. Glathian laughed awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. Who am I to become Lord Robin's companion or minister? You're giving me far too much credit. Despite the smile, a trace of nervousness appeared on his face before he quietly walked toward one corner of the area, gathering scattered pieces of old firewood that had been lying around for who knew how long. He then pointed toward Sar. I'm borrowing you for a moment. Build us a proper setup here with the sand. Make it a good one. We can't exactly entertain honored guests beside a pile of old wood. Sar pointed at himself in surprise before instinctively looking toward his father for confirmation. Argyle remained silent for a brief moment before finally giving a reluctant nod. Without another word, Sar rolled up his sleeves and hurried over to help Glathian, deciding that asking questions could wait until later. Left behind where they had been were only the calm Argyle, the smiling Robin, and the quietly suffering Richard, whose exhausted figure remained leaned back against the stone seat while recovering what little strength he could. So, Argyle was the first to speak again, naturally fulfilling his role as the host despite everything that had happened. The laws of creation and spacetime. Your son was killed before my eyes. Robin spoke directly, without the slightest hesitation, his expression remaining completely devoid of visible emotion. My deepest condolences. He was a fine young man. Chapter 2294. Richard frowned deeply and slowly began shaking his head the moment those words left his father's mouth, his expression growing increasingly helpless as he leaned back against his seat. Hadn't his father ever heard of easing into a conversation before? Most people would begin with greetings, exchange a few pleasantries, or at the very least prepare the other party before delivering such news. Yet Robin had walked in, exchanged only a handful of sentences, and immediately announced the death of the man's son as though there were no gentler way to approach the subject. One of my brothers died before your eyes. Sar stopped building the fire pit altogether, his movements coming to an abrupt halt as his brows drew tightly together. Slowly turning toward Robin with obvious disbelief written across his face, he asked, "Which one?" "Asir," Robin answered directly, his expression remaining completely devoid of emotion, neither attempting to soften the truth nor embellish it. "He was killed while carrying out a heroic duty in service of the universe. He was a good young man who met an honorable end, fulfilling his responsibilities until his very last breath, and it is because of him alone that I came here today." "Impossible!" Sar exclaimed, instinctively waving his hand in denial before even thinking the matter through. "How could a guardian die without triggering the silent farewell? There hasn't been a single silent farewell recorded anywhere in the universe for years. Such an event would have shaken countless sectors." "He died only a few months ago, not years ago," Robin replied without the slightest irritation, his attention remaining completely fixed upon Arkyle as though no one else in the area could distract him. "It happened beyond the end of the world barrier, where the universal laws themselves do not exist. His death was therefore never recognized by the universe, and the silent farewell was never released throughout the cosmos. If either of you has any further questions regarding that matter, please ask them now. Today, I intend to devote whatever time is necessary to ensure that Asir receives the respect and explanation he deserves." As for Arkyle, he simply looked directly into Robin's eyes for several long, silent seconds, carefully studying every subtle movement in his expression before finally opening his mouth. "Who begins a conversation like this?" Asir's death stirred remarkably little within Arkyle's heart. He was merely one among Arkyle's countless sons, one who had displayed nothing particularly extraordinary during his early years and had therefore received very little attention compared to many of his more gifted siblings. It was true that Asir had later demonstrated remarkable determination, eventually advancing to become a guardian before rising to the position of vice principal of a stellar academy. That achievement alone had been enough for Arkyle to finally hear his name on more than one occasion. Yet that had also marked the limits of their relationship. Once Asir refused to return to the galaxy and chose his own path elsewhere, he had continued living as an outsider, someone connected to Arkyle and the rest of the family by little more than their shared bloodline and surname. Asir's death? Certainly, the death of one of his sons was enough to provoke annoyance and anger. After all, his family's reputation, and by extension the reputation of the fundamental time law itself, was now involved. But since Lord Robin personally stated that the young man had died honorably while carrying out a noble duty, there was little room for grievance regarding the manner of his death. In truth, the revelation about what existed beyond the end of the world barrier interested Arkyle far more than the death itself. "My apologies for addressing the matter so directly," Robin replied calmly, his tone remaining perfectly composed. "However, from my perspective, this is the most important subject we have to discuss today. Everything else that will be said afterward is connected to it in one way or another, so I believed it was only appropriate to begin here rather than postpone the inevitable." He continued, in summary, "I accidentally opened a gateway leading beyond the end of the world barrier. Once we crossed over, we encountered an entire nest of space beasts. Bloken, Aldera, Morgana, your son Asir, together with several members of my own army, were accompanying me at the time. We engaged the nest in battle, expecting a difficult fight, but unfortunately we eventually discovered that the nest was being protected by a space beast ancestor." Arkyle's eyes flew wide open as his fingers instinctively tightened around the armrest of his throne, enough to leave visible pressure marks upon the stone. Even Sar unconsciously took a full step backward, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. A space beast ancestor. For anyone who truly understood the significance carried by those three words, they were virtually synonymous with absolute catastrophe. They represented beings whose existence alone was enough to alter the outcome of wars and erase civilizations, creatures that even the strongest powers preferred never to encounter. "There is no need to worry," Robin continued in exactly the same composed voice, as though speaking of an unusually dangerous battle rather than a meeting with one of the universe's most terrifying existences. "After a battle that lasted for quite some time, I ultimately succeeded in driving the ancestor away. However, it was somewhat displeased by the losses it had suffered before retreating, so it vented that frustration by killing your son while he was simultaneously holding back several adult space beasts. He fought like a true hero, never abandoning his assigned position for even a single moment, and continued holding the line until the very end." Robin then slowly raised one hand toward his forehead before carefully drawing out a pure white sphere wrapped within a perfectly transparent membrane, holding it steadily before Arkyle as though presenting something of immense importance. "Here. This is." Arkyle fixed his full attention upon the sphere, examining every detail of its appearance with unconcealed confusion as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. "It's Asir's complete soul," Robin declared in an even, unwavering voice. "I seized it from his head just before the executioner took it away, using my 5th grade truth eye manifestation, and preserved it safely within my soul domain, where I prevented it from being transformed into a soul creature. It has remained there untouched ever since, isolated from every external influence that might have altered or damaged it." Robin then gently slid the sphere toward the center of the table, allowing everyone present to observe it clearly. "I wasn't able to preserve his entire soul domain," he said honestly, without attempting to exaggerate what he had accomplished, "but his original soul has been preserved here in perfect condition, together with every one of his memories, experiences, and the foundation of his identity. This is Asir." He continued in the same composed tone, "With enough effort, he can be born again. He will be reborn as an ordinary boy, living a perfectly normal childhood, gradually recovering his memories as he grows older until, one day, he will once again become the same Asir who stood before us." Arkyle's eyes widened once again, genuine astonishment finally breaking through his otherwise calm expression. Is such a thing even possible? When either the body or the soul perished, that was the end. If the lifeline ran dry, everything ended. If the soul domain shattered beyond repair, everything ended. Those were principles accepted throughout the universe, truths that countless generations had regarded as absolute. Robin's talk of being born again belonged to a realm of possibility Arkyle had never even considered. Good things reveal themselves to those willing to work for them. Robin smiled faintly. With sufficient effort, you'll eventually be able to bring that boy back into the world. It won't be simple, and it certainly won't happen overnight, but the possibility exists, and sometimes that alone is worth more than certainty. He then continued calmly. At that moment, Eldoret and Bloken withdrew. I don't blame them, they were perceptive enough to recognize what was unfolding between the executioner and me, and they understood there was nothing they could accomplish by remaining. But your son never moved. Not because he lacked the strength or courage to do so, but because every ounce of his attention remained devoted to his own battle. He never allowed his focus to drift for even a moment, paying absolutely no attention to what was happening on my side. Robin tilted his head slightly, a thoughtful expression briefly crossing his face. I don't know whether I should describe that as an excessive sense of duty, or simply blind trust in me that exceeded what the situation warranted. Either interpretation could be correct. Regardless, he was a good boy, one who remained faithful to his responsibilities until the very end, and if circumstances had been different, I truly would have liked to have a son like him. Arkyle stared into Robin's eyes without speaking, silently attempting to organize every piece of information he had just received while trying to understand the man seated before him. Every answer Robin gave seemed straightforward, yet every one of them shattered another assumption Arkyle had held about what was and was not possible. Eventually, Arkyle slowly reached out toward the soul sphere. Rather than taking it, however, he gently pushed it back across the table toward Robin. Your opportunity has arrived. ? Robin raised a single eyebrow, his expression revealing genuine curiosity for the first time since the conversation had begun. The son you've heard about until now is already dead, and that chapter has come to its conclusion. I don't particularly enjoy admitting it, but I won't be able to restore his body to him. And even if, through some miracle, I managed to do so, I would never place him in a position as important as the one you've already given him. His future will undoubtedly be brighter with you. Arkyle continued calmly. I've heard that you already have adopted sons among those closest to you, the first sword, Theo, and the young marshal, Caesar. Add a seer to their number as well. Let him grow alongside them. Perhaps one day he'll become someone capable of being useful to you. Robin met Arkyle's gaze in silence for several long moments, carefully weighing the sincerity behind those words before finally giving a slow nod. I'll take good care of him. Afterward, he calmly drew the sphere back into his soul domain once again, storing it away with the same care he had shown when presenting it. He then lifted his eyes to meet Arkyle's once more. What do you want in return? I won't allow everything you invested in him during his early years, no matter how little or how much, to simply disappear without compensation. Regardless of the path he takes from this point onward, I have no intention of accepting something of this value without giving you something worthy in exchange. Chapter 2295. What do you want in return? Hold on. Arkyle slowly raised one hand before lowering it again, an unusual smile gradually spreading across his face, somewhere between amusement and genuine bewilderment. At first, you seemed completely serious and utterly focused on accomplishing a single objective, so I chose not to interrupt you. Yet somehow, before I even realized it, this conversation ended with me accepting your condolences and receiving the soul of the boy, Asir. He then looked directly into Robin's eyes, his gaze growing noticeably sharper. Now, put Asir, and everything concerning Asir, aside for a moment, and explain to me exactly what it is I've been hearing since you arrived. Arkyle's voice became distinctly heavier as he slowly listed each subject. Creation, spacetime, beyond the end of the world barrier, an entire nest of space beasts, a space beast ancestor, the executioner, the fifth grade of the master truth law? Just what exactly is happening here? Every few sentences you casually mention something that should be capable of shaking the entire universe, yet you speak as though they're merely ordinary experiences. They're all secondary matters. Robin tilted his head ever so slightly, and for the first time since arriving, a trace of genuine annoyance surfaced on his face. Asir's matter is far more important to me. It's the only reason I came here in the first place, to offer my condolences and compensate you properly. That was my purpose, and nothing else. What do you mean it was the only reason? Arkyle's brows immediately tightened. What about the syndicate armada that's approaching our territory? Weren't you planning to come out and coordinate with me regarding that situation? Don't tell me you truly crossed this distance without intending to discuss the coming war. The syndicate armada. Robin nodded twice while briefly looking off into the distance, as though recalling something someone had mentioned earlier. Yes. The Shadow Swords left me a note regarding it before I came here. He then calmly turned his attention back toward Arkyle. No, if that alone had been the issue, I wouldn't have come. After a brief pause, he added just as matter-of-factly, in fact, I wouldn't even have contacted you in the first place. Arkyle frowned deeply but chose not to interrupt. He simply continued studying Robin's face in silence, attempting to determine whether the man was speaking casually or whether he truly viewed the approaching army as insignificant. What kind of arrogance is that? Sar angrily swung one arm, unable to restrain himself any longer as he prepared to continue. Before another word could leave his mouth, however, Glathian gently caught his wrist and lowered it with an easy smile. Easy, let them talk. Still carrying 2 cups of drink in his free hand, Blathian calmly walked forward, placed them neatly upon the stone table between Arkyle and Robin, then quietly returned and gently steered Sar toward the side seats beside Richard, making it abundantly clear that this conversation had already risen beyond their place to interrupt. Robin ignored Sar's outburst entirely, behaving as though he had never heard so much as a single syllable. He slowly reached forward, picked up one of the cups, settled comfortably into his chair once again, and only after taking his time did he finally speak. Why should I personally contact you regarding the Syndicate's army? He raised the cup, took a slow sip, and continued in the same relaxed tone. As partners, isn't it your responsibility to protect our mutual interests? Isn't that precisely what our partnership is supposed to accomplish? I won't fight alone in a battle that isn't mine, Arkyle replied immediately, his brows still firmly knitted together. Partnership doesn't mean carrying someone else's burden by myself. You have the shadow swords. Ask them for whatever you require. Theo possesses complete authority to use every one of my assets however he believes appropriate, and if the situation genuinely requires my presence, he'll contact me himself and request assistance. Robin casually gestured toward Arkyle with the hand holding his cup. But you didn't do that, did you? There are matters that lie beyond the authority of children, Arkyle answered with complete seriousness. Matters whose weight cannot simply be delegated. Matters that require the two of us to sit down face to face before decisions are made. And who decides that? Robin let out a faint chuckle, the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. I do. I'm the one who decides whether a matter truly requires my personal appearance or whether someone else can handle it on my behalf. That decision belongs to no one but me. Offering condolences over a son I barely even knew is somehow more important than a syndicate army consisting of 5,000 fleets. Arkyle's voice rose noticeably, disbelief finally overcoming his composure. There isn't the slightest trace of logic in that conclusion. By any reasonable standard, the order of priorities should be the exact opposite. My condolences and compensation were for Asir, not for you. Robin tilted his head slightly, speaking with exactly the same calm voice as before. He died fighting for me, and anyone who chooses to fight on my behalf deserves at least that much respect, regardless of rank, origin, or status. He calmly lifted his cup once more before continuing. As for the Syndicate's army, and this game of war between you and Zargal, none of that is worthy of my precious time. His gaze remained perfectly steady upon Arkyle. There are matters of far greater importance occupying my attention. Arkyle maintained unwavering eye contact, refusing to look away for even a moment. Matters such as fighting a space beast ancestor. Higher, Robin answered simply, without the slightest hesitation or hint of exaggeration, as though even an existence of that caliber belonged among concerns he no longer regarded as his highest priority. Arkyle stared unflinchingly into Robin's eyes, refusing to look away for even a moment. Then you'll have to explain yourself more clearly if you expect me to understand what could possibly be more important than confronting the Syndicate head-on, the Syndicate led by the Butcher, Marlik, with the Archon himself standing behind him, a 6th-grade causality user. You're speaking as though a conflict that could determine the fate of entire sectors is nothing more than a minor inconvenience, yet you haven't given me enough information to understand why. I've already told you everything you needed to know in order to understand, at least on a superficial level, what happened to Asir and to appreciate the manner in which he died. That is all you needed to know as his father, Robin replied calmly, his expression remaining perfectly composed. You've also heard enough from me, and seen enough with your own eyes, to understand that I am capable of dealing with Marlik, and with those standing above him, should the need ever arise. That is all you need to know as my publicly acknowledged partner. A faint chill gradually surfaced within his eyes. Everything beyond that is classified information known only to my followers. If you wish to hear the details, to understand the complete picture rather than isolated fragments, then recite the oath and become one of them. Richard slowly shook his head before quietly laughing under his breath. There are limits to arrogance and conceit. Sar sprang to his feet once again, angrily thrusting one hand toward Robin. Who exactly do you think the person sitting in front of you is? Do you truly believe everyone should simply accept being spoken to like this? Robin slowly turned his head toward him before raising a single finger in Sar's direction with absolute authority, his movements calm yet carrying unquestionable pressure. This is the second time you've raised your voice in my presence. His gaze remained fixed on Sar. There will not be a third. Only after saying those words did he calmly lean back once more, resting both arms upon the armrests of his throne as though nothing unusual had occurred. Don't let the fact that I once addressed you as Lord Sar make you believe you possess the right to speak to me in that manner, boy. Sar muttered in utter disbelief, almost convinced he had misheard. I'm older than the very planet you were born on. I've lived through ages you haven't even read about. Arkyle quietly raised one hand toward his son, signaling for him to sit without taking his eyes off Robin for even an instant. Only after Sar reluctantly complied did Arkyle continue. It would seem Lord Robin did not come here seeking mutual understanding, nor merely to offer condolences. Instead, he came to display his own superiority, diminish the standing of his partners, and gradually transform an equal partnership into a relationship of subordination. After allowing those words to linger briefly in the air, Arkyle spoke again in an unwavering voice. That will not happen. He. Robin chuckled softly before lifting his cup once more and taking another slow sip, his relaxed demeanor remaining entirely unchanged. Your Majesty, Blathian finally spoke, his tone remaining polite despite the growing tension. Please review the conversation from the very beginning. You'll find that everything was progressing quite smoothly until you interrupted Lord Robin and began asking your own questions. I haven't served my lord for very long, but I've already noticed that this is one habit he genuinely dislikes. Once he begins speaking about something important to him, he prefers seeing it through before changing subjects. A faint smile appeared on Glathian's face. So, why not simply allow him to finish saying what he originally intended to say? I believe the answers you're looking for would naturally arrive afterward. That isn't how conversations are conducted, Glathian, Archile replied calmly, never allowing irritation to seep into his voice. I already showed him sufficient consideration by allowing him to finish speaking about the boy, Asir, without interrupting him despite everything he had already revealed. Am I now expected to continue sitting here in silence until he eventually decides that the conversation is over and simply leaves? Your Majesty, Glathian said while turning slightly to meet Archile's eyes from the side, his own expression becoming noticeably more serious. Would you have attempted to redirect the conversation and begin asking questions of the person seated before you had been the Archon, or the Elder Cosmic instead? Would you have interrupted either of them midway through the subject they themselves considered important, or would you have waited until they had finished speaking? Chapter 2296. Archile turned slightly toward Glathian, genuine surprise flashing across his face as he studied the younger man's expression, almost wondering whether he had misheard him. Did you just compare Lord Robin to the Elder Cosmic and the Archon? A faint, almost amused smile slowly appeared across his lips. Not even Marlik. Marlik isn't worthy of polishing his shoes, Glathian answered immediately, without the slightest pause or hesitation. His voice carried neither provocation nor exaggeration. To him, it was simply an objective statement of fact, one that required no further explanation. Archile frowned, the smile gradually fading from his face. I've always admired your sound judgment, Glathian. Among all the people I've met over the years, you've consistently been one of the few capable of remaining rational even when everyone else allowed emotions to cloud their thinking. Perhaps Lord Robin prefers to remain hidden behind layers of mystery for reasons known only to himself, but you're perceptive enough to understand that if one wishes to earn respect, one must first reveal enough to deserve it. Although every sentence appeared to be directed toward Glathian, it was obvious to everyone present that Archile was actually speaking to Robin. No one can expect to be treated as an equal in a position like this merely because he wishes it. Respect cannot simply be demanded, it must be established through actions that everyone can clearly recognize. A soft, relaxed sigh escaped Robin's lips. Robin leisurely took another sip from his drink, looking entirely unhurried, as though Archile's words had not disturbed him in the slightest. The cup in his hand seemed to command more of his attention than the argument unfolding before him. Lord Robin isn't trying to appear superior or deliberately surround himself with mystery, Your Majesty, Glathian replied almost immediately, unwilling to let the misunderstanding continue. Up until just today, I myself had already sworn loyalty and service to the Grave Empire, yet despite that I knew almost nothing as well. By pure coincidence, today's events allowed me to witness things I was never supposed to witness, things that immediately made me understand why nobody had ever spoken of them to me. His brows slowly tightened together as the image of the 6 master law symbols vividly resurfaced within his mind. I witnessed a world completely different from everything I believed existed. I heard of matters that simply were never meant to become part of conversations like ours. The more I saw, the more I realized that ignorance hadn't been an insult, it had been protection. He then slowly pointed toward Robin. I don't wish to exaggerate or speak beyond my place, but saying that this man can merely be compared to the Elder Cosmic or the Archon doesn't even begin to do him justice. Archile continued maintaining eye contact with Glathian, yet the warmth in his expression gradually disappeared, replaced instead by unmistakable coldness. It was painfully obvious that, in his opinion, Glathian's words had crossed every reasonable limit. Glathian rested his head against one hand with a helpless smile. He truly felt restrained. He wasn't permitted to reveal any genuine secrets or disclose anything specific, yet at the same time he couldn't help feeling a trace of pity for Archile, who had absolutely no idea what sort of existence he was speaking to or how incomplete his understanding of the situation truly was. Then, suddenly, Glathian's eyes brightened. Oh! He snapped his fingers. There is one thing. Immediately afterward, he pointed toward the gateway through which they had all entered. Lord Robin intentionally allowed you to see that gateway, so I don't believe it's inappropriate for me to speak about it. A smile spread across his face. That gateway was created through 5th grade master spacetime law. We came here directly from mid-sector 99. A single step, literally one step, and we arrived here instantly. What? Sar shot to his feet once again before he could stop himself, his eyes instinctively widening as he looked back toward the gateway. Robin immediately cast a sidelong glance toward him. Purely a reflex, Sar hurriedly answered, awkwardly lowering himself back into his seat while raising both hands slightly. I wasn't raising my voice at anyone in particular. Even after sitting down, however, his eyes immediately drifted back toward the gateway from which they had emerged, as though he were seeing it for the first time. 5th grade? The 5th grade of any master law represented the ability to stand against behemoths. More than that, it represented the ability to defeat behemoths. Is what he's saying true? Archile stared directly into Robin's eyes. The coldness that had occupied his expression only moments earlier gradually disappeared, replaced instead by unmistakable awe mixed with profound disbelief. You, a 5th grade truth chosen, as you claim to be, also possess 5th grade master spacetime. Robin simply nodded, looking as though he was enjoying the drink considerably more than the conversation itself. He then casually extended one hand, placed the now empty cup upon the table before him, and gave Glathian an approving nod. This is better than what Pistu usually makes. Well done, Glathi. Thank you for the praise, my lord. Glathian immediately stood, respectfully bowed, then quietly resumed his seat, visibly pleased by the compliment despite keeping his composure. Arkyle's brows furrowed once again, still dissatisfied with how casually Robin had answered. 5th grade truth, 5th grade spacetime, and 1st grade creation. He paused thoughtfully before continuing. Was that truly enough to repel a space beast ancestor? Glathian slowly shook his head with a quiet sigh, already knowing where this line of questioning was headed. Robin, however, merely smiled. It's enough to repel the Marlik you fear, and kill any behemoth I decide to kill. His eyes calmly met Arkyle's. Isn't that sufficient? Talking with you is exhausting, Lord Robin. Arkyle rubbed the bridge of his nose before once again knitting his brows. Not every behemoth is the same. They cannot all be killed so casually. Some possess strength far beyond what they outwardly appear to have, and some have survived countless eras precisely because ordinary measures simply do not apply to them. Zero interest. Robin casually raised both hands in an unconcerned gesture, speaking as though the subject genuinely failed to hold his attention. I came here to give you a gift because of Asir. That was my sole purpose. His expression remained perfectly indifferent. After that, you're free to do whatever you wish. Oh. A faint smile returned to Arkyle's face. And what exactly is this gift? From Arkyle's perspective, the conversation had effectively already reached its conclusion. Lord Robin was absolutely nothing like the person he had imagined before today. He was not the calm, scholarly figure with whom one could patiently exchange ideas, gradually build mutual understanding, and eventually reach common ground through discussion. If anything, Theo and the others surrounding him, despite all their pride, confidence, and occasional sense of entitlement, appeared considerably easier to reason with than the man they all followed. Now we're back to what truly matters. A broad smile appeared across Robin's face before his expression gradually turned serious once more. I, Robin Burton, grant you complete security and absolute independence over Mid-Sector 96 for eternity. Govern it however you see fit, establish whatever order you believe appropriate, and rule it how you see fit. Then the seriousness vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. He smiled again. That's all. That's all. An exceedingly faint smile appeared on Arkyle's face, somewhere between disbelief and amusement. You're granting me sovereignty over my own sector? A sector that has always been under my authority in the first place. Hee. One day you'll understand just how valuable that promise truly is. Robin nodded with complete confidence before casually patting his thigh and rising to his feet. Well then, we're finished here. I've accomplished everything I came here to accomplish. Oh, why the rush? Arkyle asked with a dissatisfied smile before gesturing toward the stone table between them. There's still a full cup left untouched. Go ahead and drink it before you leave. Among people of their status, it was considered discourteous for a host not to drink together with his guest. It was an even greater insult to deliberately point that fact out in front of the guest himself. But Robin's own attitude had gradually driven Arkyle to this point. After all, Robin had been the one who established the tone of this meeting from the very beginning. Robin simply nodded. Without saying another word, he reached forward, picked up the cup that had originally been prepared for Arkyle himself, and emptied its contents in one uninterrupted gulp. Gulp, gulp. Not a single drop remained. After finishing, he casually tossed the empty cup aside as though it no longer possessed any value. Then something strange happened. The cup dissolved into fine dust while still suspended in midair. That dust immediately transformed into something resembling a tiny drifting cloud before completely dispersing and vanishing the instant it touched the ground. Even more astonishingly, the patch of barren earth upon which it disappeared immediately began sprouting vibrant green grass, fresh blades rapidly emerging from the desert as though life itself had quietly awakened beneath the sand. Arkyle's brows drew together tightly as he watched the bizarre phenomenon unfold before his own eyes, unable to determine whether what he had just witnessed belonged to which master law. Listen, old man. Robin calmly raised 2 fingers toward Arkyle. You have 2 choices regarding the syndicate fleet. He held up the first finger. First, gather every one of your forces and head immediately to Mid-Sector 95. Prevent them from advancing even a single step farther. Use every soldier under your command and every one of your sons to completely destroy that pathetic fleet. Personally participate in the battle as well and stop whichever guardians and monarchs have joined their ranks. Don't allow a single significant opponent to continue advancing. His gaze remained fixed directly upon Arkyle. If you do that, I'll grant you the exact same promise regarding Mid-Sector 95. His voice remained perfectly calm. Eternal sovereignty over it as well. He then lowered the first finger, leaving only one raised. Second, return to your galaxy immediately. Watch them pass through your territory without interfering, and consider your war against Zargal already concluded in victory. He spoke as though the outcome had already become an established fact, because, from my perspective, he's already dead. If you choose that path, I won't bear any resentment toward you. My original promise regarding Mid-Sector 96 will remain exactly as it is. His expression became slightly more serious, but from that point onward, you'll never again leave the boundaries of your sector. And in exchange for maintaining your sovereignty over it, you'll pay me an annual tribute. He paused briefly. The amount will be determined solely by me. What kind of madness is this? Arkyle abruptly rose to his feet, unable to remain seated any longer as disbelief finally overcame his composure. This madness. Robin met Arkyle's eyes directly, neither yielding nor avoiding the confrontation. Is the new cosmic order. The words left his mouth without the slightest trace of hesitation. Adapt to it if you wish to survive. Several long seconds of absolute silence followed. Neither man looked away. The pressure hanging between them became so heavy that even the others instinctively remained silent, allowing nothing to interrupt the invisible clash of wills taking place. Only then did Robin quietly snap his fingers toward Glathian and Richard. "Let's go." A faint ringing chime echoed in the air. The scales appeared once again. The small sphere resting within Robin's hand immediately vanished, seemingly absorbed by the scales themselves, before transforming into an immense surge of incomparably pure energy that completely enveloped his body from head to toe. Robin casually waved one hand. The same small golden door quietly materialized before them once again, standing in the empty air exactly as it had before. Without another glance backward, Robin stepped through it. Richard followed immediately behind him, still releasing exhausted sighs with nearly every step as he disappeared through the doorway. Glathian remained behind for only a brief moment. He turned toward Arkyle one last time, bowed respectfully, and quietly said, "Please. Adapt." There was no mockery within his voice, only sincere advice. Then Glathian stepped through the golden door as well, disappearing from sight as the doorway gradually began fading away. Silence. The vast desert became completely still once again. Only the faint breeze continued passing over the newly sprouted patch of green grass, gently swaying its blades as though quietly reminding everyone that what had just happened had not been an illusion. Arkyle continued staring toward the place where the golden door had disappeared, his thoughts racing through everything he had witnessed. Was that balance? Chapter 2297. Somewhere in mid-sector 98. Rumble, rumble, crash. Beneath a sky completely consumed by violent thunderstorms, in a place where countless tiny bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like raindrops, striking the earth one after another without the slightest pause, Arrow was relaxing. The young man with bull horns reclined comfortably upon a long chair of the sort normally placed along the shores of tranquil beaches, his posture loose and entirely at ease despite the terrifying environment surrounding him. He wore nothing more than a pair of loose, comfortable trousers. His upper body was completely bare, exposing his broad chest to the raging storm as he faced the endless lightning with closed eyes and a faint, contented smile resting upon his face, as though he had somehow found the most peaceful and refreshing place in the entire universe. There was no beautiful shoreline nearby, no calm ocean stretching toward the horizon, no pleasant scenery worthy of admiration. Instead, an impossibly dense forest spread endlessly in every direction. Above him, there was no warm sun shining through a clear blue sky. The storm had swallowed every trace of daylight. Furious winds tore through the clouds, bent enormous trees until they groaned beneath the pressure, and swept across the forest with overwhelming force, while relentless lightning continued raining down from above as naturally as ordinary rainfall. To anyone else, every aspect of this place would have resembled a living nightmare. To Arrow, it was the very definition of comfort. For someone possessing an extraordinary affinity with lightning, followed closely by wind itself, this violent environment nourished both his body and his spirit in ways that no peaceful landscape ever could. Yet despite the satisfied smile resting upon his face, his appearance revealed a truth that his expression could not conceal. His nearly bare body had become noticeably thinner, weakened to an alarming degree, and was covered with numerous wounds, scars, and fresh patches where injuries had only recently begun healing. His neck, once as thick and powerful as the trunk of an ancient tree, had become remarkably slender, matching the rest of his emaciated frame, while even his muscles seemed to have lost much of their former fullness. Anyone observing him carefully for more than a few moments would immediately realize that something deeply abnormal had happened to him. "Husband, the report regarding the long-awaited galactic battle has finally arrived." At that moment, Flora quietly approached. As beautiful, elegant, and graceful as ever, she showed none of the physical deterioration that had overtaken her husband. If anything, her appearance remained almost exactly as it had always been, though beneath her composed expression lingered unmistakable concern as she gently handed a small metallic data chip to Arrow. Arrow opened one eye slightly in surprise. "It's already over." He slowly reached out, accepted the chip without haste, and immediately examined its contents through his sole perception. The mild surprise gradually disappeared from Arrow's face. It was replaced by absolute stillness. He remained completely motionless, silently reading through the report for nearly an entire minute without uttering a single word or changing posture, the only sounds surrounding him being the endless thunder and crashing lightning. Then, bzzzt. A sudden surge of lightning erupted violently from his body, striking the chip directly before it could even leave his fingers. The solid metal instantly melted into liquid. Without another glance, Arrow casually flicked the molten remains aside with obvious irritation. "Is it really that bad?" Flora asked softly, her heart tightening as she watched his unusually restrained reaction. She knew her husband well enough to understand that silence often worried him far more than anger. "Has His Highness Theo returned with what I requested yet?" Arrow abruptly changed the subject, asking in a direct tone without answering her question. "Several weeks have already passed. He shouldn't still be occupied with such a matter." Sometime earlier, Theo had personally come to meet him and informed him that His Majesty had issued a direct order granting unconditional support to every operation taking place throughout mid-sector 98. Whatever Arrow required, as long as it was within their ability to provide, would be supplied without hesitation or negotiation. Naturally, Arrow had taken full advantage of that opportunity. He requested 60 additional Royal Soulmasters from the Burton family to reinforce the battlefield. He requested 50 billion pearls so the cannons aboard the Note 4 fleet under his command could be fired with exactly the reckless intensity the coming battles demanded, without needing to worry about conserving resources. And finally, he requested a single Guardian, or, if that proved impossible, a 7-star Royal Soulmaster. Just one, nothing more. Arrow had even boldly told Theo, with complete confidence and without the slightest trace of hesitation, that if those requests were fulfilled, he would personally erase the sorcerer Behemoth's entire galaxy from existence and end the threat once and for all. As for the 50 billion soul pearls, that request had already been approved almost immediately. However, Theo had been unable to deliver them directly to Arrow himself, since withdrawing such an enormous quantity while inside mid-sector 98 simply wasn't possible under the current circumstances. Instead, he dispatched several members of the Shadow Swords to retrieve the resources from mid-sector 99 before escorting them back through the safest routes available. After an operation that had undoubtedly required considerable effort, they had successfully delivered the entire shipment to the army. As for the other two requests, Theo's reply had been short and straightforward: "I'll see what I can do." "Not yet." Flora gently shook her head. "His Highness says that most of the Royal Soulmasters are currently occupied on planet Donera, making it impossible for him to withdraw that many. However, he's planning to provide you with a comparable number of Nexus State experts from both the Cradle Wing and the Grave Wing instead. At the moment, he's negotiating with them over the price of hiring their services, so it may still take some time before everything is finalized." Donera again. Arrow's brows immediately knitted together, the name alone enough to deepen the irritation already visible on his face. Just what in the world is happening over there? Every report I hear somehow ends up leading back to that planet. Flora simply shrugged, having no better answer than he did. Anyone who wasn't personally involved with that planet received virtually no information regarding what was actually taking place there. Meanwhile, reports concerning Nihari reached them freely and without delay. It was almost as though Donera had become a secret considered even more important than the galaxy itself and everything unfolding within it, hidden behind a wall that no ordinary person was permitted to cross. "Did he at least say anything about the Guardian?" Arrow asked through clenched teeth, refusing to let the subject go. His patience had already begun wearing dangerously thin. "He said he's negotiating with Lord Ohms and Lord Omara," Flora answered with a faint smile, trying to soften the disappointing news. "But the negotiations may take quite a while. Neither of them is willing to travel alone to confront an entire Behemoth galaxy by himself. Even for Guardians of their caliber, that's not a decision anyone makes lightly." "And who exactly told him I'd send the Guardian I requested to fight an entire galaxy by himself?" Arrow snapped irritably, immediately raising his voice. "Does he seriously take me for some inexperienced fool who was born yesterday?" The outburst immediately caused a sharp pain to spread through his chest. He instinctively pressed a hand against it before forcing himself to calm down again, his breathing gradually returning to normal. Did he at least try asking the 6 great powers of Mid-Sector 101? "The 6 great powers aren't official subjects of the Empire," Flora replied patiently. "His Highness Theo occasionally persuades them to act within Mid-Sector 101 by spending enormous amounts of money, but they've consistently refused to leave the sector itself. Don't forget that the sons of the cursed Behemoth are still there. They're constantly searching for opportunities to hunt and attack every major power they can reach, so none of the 6 great powers wants to abandon everything they've spent their entire lives building just to fight another Behemoth in an entirely different sector." Arrow slowly lowered his head, unable to conceal the frustration weighing heavily upon him. "We possess enormous wealth, limitless resources, overwhelming technological superiority, brilliant commanders, and a ruler unlike anyone else in the universe." His voice gradually became heavier. "Yet we don't have a single law dominator whom we can simply order into battle whenever circumstances demand it." His frustration continued building until he finally threw back his head and shouted toward the storm-filled heavens. "When the hell are these damned restrictions going to disappear?" The thunder answered him. "Nothing else. Calm down." Flora stepped closer before gently placing a comforting hand upon his shoulder, slowly rubbing it in an attempt to ease both his anger and his frustration. "You're supposed to be on leave while recovering your health. Don't burden yourself with all of this. The others can handle things for a while." "Leave?" Arrow snorted dismissively. "What nonsense." His teeth ground together. "The very day I regained consciousness, I returned to directing operations and issuing orders from afar. Officially I'm on leave simply because I'm not personally fighting, but Mid-Sector 98 is still being managed under my direct command. Every important decision still reaches me before it's made." He shook his head with obvious dissatisfaction. "What kind of leave is that supposed to be?" Then his eyes drifted toward the distant horizon with open resentment. "But if I don't do it, who will?" His voice carried absolute certainty. "Who besides me can command all those armies with that level of efficiency? Who else understands every battlefield well enough to coordinate them all at once? Humph. Even that lucky Caesar wouldn't survive here." Then he laughed to himself. "Perhaps only if His Majesty personally came could anyone truly replace me." A soft hum echoed through the air. At that exact moment, a small golden door quietly opened out of thin air. Robin stepped through first. His expression was visibly irritated, and he appeared to be muttering to himself before he had even fully emerged. "Every random person, every cat, and every damn dog, arg." Arrow's eyes instantly widened. "Please, my lord, calm down." Behind Robin, Glathian stepped through the doorway while supporting Richard, who still appeared exhausted and continued letting out quiet sighs as he walked. Chapter 2298. Why, Your Majesty? Arrow jolted upright from his reclining chair the instant he recognized Robin, his body reacting before his mind could even catch up. But the sudden movement immediately sent a sharp wave of pain through his battered body. Ugh! His expression twisted involuntarily, and his attempt to stand slowed almost to a halt as the lingering injuries throughout his body reminded him that he had not yet fully recovered. "Your Majesty!" Flora instinctively covered her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes widening in complete disbelief. Robin's appearance had been so sudden and unexpected that, for several moments, she completely forgot about helping her injured husband, remaining frozen where she stood as she stared at the visitors. Sit. Robin casually waved twice toward Arrow, his expression still carrying obvious irritation that had yet to fade after leaving Arkyle's territory. Then, with a simple flick of his hand, an ordinary chair appeared before him. Unlike the stone throne he had created earlier, this one was completely ordinary, taken directly from his ring. Robin sat down directly across from Arrow before immediately turning his head toward the others behind him. What do you mean, calm down? His brows remained slightly furrowed. Didn't you see that attitude? Were we even part of the same conversation? After finishing his sentence, Robin casually waved one hand once again. The small golden door quietly closed behind Richard and Glathian, disappearing without leaving even the slightest trace behind. Hello. Richard lazily waved toward Arrow with an exhausted smile before slowly dragging his battered body forward. Without the slightest concern for appearances, he simply collapsed beside Arrow, stretched himself out comfortably, and released a long, relieved sigh as though finally reaching a place where he could rest. As for Glathian, he immediately turned toward Robin, his expression carrying a mixture of helplessness and concern. My lord, what I witnessed was your own approach. Why were you so hostile from the very beginning? Surely things didn't have to escalate quite that quickly. What do you mean I was hostile? Robin's voice rose slightly, genuine disbelief appearing across his face. Didn't we leave with his head still attached to his shoulders? Do you have any idea how much self-restraint it took for me to walk away like that? I exercised more patience today than I have in a very long time. Arrow looked thoroughly bewildered by the exchange. Leaning slightly toward Richard, he lowered his voice until it was barely above a whisper. Who managed to anger His Majesty this badly? I've almost never seen him remain irritated after leaving a meeting. Arkyle the Temporal, Richard answered without even opening his eyes, sounding far too tired to elaborate any further. Wah! Arrow froze where he sat. His eyes widened before he instinctively began replaying every detail of what he had just heard together with everything he knew about Arkyle, trying to imagine what kind of conversation could possibly have ended like this. My lord, Glathian continued quickly, unwilling to let Robin's frustration grow any further. As someone who has personally witnessed your strength with my own eyes, I know just how merciful and broad-minded you were by choosing not to punish him in any way. Frankly speaking, I was surprised you remained that patient. He paused briefly before continuing. But someone who doesn't know you simply can't be expected to carry that same understanding. It's only natural that he'd harbor doubts. From his perspective, he simply lacked the information necessary to judge the situation correctly, and everything he heard today challenged the very foundations of what he believed possible. Oh, I see. Robin slowly raised both hands with exaggerated resignation. So I'm the problem. His tone became noticeably more sarcastic. I should have sat there explaining all of my strengths in painstaking detail before saying anything else, introducing myself one accomplishment at a time until he finally felt satisfied. He then turned toward Arrow. You, say something. Why yes. Arrow answered instantly without the slightest hesitation. Yes, that's not right at all. Flora quietly reached out before gently rubbing Arrow's back. She could clearly feel the rapid pounding of his heart beneath her hand. His breathing had become noticeably faster as well. The poor man had only wanted to recover from his injuries, yet somehow he had suddenly found himself sitting in the middle of a conversation involving Robin, Glathian, Richard, Arkyle, the Archon, and the Elder Cosmic, all within a matter of minutes. Robin, meanwhile, turned his attention back toward Glathian. When Zillan and Sevar traveled throughout the universe, did they personally visit everyone one by one to demonstrate their strength? Did they stop before every ruler and explain exactly why they deserved respect? No, my lord, they didn't. Glathian slowly shook his head. But they never needed to. Each of them publicly demonstrated his strength more than once, and each possessed an immense force supporting him, whether it was the Syndicate or the Academies. Their reputations spread naturally because countless people witnessed their achievements firsthand. Snap. Robin snapped his fingers. Exactly. He leaned back slightly before continuing. Before Zillan publicly appeared and slew adult space beasts, would any behemoth have welcomed him warmly, invited him to sit down, and patiently listened while he explained every detail of his own strength? Would anyone have believed him if all he had offered were words? His eyes remained calm. And before Sevar publicly wiped the three behemoths before the entire universe, did anyone truly take him seriously? Did anyone genuinely respect him simply because he has a master law? Glathian slowly shook his head. Words are useless, Glathian. Robin dismissed the matter with a casual wave of his hand. I already showed him glimpses of what I could do, yet he didn't care enough to reconsider his assumptions. Even if I sat there until sunrise explaining every detail of my strength, every law I possess, and every battle I've fought, I still wouldn't achieve what I actually want. At best, I'd only succeed in convincing him that he's extraordinarily important because I spent so much of my own precious time and effort trying to persuade him that I'm powerful. Robin leaned back slightly before continuing. And after that, he'd begin negotiating with me as though we were equals, even while fully aware that I'm the stronger one. A faint smile appeared on his face. Why? Because the moment he realizes I'm trying to win him over, he'll immediately start behaving as though he's the last piece of candy left in the entire market. He'll deliberately make himself harder to obtain, expect me to continue investing time into convincing him, and gradually raise his own perceived value simply because he'll know I still want something from him. He suddenly turned toward Arrow. Should I let him act like a hot potato in front of me? Never. Arrow answered almost instinctively, laughing so nervously that his voice nearly cracked. No one alive should dare act as a potato in front of your majesty. The sheer pressure of being unexpectedly dragged into Robin's argument almost made him faint on the spot. But that way of thinking is dangerous, your majesty. Glathian frowned, carefully choosing every word before speaking. You already possess tremendous prestige because of your relationship with the Elder Cosmic and because you serve as president of the Cosmic Academy. Those accomplishments alone place you above almost everyone in the universe. He paused briefly. But they're still external sources of influence. They can compel respect. They cannot compel submission. He looked directly at Robin. According to your own reasoning, what you truly need isn't another conversation but a single monumental event. Something so overwhelming that everyone throughout the universe learns your name because of it, and fears you because of it as well. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Robin casually waved one hand, speaking with complete certainty. Nidari's ascension won't be delayed much longer anyway. Once that happens, everything else will naturally fall into place. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, Glathian replied without hesitation, but what about everything that happens before then? What are you planning to do during those remaining years? For example, his expression became more serious. What will you do about the Syndicate's army if the Time Behemoth refuses your proposal and decides not to help? Humph. Robin's frown deepened immediately. The Syndicate deliberately sent exactly 5,000 fleets because they anticipated only two possible outcomes. He calmly raised one finger. Either the Time Behemoth withdraws all of his forces to reinforce his own defenses, or he abandons the battlefield entirely and retreats. Robin lowered both hands. In either case, the result is exactly the same. He'll be forced to withdraw every one of his troops. His expression became noticeably colder. That leaves the Sorcerer Behemoth, his sons, and whatever remains of their armies completely free to move throughout mid-sector 98 and 99, at the direct expense of my own interests. He firmly struck his thigh. A filthy trick. His eyes narrowed. And the filthiest part isn't even the strategy itself. It's the fact that they're treating me as though all I possess is money and connections. They genuinely believe that without Arkyle standing beside me, I'll become nothing more than a fish lying helplessly upon a butcher's block. He let out a quiet laugh devoid of amusement. They actually think mid-sector 99 will slip through my fingers simply because they've managed to remove Arkyle from the board. Robin slowly shook his head. What an insult. He looked off into the distance, genuine anger becoming unmistakable within his eyes. I sincerely hope Arkyle rejects my offer. From the bottom of my heart I hope he withdraws completely. He smiled. So I can personally demonstrate to those Syndicate dogs that he was nothing more than an ornament adding to my appearance. His voice remained perfectly calm. And that even without him. I'll still accomplish whatever I wish. Whenever I wish. Glathian's frozen heart pounded heavily inside his chest. Even he, a guardian and a 2,000-year martial emperor who had witnessed countless extraordinary figures throughout history, found himself completely unaccustomed to hearing confidence expressed on such an overwhelming scale. He couldn't even decide whether what Robin was saying bordered upon madness, or whether it simply reflected a reality that only Robin himself could see. May I ask what you intend to do if the Time Behemoth truly withdraws? Glathian asked after quietly gathering his composure once more. Perhaps, with the little experience I possess, I might still be able to offer some useful advice or point out something worth considering. There's nothing for you to advise. Robin answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. What I'm going to do is considerably simpler than anything you're imagining. His eyes slowly lifted toward the storm-filled sky. And I'm going to do it specifically to send a direct message to every single individual who intends to stand against me in the future. He lowered his gaze once more. The Syndicate fleet will arrive at the operational zone in 10 years. Their objective is to neutralize Arkyle and force me into confronting Zargal and his sons directly, without anyone coming to my assistance. Robin tilted his head slightly. That's correct, isn't it? Glathian silently nodded. Boom. Robin firmly struck both thighs with his palms before speaking in a voice filled with absolute certainty. Then Zargal will die before the Syndicate fleet ever reaches the battlefield. His expression never changed. That is my personal promise. He placed one hand against his own chest. A promise from me. Robin Burton. A faint smile slowly appeared across his face. I truly want to see what those bastards will do after traveling across sectors for years, only to discover that the reason for their journey no longer exists. Wah! Glathian's eyes flew completely open, unable to conceal his astonishment any longer. The declaration wasn't merely bold. It overturned the entire strategic foundation upon which the Syndicate had built its plans. Ugh! Arrow instinctively clutched his chest. Listening to Robin speak so casually about killing a behemoth before an army of 5,000 fleets could even arrive genuinely made him feel as though he had suddenly aged twice his lifetime. He. Richard simply laughed quietly while continuing to lie comfortably where he was, looking thoroughly unsurprised. By now, conversations like this had become almost ordinary whenever his father was involved. Chapter 2299. Ugh. Arrow clutched his heart as a wave of weakness swept through every part of his body, forcing him to throw himself backward without even thinking, only to find himself lying shoulder to shoulder with Richard, who was chuckling weakly despite looking just as exhausted, as though neither of them had the strength left to properly react to what they had just heard. Arrow, who had been fighting Zargle for ages, constantly devising plans to neutralize him, studying his movements, preparing countermeasures against his schemes, and even begging the Shadow Swords to send anyone who could so much as inconvenience him or force him to divide his attention for a moment, felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment and humiliation wash over him. The gap between his own perception and the casual way Robin was speaking was so absurd that it could even be said his mind stopped functioning entirely for several long moments, unable to process whether the conversation around him was serious or merely some elaborate joke. As for Richard, he laughed at the outrageousness of those words, though they did not truly surprise him. He had heard even more outrageous statements from Robin before, statements that had sounded equally impossible before eventually proving to be true. This was the very same man who had once insulted Helen and Renera directly to their faces back when he was still nothing more than a saint and an ordinary soul master, completely unconcerned with the identities or statuses of those standing before him. My lord. The only one who truly understood Robin's strength and took every one of his words with complete seriousness was Glathian. Do you intend to go and kill him yourself? That would be. He then furrowed his brows deeply, his expression growing increasingly complicated as he struggled to organize his thoughts into words. He knew Robin could kill Zargle. It did not matter what trump cards that old Behemoth had hidden away over countless years, nor what secret techniques, treasures, or desperate escape methods he possessed, none of them would avail him against 6 master laws. Against such overwhelming superiority, all preparations would eventually become meaningless. Even so, it would be what? Robin sighed, looking almost amused. Beneath my dignity? That I moved personally just to kill a mere behemoth who isn't even famous for his strength? Erg. Arrow grabbed his chest with his other hand and cast Robin another weak glance, his face twitching slightly as countless thoughts flashed through his head. What had happened to His Majesty? Had he gone insane because of everything that had happened, or had everyone else in the room somehow lost their minds except him? That is one reason. Glathian nodded slowly. When news spreads that you personally killed Zargle, your fame will soar almost immediately, and your prestige will rise throughout the universe. But once people later learn the extent of your strength, everyone will see it as you bullying Zargle by crushing someone incomparably weaker than yourself and using overwhelming power inappropriately. They will certainly fear you after that, perhaps even more than before, but they will not respect you. Such an outcome suits someone like the Archon, who operates an underground organization and rules through fear and secrecy, but it is dangerous for someone who seeks supremacy and unification while wishing to stand openly before all races. Arrow finally released his chest and forced himself back into a sitting position, his brows tightly knitted together. What is going on here? Are you talking about the same Zargle I know? He had completely forgotten that he had not taken a proper breath for quite some time, yet the succession of shocks crashing into his mind one after another had made him forget even the discomfort in his own body. Glathian turned toward Arrow with genuine confusion. Isn't it shameful that you don't even know your master's strength? On what basis are you fighting for him, then? The last time I heard anything about His Majesty's strength was on planet Azakra, when he swiftly fought several world catastrophes, and I already thought that was astonishing. Arrow defended himself almost immediately. Now you're talking as though bullying Zargle would be completely normal. What exactly did I miss during all this time? Glathian calmly gestured toward Robin. Your master can wipe the floor with him. Then he turned back toward Robin. Even so, I advise against it. Fear and intimidation are useful in the short term because they suppress resistance and discourage enemies from acting recklessly, but they become harmful in the long run. Ask any behemoth or any major power what they think of the syndicate, and every one of them will tell you they would erase it from existence if given the opportunity. That is not an image befitting someone who stands against the space beasts and keeps the universe safe for everyone else. Robin nodded several times before smiling faintly. You've confirmed what I was already thinking. I like the way you think, Glathi. If only my nephew had half your common sense, he would have been similar to you. Robin sighed quietly. So, have you gone back on your promise? Glathian asked with a hesitant smile, his tone becoming noticeably lighter. It's all right. We'll simply pretend we never heard anything. No, I haven't gone back on anything. Robin waved dismissively. Zargle will die very soon, but not by my hand. Then who can kill a behemoth besides you? Glathian raised his voice slightly in disbelief. Even another behemoth can usually do no more than defeat an equal or force them to retreat after a difficult battle. Only someone like the Destroyer or the Tyrant has any real chance of actually killing another behemoth outright. Robin merely smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, yet he offered no answer at all, allowing the silence itself to linger as though it were more meaningful than any explanation he could have given. He then turned toward Arrow. How are you feeling now? Hey, Bullhead, how are you feeling now? Robin snapped his fingers several times in front of Arrow's unfocused eyes, watching without the slightest hint of impatience as the man's thoughts remained hopelessly lost somewhere far away. Ah. Arrow finally snapped out of the daze he had fallen into and answered hesitantly after blinking several times. Yes. I'm fine, perfectly fine. He no longer recognized the man sitting before him. When was the last time they had met? Just a few centuries ago? During that relatively short span of time, had Robin truly reached a level where he could speak about behemoths with such complete indifference, as though discussing nothing more significant than ordinary cultivators? What exactly was happening? And just who was he serving now? You don't look well. Robin stared directly into Arrow's eyes, his own glowing with a faint golden radiance that seemed capable of seeing through flesh, blood, and soul alike. I was told you've been suffering because of the accumulation of negative karma, but this is even worse than I expected. Your physical condition is terrible. I can clearly see your energy pathways, and even your blood vessels are constantly becoming obstructed. Heart rhythm disorders, poor energy absorption, even problems digesting food. These are the very same illnesses that eventually kill ordinary mortals. They're conditions that shouldn't appear in a normal cultivator under any circumstances, let alone someone who possesses a triple merge law. He then furrowed his brows slightly as he continued observing Arrow's condition. Even your soul domain is in a miserable state. Let me guess, nightmares, depression, no desire for anything, no sense of accomplishment, no motivation to continue moving forward. Perhaps you've even started questioning the very purpose of life itself. It's all that obvious? Well, it is what it is. Arrow shrugged weakly with a faint, bitter smile. Someone has to play the villain so that great powers can continue functioning smoothly, and in the case of the true beginning empire, I'm that villain. Some suffering is simply unavoidable. As long as you keep thinking that way, you'll remain trapped in hell forever. Robin pointed calmly toward himself. Everything you do ultimately serves my interests. Every disaster you cause is committed for my sake. Do you really think karma is foolish enough to spare me and punish only you? I am the very foundation of all of this. Forget about your own actions. The operations of the Shadow Swords, the True Beginning Empire, the Cradle Empire, and the Imperial Guard, don't they all act under my orders? And what about the sales of the Soul Society? I've sold my products to billions of people across countless worlds, and nearly all of them are ultimately used for killing in one way or another. He slowly spread both hands before himself. So why do you think I'm still breathing? Arrow frowned deeply, genuine curiosity finally replacing the confusion in his eyes as he stared at Robin without blinking. Are you saying that I'm doing something wrong? Arrow. Robin stared directly into Arrow's eyes with complete seriousness, his voice remaining calm despite the weight of the question. Do you give charity? Chapter 2300. Charity. Arrow's expression became that of a man who had just been struck squarely on the head with a hammer, his thoughts coming to a complete halt as he stared blankly at Robin, unable to understand how such a question could possibly appear in the middle of a discussion about behemoths, karma, and the fate of the universe. Yes, charity. What's so strange about that? Robin replied with complete seriousness before looking directly into Arrow's eyes. What do you know about karma? Arrow glanced toward Glathian, who appeared just as bewildered as he was, silently hoping that the latter had somehow understood where this conversation was heading. Finding no answers there, he turned back to Robin and replied hesitantly, a law that punishes evil people. There is no law of karma. Robin simply shook his head. What do you mean? Confusion immediately spread across Arrow's face. Everything in the universe is governed by laws. Really? Robin chuckled softly. Then where is the law of the soul? And where is the law of blood, or more accurately, the code that governs the creation of conscious beings? Karma is just like those. Robin frowned slightly as he explained. Things related to the soul and the true secrets of creation have no corresponding law. You can use the identity law to transform one substance into another, or the creation law to alter the form of matter itself, but intelligent life is treated separately for some reason. It would be more accurate to call these concepts that can be observed rather than written laws, and karma is simply one of those concepts. He continued, call it karma, consequence, deeds, or whatever name you prefer. In the end, it is merely a concept that compels living beings, intelligent beings especially, not to continue walking a certain path of evil. He casually waved his hand. Its effects may appear as physical punishment, or they may manifest purely on the spiritual side, through depression, emptiness, the loss of purpose, or the gradual destruction of one's desire to keep living. It is exceedingly rare to find someone who is genuinely wicked while remaining completely healthy in both body and mind at the same time. Glathian's mouth slowly fell open. Even he, despite everything he had experienced throughout his long life, was hearing such a detailed explanation of the concept of karma for the very first time. Arrow lowered his gaze thoughtfully. Then what about the cursed Darvian and everything he's done? Does he give charity too? Is that why he's still alive? Darvian will die a humiliating death within days. Robin waved dismissively. Every act of evil he committed throughout his life eventually led him to stand in my path. Isn't that punishment enough already? Secondly, just look at his face in any image circulating of him. That man's soul is screaming, desperately begging for release, and I will be the one to grant it. He then chuckled. Though I honestly doubt he'll find any release even after he dies. What do you mean? Arrow asked quietly, a trace of unease and fear creeping into his voice almost without him noticing. I won't speak about things I'm not certain of. Robin waved his hand before looking seriously at Arrow. What matters now is observing what is happening before us and finding ways to reduce the losses it causes us. He continued, whoever established the concept of deeds wanted to prevent the universe, or perhaps all universes, from sliding into an irreversible abyss of evil. Its very existence suggests that its creator desired righteousness for living beings. That is why, if you commit evil but later perform good deeds, you've restored a measure of balance before that concept itself, and you won't continue suffering the same degree of pressure and misfortune that would otherwise keep descending upon you. But that's not fair. Arrow protested immediately, gesturing forcefully with obvious dissatisfaction. There is no such thing as absolute good or evil. They're entirely relative. What is evil to one person is good to another. Robin simply shook his head before pointing toward Arrow's chest. Every one of us is born with something inside that instinctively distinguishes right from wrong. Any child from any civilization, in any era, will know that deliberate murder is wrong. It doesn't matter whether you believe in a god or worship an old shoe, in your heart, you'll still know that helping an elderly woman is a good thing. He continued, that innate nature is proof that there exists an unchanging standard for good and evil in the eyes of whoever established karma. And you, as someone who has barely even heard of this concept, should follow that standard, or at the very least, learn how to avoid the consequences of violating it. Robin extended his hand farther and gently poked Arrow over the heart. I won't tell you what that standard is because I don't possess it, but you already have your own heart. Ask it. Arrow lowered his gaze toward Robin's finger resting over his chest before slowly raising his head again, his expression becoming considerably more serious than before. I'm a military general. Do you have any idea how many lives I've taken, and how many more I will take? Or are you telling me to abandon everything behind me? Your head really is as thick as a bull's, Robin said with a sigh, waving his hand in resignation. When you conquer a planet, issue strict orders forbidding the destruction of forests and the killing of civilians. If you do end up devastating a planet during war, then send food aid afterward, build cities on another world for those who survived, and help them raise families in a healthier environment. And if you've been keeping prisoners for ages with no intention of doing anything with them, then either execute them according to your laws or set them free. Don't leave people trapped in endless misery simply because you can. Robin then held both hands out before him and gently rocked them as though balancing a pair of invisible scales. Maintain balance, he said before lowering them again. Whoever established the concept of deeds wants you to return to the good within yourself no matter how far you've wandered down the path of evil. The doors are never truly closed, and your innate nature will always tell you what the right thing to do is if you're willing to listen to it. Then he pointed into the distance with an amused chuckle. Even someone like Darvian still has a chance to erase all the horrific crimes he's committed. Granted, he'd probably have to rebuild several sectors from the ground up and spend the rest of his life cleaning old ladies' toilets before accomplishing that, but you understand the idea. The opportunity itself never disappears. Afterward, Robin pointed gently toward Arrow, his tone becoming noticeably softer. You're still standing on the shore. You're still young. You're still breathing. You can still restore that balance without much difficulty compared to countless others who have already walked too far. Arrow lowered his head, silently contemplating Robin's words before slowly nodding several long seconds later, as though finally accepting that there might indeed be another way to look at everything he had done until now. Good. Robin clapped his hands once and rose to his feet. Now think carefully about ways to lighten the burden of your negative karma, and I want you to prepare your army to occupy the galaxy after Zargal dies. Don't carry out any more operations or take any unnecessary risks from this point onward. Simply prepare for a swift, decisive expansion once the opportunity presents itself. Understood. Arrow struggled to his feet and saluted Robin with complete seriousness. No matter how exhausted he was, he simply couldn't remain seated while Robin was standing before him. As for the part about Zargal's death, after everything he had heard today, the impossible claims, the casual discussion of behemoths, and Robin's unwavering confidence, it was probably far wiser not to ask any more questions. Then Arrow suddenly seemed to remember something important. By the way, there was a massive assault on the Nihiri galaxy in the Young sector. Leading the invasion was a 7-star Soul Master, backed by 50 Nexus State experts and Soul Masters, along with hundreds of fleets and millions of veteran soldiers from Young Sector 98. Richard finally sprang to his feet, all traces of weakness disappearing from his expression. What happened? How bad were the losses? Arrow frowned. Even he still found the report difficult to believe after reading it several times himself. According to the report, Prime Minister Kristen Burton wiped out the enemy ground forces using an army of beasts. 100 Note 4 fleets annihilated the enemy fleets, while the Fiends killed every Nexus State cultivator and every Royal Soulmaster, suffering only minor casualties themselves despite the enormous disparity in numbers. He then looked at Robin with unconcealed astonishment, still unable to understand how the final line of the report could possibly be real. And it also says that Supreme General Amon and his wife, Malgra, hunted and killed the 7th level Soul Master, and ate him. Richard and Flora's eyes widened as far as they possibly could, neither of them saying a single word as they tried to imagine the scene described in the report. Even Glathian was stunned. The death of someone possessing the strength of a law dominator was always enough to shake an entire region and become the greatest news for years to come, and this had been someone whose cultivation stood on the same level as his own. He slowly turned his gaze toward Robin. Was this Amon the person Robin intended to send to kill Zargal? Hee, good kids. Robin laughed with obvious satisfaction before casually gesturing toward Richard and Glathian. Come on, we have other places to visit. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.